Welcome everybody to the LCK 2021 Spring. Once again, we are here bringing you the action, and it is me, Valdez, with Proxy Wolf. Wolf, how are you doing today? Yeah, and I think you got to turn on your mic, Wolf. I'm not sure if it's
there. It goes. There it goes.
Okay, there we go. Rough start. I'm calling you Proxy Wolf. We got mics muted, but we're ready to go. We got some good stuff here. Wolf, you mentioned some very eloquent, amazing, very interesting stuff. Maybe you want to go ahead and
I'll
mention it again.
We'll go into it.
Got some points of the match.
We'll go into it as we go into our points of the match, right? This is a matchup that T1 on paper should absolutely win, right? There should be another 2-0 for T1. However, they have been struggling as of late, and Fredit BRION did take that upset win over KT Rolster. So they're looking to bring it back and take another win here against T1. There's a Game 2 jinx with T1. Could Fredit BRION jinx them as well? They're 1-6 on Game 2s right now, T1. And also, Faker is looking to get his 400th LCK win for the first time tonight. So, the first player to reach 400. That is the big question, if he can actually close that final gap to 400. And it will only take one win in this best of 3, so any of the 3 games. He's obviously starting tonight, so just hoping to get that one rolling in Game 1.
Yeah, it's, you know, the way it stands right now, yes, T1 have been struggling in this early stage of the spring season, but as you can see, Fredit BRION have been as well, and they have some other stuff affecting them tonight. We will get into that a little bit later, but T1 definitely going to feel pretty good about their chances, at least, coming into this match, and I'm sure the fans will at least expect them to take the win. You can see some of the stats here.
Yeah.
We don't have too many of them, but we have enough, and yes, Fredit BRION do have a nice win rate at when they have a gold lead at 15, but
you can see
it's only happened 4
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's happened 4 times compared to T1's 13 times they've had a gold lead at 15. You can see that T1 has struggled to close out a lot of those games. So usually when you have a gold lead at 15, you expect to win that, right? That's usually hitting 65 to 70% win rate for most teams, but for Fredit BRION, 3-1. So when they do get ahead in those rare circumstances, they are able to close out those games.
Yeah, and taking a look at the roster here, it's always fun when T1 is playing to pick apart the roster and discuss, you know, what you think. And this time around, they're going to run the same thing, right? Zeus is still up in the top side. We got LM Faker, Gumayusi, and Keria joining him once again. Yeah.
Gumayusi has been playing more of the hyper carry role. We've seen Teddy play more stable scaling champions, and the Xayah in particular. We'll see if when they go to red side in Game 2, if he gets subbed back in. And today we have a very special substitution for Fredit BRION because Lava is actually having health issues today, unrelated to COVID-19. He's unable to join us, so Chieftain will be stepping in as per the LCK rules. He will be, kind of forced to off-roll into the mid lane. So very unfortunate that Lava will not be joining us tonight, especially because I think this is a series that Fredit BRION absolutely could have upset in, and it's still possible, don't get me wrong, but it is going to be very difficult with an offlaner here in Chieftain.
Yeah, and I think if Fredit BRION upset T1 with Chieftain in the mid lane up against Faker, maybe the League of Legends world would just explode because, there would be a lot of unhappy T1 fans, especially. And either way, we're going to take a look here at this key player matchup, the supports down in the bottom side. You can see that Keria, extremely aggressive, as you can see here, very high forward percentage, but also a very low duo proximity, whereas Delight is kind of, the traditional support, sticks by the AD carry side, and is always part of every fight. He has the highest kill participation of any support, and that might be Delight's play, but it also could be Fredit BRION's play because, you know, they kind of just ball up as a team and look for team fights more often than not.
And it's also important to note that even though he has a much lower duo proximity, Keria has 16 duo kills, so he's actually successful in lane, and then he roams more often, right? So he's actually able to turn his lead in lane into successful roaming. Yeah, at least it was successful or not, he's roaming more often because of it. So we'll see how this matchup does shake out in the bottom side of the map. I expect that with Gumayusi over Teddy, that Kai'Sa priority is probably going to be there on the blue side if it's left open for T1. And I'm very excited to see if Zeus gets his Gnar again. I was very impressed with his opening debut earlier this week, and I'd like to see him kind of continue that momentum. His Gnar was, for me, by far the most impressive champion that he played.
Absolutely, and I think that based on that Gnar performance and just the day that he had, people were relatively impressed, right? There's a lot of talk about this player, about how fantastic he is in solo queue, this young up-and-comer, and he didn't necessarily disappoint. He had a great first start there. And you can see over here on the side of Fredit BRION, it's Chieftain. He's already looking a little bit nervous, you know?
He's having problems getting his hair
exercises.
tied. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, he wants to make sure his hair doesn't get in his eyes. I used to have really long hair, if you can believe it, and I used to actually have to have a headband when I was fenced to keep the hair out of my eyes because I couldn't touch my hair and brush it away because I had a fencing mask on. I know the feeling. His hair's not that
I don't know,
long.
man. This isn't gonna work. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Chieftain.
This ain't it, Chief.
Okay, well... yeah, exactly. Well, we all know who's got the best hair on the Rift now.
Yeah, we certainly do.
He's got that going for him, but again, he is playing up against Faker, and imagine in your first... I would imagine it's his first mid lane debut,
it is,
at
yeah.
least.
I looked into it.
And
he's
he's
never
going
played
up
it.
against the great one, right? The unkillable Demon King and Faker, and we'll see how he handles that stress because it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it is certainly going to be a really tough game for Fredit BRION, and I think that, you know, you could see based on the expressions across the board for this team, I think the pressure is being handled differently. You know, some players are taking this as a, well, this is going to be really tough, you know, even if we lose it, people will understand. I think on the other sides of the Rift, you know, for Fredit BRION, some of the players looking a little bit stressed out. Umpty in particular, definitely one of those players that looks like he is very frustrated with the current situation with Lava's health condition today. Talking about Chieftain in the mid lane, by the way, I looked up his solo queue stats just to see if he ever dabbles in the mid lane. In 3 weeks of play, and I looked at every game he's played on his main account in the last 3 weeks, he has played 2 games of mid. They were both Syndra. One of them was a loss, but he's only played Syndra. He has played like 3 games of AD carry as well. He's played Lucian, so maybe Lucian mid could be an option for him if they go AP jungle, but this is a player who is not well versed in mid lane right now, so... You know, you hate to say it, but it's the truth. I mean, I looked into it deep, and this guy has very little experience playing mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because when you're playing solo queue, obviously you got to pick 2 roles, right? And everybody's got that off role that they play, but maybe for Chieftain, it's not mid lane based on 2 games only in 3 weeks. And we're taking a look here at the draft, of course. The Seraphine priority has shot through the roof. We've seen a lot of mid-lane Seraphine now, and people are just beginning to realize that, hey, she's pretty broken even in pro play. So, also get that Azir ban against Faker. They don't want him to play that one.
Yeah, that's been a targeted ban towards Faker. It's his most played at 5 games this season, and he has kind of brought this champion back to the forefront in the meta. We see the Olaf ban, the Nidalee ban, both of those targeted towards Umpty for Fredit BRION. So... we could see jungle priority here in first pick, as I like the targeted Gnar, but I think T1 should take the Kai'Sa pick here. It's Gumayusi. It's a pick that he's strong at, and it's gonna be the Taliyah hover here with that one left open, and they will take that away first.
Okay, pretty interesting. You mentioned the Gnar ban. It does a couple of things. It takes away Zeus's pick, obviously, but also it does leave you with one of these OP picks that you can pick for your team. So you give over the Taliyah, T1 make that trade. They also get Rel. So, Bro, knowing the correct priority on Rel, this support champion, is pretty insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a champion that is extremely strong with a lot of different champions, as Gumayusi looking towards that hyper carry Aphelios. We've seen him play it so many times. It's his most played champion. It's where he had his pentakill. He has been phenomenal on this champion, and you know, they leave the Kai'Sa to get the Taliyah. You'll take that when you have to target ban the Samira, you know, which is another pick that he's been great at. The Azir and the Gnar all at once means that you get to get both the Taliyah and also this Aphelios Thresh rotation here. But you've also banned away the Seraphine, so the lane feels fairly stable. You know, against a Kai'Sa Rel, you feel like, okay, this is definitely a lane where things can go bad if we overextend, but it's a very passive lane for T1, where Aphelios just farms up, and if the roams are good, like they normally are with Taliyah, the ganks come through. When you see those ganks coming through from Taliyah, sometimes that lane can snowball, and then you see the turret plates go down, and it's a very strong start here for T1.
Absolutely. Gumayusi and Carry are both insane on those individual picks, so just in that fact alone, and outside of the fact that it's such a fantastic duo in the bottom side that they've already proven they can play, is pretty nice, as we do see the Udyr third pick here for Fredit BRION. So they don't pick a mid laner. They don't ban a mid laner either.
Yeah.
No other mid laners are getting banned here. I feel like Chieftain, if he knows how to play it, you know, Orianna is not that difficult. I think that would be a fantastic addition to this lineup with Udyr and Rel already. Gives you some really nice team fight composition. If I'm T1, I would just kind of ban that away, but they might have more information about Chieftain's mid lane play than I do.
I mean, he might have.
That's for sure.
He might have played it in some scrims, right? And there might be some of his Smurf accounts floating around that aren't official, right? That we can't easily track. So there's an opportunity for him to have some hidden picks, but the Syndra is the only one he's played in the last 2 weeks, and she's kind of fallen off the meta a little bit in the last few weeks of play, as we see the Malphite ban here. So they are really they are really targeting some of these top laners away. The Malphite's kind of a weird one because, you know, with the bans you see on the Gnar, the Renekton, there's the Syndra, Gnar, Renekton, Camille, it's like, okay, now you're going to ban away the stable, slow top laner in the Ornn. The Malphite is kind of a weird one in terms of banning that one away, because it could be played, you know, top, it could be played mid, but they do obviously take the Syndra now. A weird ban there.
Yeah, and I think this might just be a little bit of champion pool issues, right, with the Syndra. But we'll see what he does with it. You know, it's not bad, but I think there was a better choice, and Jace will be the choice here for Zeus, so pretty cool to see. I mean, we're hovering a set. Maybe that's just to carry a troll, but would be interesting if they tried to go for like some heavy frontline. They're thinking about it anyway, with stuff like the Galio, and we might see Faker playing one of Set or Galio in the mid lane. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'd love to see Faker's Set here, and I think we will with the lock-in. And it's going to be a matchup that can be very terrifying for the Syndra, especially with Taliyah as the jungle, because her speed to gank the mid lane and roam and catch him can be very, very difficult to deal with. And then we see the Scion coming through. Pretty stable answer in the top lane. Pairs well with the Rel. You know, we've seen that already quite a few times. So I do like this. I would have liked the Orianna so much more for the synergy that it brings with Udyr to set up for some really nice shockwaves, but I mean, Chieftain, he's a player, he's a jungle player, right? And he's been unfortunately pushed into this mid lane just by substitution rules, emergency substitution rules forcing him into this position. So he's going to play what he has played twice in the last 3 weeks of solo queue, because it's what he knows best. And sometimes that you can't fault someone for that. I mean, it's a emergency situation, but I look at the draft of T1, I look at how powerful it is at controlling the bottom and mid side with the Taliyah pick, the Set pick as well. It can roam down. And if Gumayusi gets ahead and gets turret plates, this game just opens up so quickly for T1.
Absolutely. And honestly, we might just see that. But I'm excited to see what Fredit BRION has prepared today, right? You mentioned the unfortunate circumstances, but who knows? This is where they've performed best, right? This is how they beat Damwon Kia. It's when they had no pressure because there were zero expectations. Everybody was like, well, absolutely nobody in this entire world expects us to take down Dalmonkia tonight, but we were able to 2-0 them. So maybe they can come into tonight with kind of the same mindset and say, you know, T1, they're on the up and up. It's Chieftain against Faker. Let's see what we can actually do in this game. So I'm really curious to see how game number 1 is going to go. I hope it's not just an all-out stomp like we had yesterday. It was a very fast day, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 and see how these two teams duke it out.
Yeah, and we do have KT Rolster against Afreeca later on. I don't think that'll be a stomp. So, you know, look forward to that one too. If this one ends up being a stomp and you're like stuck in that 30-minute break.
Chieftain's like, okay, I'm going to run it into the tower.
He's like, let's see how much I can convince them I'm really not a mid laner.
Yeah, what does this thing do?
Well, he went stopwatch, so he's going to have some extra safety, which against the set I do appreciate. Yeah, it's going to be very scary what Faker is able to do post 6 when LM has 6 as well. Because with the wall riding, LM can get to the mid lane so quickly. Which means Chieftain can't really ever push. I don't think he's ever going to have lane prio. Even though a Syndra versus Set, the range that you have there, sometimes you can actually kind of start poking him down and get a big lead. He's going to be very careful about how much he could push the envelope in that mid lane because of the Taliyah. And, you know, obviously Udyr can rotate very quickly as well, but doesn't have the same sort of early ganking potential that Seismic Shove is going to give you. The burst damage that Taliyah has is insane. And part of the reason why she has an incredible win rate and is almost always banned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just too many things in her kit that are great for a jungler. And it's going to be interesting to see how the gank assist goes in the mid lane with the set. Obviously, setting up ganks is pretty nice, but you got to be careful about where you place that Seismic Shove because it can be pulled out of position. Apparently on 11.2, AFㅣLCK is 4-0 against Kai'Sa, and a lot of the time it's these lanes where the Kai'Sa, you know, has a tank support and she has a little bit of trouble of farming the lane because AFㅣLCK has that range advantage. AFㅣLCK is able to push the lane a little bit faster because of that you know, lane control, essentially, in the 2v2.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Henna and Delight can kind of go up against one of the best bottom lanes in the LCK right now.
You can see how this matchup goes early for Chieftain. You know, the range I was talking about, he can just kind of poke away at Faker. It's very frustrating to play against a Syndra as a melee mid laner. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory how that goes early on, but once Faker gets level 3, can start to maybe look for some more aggressive trades, and the Taliyah factor is going to become more real. The bottom side of the map too, before level 2 and even before 3, it's obviously very difficult for Rel to be involved in the lane, but once she hits 2, then she can attract Repel and is going to be able to do a lot more. But the lane being shoved already is just going to be a nice early lead for Gumayusi, so ends up being a great start here for T1 on the bottom side of the map, and I think this mid lead that Chieftain is going to have right now is going to only be temporary.
Yeah, you would imagine. Syndra, definitely a champion that if you're comfortable with her mechanics, you can get a nice little lead early on, right? She's not super difficult as long as you know how to land your skills and how they interact with each other. So if he's got some practice on that, you know, he can kind of just push lanes, get out of Faker's way, try not to interact, and then maybe just wait for the later game where we do get into team fights, you know? Like, I feel like everybody's been in that solo queue game where they're just absolutely, they go into the lane and they're like, oh my god, this guy is so much better than me. Like, I can't fight against this guy, but I'm playing a champion that can wave clear really well, so, you know, let's just wave clear and get out of here, you know? I don't want to fight against this guy, so let me just try to avoid the lane altogether.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a way you can play it. Shove nonstop. He backs very early, gets a tier, so he's going to be able to, you know, build his mana up early in this game. Just further that ability to shove and kind of spam abilities at range. Obviously, it gets a lot harder post 6, where Faker can actually commit to engages and all-ins and pair that with the Taliyah. The top lane is, you know, a pretty annoying matchup for the Sion as well early on, but Hoya is actually keeping this shoved and holding his own up here. Very impressive. Trying to zone Zeus out.
Yeah, it's another one of these Sion matchups where he's just a big beef ball, and the Jace will put on pressure early, especially on that first serrated Dirk, and then after that, Hoya will just get a bunch of tanky items and be able to survive a lot better. So, as you mentioned, very true, that early game is going to be pretty nice for Zeus. We'll see what kind of advantage he can push. The mid lane, I feel like, you know, Chieftain's doing a fine job so far.
Yeah.
You know, nothing really going wrong just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of pressure on this guy, a lot of people judging his ability here because he has big shoes to fill in Lava, you know, who's had ups and downs, but he beat Showmaker, right? So
yeah.
there's not enough for a 6 here for Chieftain, but he is just going to keep stacking tier, and Faker is extremely low. And Talia, you know, is not able to join up or make any sort of impact at this stage. You know, still doesn't have level 6. So he's able to do this with impunity. Faker's not missing CS, though, under turret. He's actually staying really even, despite the fact that Chieftain is just spamming him. He actually built magic resistance as well here.
Yeah. This is all you want to see from the set, right? Oh, he missed the counter. But I'm not going to feel too bad about that, because, of course, it's a jungler in the mid lane. So, nice try. Faker is not going to be able to spot him. Level 6 hit first here, of course, from Chieftain. Winning there so far, at least in terms of the XP, but just a small amount. And nothing really has happened.
Yeah.
There's been some extra pressure down on the bottom side from Gumayusi and Keria. They've been having a little bit of priority, some fun times down there. Both of the junglers just farming it out. Neither one decides to go for an early gank. Umpty rather. I gotta get used to that.
We're all still getting used to that.
Yeah. He was thinking about a gank, but not going to happen this time. And because Umpty is spotted out, that does mean that the scuttle does go the way of Ellen, who's having just a fine grand old time farming it out as well.
And it also means that you can see Gumayusi is pushing hard when they see that, you know, Umpty's on the top side of the map. You can just continue to put a ton of pressure onto those turret plates and harass in the bottom lane, as Ellen is getting very greedy here, does not yet have 6. So it's not going to be a huge game changer, but 6 is up for Umpty.
Oh! The last little bits of that Infernum nearly tickled Rel's back there, but not quite enough, as Hoya face checks here. Is going to ult into Zeus, and we'll see if he's got any damage. He does have flash, but with Umpty coming up to the top side, it looks like they want to convert. We got action everywhere. The miss on the Flay does come in, but they're just going to leave Delight to die. Not much they can do to save him. Nice dive from the T1 bottom lane, and that priority really helping out down there.
You know, this composition for Fredit BRION is a comp that's designed to kind of be stable, right, and scale up, and you look for some objective fights later on, but the synergy between, like, the biggest, you know, standout that doesn't have great synergy, as they're going to get another plate here, is the Udyr pick, right? Because it doesn't, you know, there's no Orianna ball to attach to that. You know, it can work well with, you know, Hoya's engage. If he gets the follow-up stuns, there's a lot of damage to be done. Kind of gets onto that target that gets, you know, multi-stunned. But I mean, I'm kind of reaching at, grasping at straws here, as we're going to watch the all-in onto Delight. There's just no way to survive this one. There's nothing you can do. Nobody is anywhere near him. He's on an island.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
You know? He was on vision, just back, dude.
And, like, now this bottom lane is just going to start to get out of control with all the extra gold that got fallen into Gumayusi. It was already a big problem, and it's just going to get worse. And, you know, if it gets worse quickly enough, then you just see the lane swap come through. He gets the top plates, and we've seen it a million times. Uh-oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no.
And Umpty doesn't notice, but he's just going to have his back delayed here. I wanted to note how this mid lane is going, and you can kind of tell already that Chieftain's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to let you kind of have your way. And, you know, he doesn't have any vision, so if Talia's there and he gets ulted, even if he flashes, he's probably dead. So it's the right play. It doesn't have to just be that he's nervous or he's confident in the matchup. It's just he's doing the right thing. You gotta play it safe.
I really
and respect the set.
I appreciate it, you know, because post 6, that's when Faker really can actually threaten to kill him non-stop. And I mean, you don't have vision control over the map, which they really do not have. You just can't take chances. And he's only 3 CS behind because in the early parts of the matchup, he pushed the limits so hard. You know, he constantly harassed, he constantly was forcing that wave in. And you can see just how scary it is right now. I mean, he's probably going to die here.
Yep, there it is. Just the follow-up, and Chieftain does not have a way to get out of this one. He throws his ultimate into LM, but not much he can do. And he was playing it well up until then. And now on the bottom side, Delight just gonna get caught out here. Good follow-up from Keria, gets him in the box, lands that death sentence, and that's exactly what it was for Delight in the bottom side. So T1 making the most of this game so far. You can see trying to get in there, and an excellent seismic shove is going to deny that stun for quite a while. And LM, with his two buddies, will eventually be able to take out the Scion and the Zombie Scion. Nothing is going right for Bro, and everything is going right for T1 here as they're ahead 4,000 gold.
Yeah.
10 minutes into the game.
I mean, I think this one is all the locked up, unfortunately. I mean, like, now Gumayusi has the ability to just do whatever he wants. And the fact that they had a solid engage onto him and he still traded it back, and they ended up getting the kill there with a really nice hook coming through, is just showcasing the desperation out of the bottom side of the map. Like, they can't make anything happen. Even in their perfect, or as close to perfect as they can get scenario, they still aren't able to trade up. They still end up losing Delight, who's now 0-2. And Gumayusi is fed beyond belief at this stage of the game. Like, if Aphelios gets this ahead this early, it just becomes so difficult to lock him down. And at least they are, you know, not losing the rest of the turret plates right now. They're trying to hold stable here, but it is just... it is going to be hard. And unfortunately, Umti has just not been able to make any impact in this lane. And I don't think he will. So we're going to watch this, I think, this bottom exchange once again. Or no, we're going to watch Chieftain. This is actually the sad one to watch. But, like, he doesn't know where LM is. He doesn't have vision. And all it takes is a flash engage from Faker. I mean, it's just that easy. With the Talia pick that they left open. And now, yeah, this is Delight coming in. Tries to set up for the Attract Repel. It's a nice stun. But the damage output is just too high at this stage for Gumayusi. And the peel is there. Keria gets the hook. And that's all you need.
Yeah, and he's also level 5 up against double level 6, so I'm not really sure why they're forcing that engage, to be honest. It looked nice, but we saw the result of that. Amazing seismic shove here, perfectly timed from LM. Gets both the Udyr and the Scion off of Zeus' back, so he's able to survive. And then it's pretty easy once Faker does get that first roam from the mid lane, with the priority that he has built for himself. And, yeah, here we are. This is kind of the way this game is going to go. And, you know, this it didn't have to be this way, you know. Just because Chieftain is subbing in for the mid lane as a jungle player doesn't mean that the bottom lane had to get dumped as hard as it did. Doesn't mean that, you know, the Udyr pick comes in and basically does nothing. You know, questions about the draft. So there's stuff for Bro to try to come into the next game and actually look to improve on. That doesn't include, oh, well, Chieftain lost to Faker. Like, that's not the story of this game.
Yeah, when you draft Udyr early in the draft, you really have to draft around it, or else it's just so difficult to execute. And when you're picking Udyr into the Talia, it feels like you're just asking to play the game with one hand tied behind your back in a lot of ways. When you have the Syndra pick that isn't going to synergize with that later on, I mean, sure, it can be good in team fights if you hit big stuns. You know, Scatter the Weeks can be game-changing in some of those choke points, especially when you have Rel stuns and Magnet Storms. So they don't have vision.
Yeah, nice bait here. We do have the Talia up on the top side, but again, Hoya pretty tanky. They're also committing a teleport here as the wave is pushed into the mid lane. And Talia is fantastic about disengaging. She just runs away from you and throws some rocks at you. And now down on the bottom side, again, looking to force a fight when you're this far behind is just not a good idea. That's something we've all seen before. And now they're just going to throw the Rift Herald down mid lane just to add insult to injury. This game feels a bit over.
Yeah, we've reached the OVER status. Double charge for the Rift Herald.
Runs away.
They don't, you know, the Aphelios isn't able to get all bot plates and then rotate to the top plates. His plates fade here at 14. But it is still a massive lead, you know, a 40 CS lead. Kraken Slayer is completed. He's about to go buy, he's going to buy more. I don't know what his current gold is. We just saw it. I wasn't looking because I was looking at total gold difference, which was extremely high. And the hook hits here, so you feel like, okay, maybe we can engage. They even flash commit in to get the Attract Repel, and the you know, ultimate comes through from the Kaisa, but like, just because they don't have hook doesn't mean that you actually win this fight, especially because he could just play you. But Thresh is so good against that sort of hard engage because he's just like, nah. Almost 2,000 turret plates of gold to nothing.
Oh no, Chieftain, not like this. He doesn't have Scout of the Week. Looks like he was able to slow down Zeus enough for this W. But, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And, man, this is what all of yesterday was as well, when I was casting with Chronicler.
Yeah.
And we're having a little bit of that here as well. Wolf.
I mean, this is like,
this
has got to be so cathartic for the T1 fans, though, right? This is the game you're like, yes, we are so good.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. As I mentioned before, it's not just all about chieftains, so you should feel pretty good about this scenario. All the lanes did very well, the jungle as well.
I mean,
able to follow up very nicely.
Yeah. T1 are, I mean, they're not going to get the turret plates, but they are going to feed Gumusi a turret. Humpty is here, and they didn't know about it, but I don't know if this matters. Okay, the teleport is coming through. Let's see how T1 gets out of this one.
All right, well, Faker, he's the veteran. He's the big brother. He's going to sacrifice his life to get his teammates out of there, and he's not even going to die because we have action on the bottom side. And now is where the real pain will begin. We've got teleport coming in, and Zeus is about to bop some heads. Faker now, 3-man haymaker, just able to get on in there and break some faces. And, well, this is just a rout. Everybody's running away.
Where you going, Hoya?
Look at that wall. He can't even run to the right. Really, really nice here from Talia, from LM. Able to pick up a triple kill in that fight.
Yeah. And
we're looking at it.
I think so. I was literally going to say it right before this happened, and then I was like, well, let's wait a little bit longer. Then I saw Faker, and I thought, oh, the perfect game is ruined. But he escapes. Is just able to walk away. He has Chem Tank. He's insanely fast. It's very difficult to kill a Fed set as well in general, especially when everyone else, like, look at how much damage they do to him, or how little damage they do to him, I should say. He just ults out, then face breaks, and continues to walk away. And then they're like, oh, well, we shouldn't waste our time on this because we're losing a 3v2 on the other side. Teleport comes through from Jace. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. The turret's not going to last. It goes down. This is just a big disaster. I mean, the sad part about this for Fredit BRION is you're trying so hard to make a play. Like, everything was set up for them to hopefully catch T1 with their pants down. Maybe T1 make a mistake, and it just doesn't happen. This is a tragic ending. Yikes. I think this is a perfect game.
For Melon.
I think you're right. I think this is where we're headed, potentially the first one of the split.
Yeah, it's looking like that, Wolf. This is, you know, I mentioned how it was kind of like yesterday, but this might even be more one-sided than yesterday. We had our most one-sided match yesterday, and now we might be updating that tonight with a literal perfect game. And there weren't even any turret plates taken.
Nope, none.
So,
like the perfectest game, potentially.
Once we started to add more objectives like turret plates and rift heralds, everybody, you know, some people were like, oh, well, it's not a perfect game. They got two turret plates in the bottom lane. Well, you know, you don't technically need to get that for a perfect game in our minds.
I agree. I agree.
If you do, if you get literally everything, that is pretty cool. The fact that, you know, your opponents didn't get any turret plates, not a single Rift Herald, not a single Dragon. And that might just happen here. I mean, T1 aren't wasting any time. They're really looking to roll this, and it's already 13,000 gold lead.
It's a double
at
charge
18
here,
minutes.
too, for the second Rift Herald for Shirley. And in there. So, I mean, right now, like, the next fight comes up in 90 seconds, the Drake fight. And can you even hope to contest it at this point if you're Fredit BRION? The answer is no. And if you try to put Henna in a side lane so he can try to get more farm, I mean, he's still only 40 CS behind, which, considering where we are, is pretty impressive. You try to put him in the side lane, he's actually just going to soak mid, where he can for the moment. Like, if he just wants to go out and get more farm, he's at risk of being killed by Atalia at any moment. They don't have any vision on the map. Like, look at the vision, the deep wards you see on the red side of the map. There's a ward on Baron, which isn't even up yet, and they have the scuttle control. You can't even really walk past the jungle of the map for Fredit BRION right now. So how are you going to even farm up to try to hope to catch up in this game? It is, I mean, at this point, you're just hoping that T1 really mess up some fights, or if they're trying to make a statement and they try to go a little bit too greedy, get a little BM. I mean, that's really what you're praying for right now.
Yeah. That's never a good spot to be in. I suppose because there's not much else to talk about in this game, we can kind of talk about Chem Tank and how awesome it is. All the tanks build it nowadays. You just build it. Even some tank supports build it. It's just so good.
Are you a tank or a chem tank?
Yeah, exactly. We're going, is chem punk a thing?
I think that is a thing. Steampunk is the one you think of, but chem punk sounds like a thing.
Yeah, maybe it's just Riot's name thing. Like maybe Riot is a thing. As this is not a thing.
Jay's soloing Drake, by the way.
Yeah, why not? They don't need a jungler to do this.
Zeus is just like, alright, well, if you guys are gonna try to 5v4 and fail, I guess I'll do this. This game is just so sad. We're potentially gonna look at like a 15,000 gold lead here once these turrets go down. I think that actually might happen.
Yeah, we were almost at like a higher gold lead than the amount of minutes played in the game, like per 1,000, right? It was like 13,000
yeah.
at 18 minutes. I'm like, whoa. This is, I don't know if we've had this kind of lead before. This is like a solo queue game at this point. And, you know, bro tried hard. They tried their best.
You can see how much of an impact it makes, too. Like, to have just one player who has a small champion pool. Like, whether it's a sub or not, because obviously Chieftain, I felt like he played the early parts of that lane really well, but he, like, even Lava would have had problems with the Syndra and staying alive and being relevant post 6 when, you know, Faker can all in, Talia's there. Like, even Lava would have had problems, but you could see, like, it's a champion pool issue more than it's a player issue, I think, in this game. You know, because there weren't any, like, glaring mistakes from Chief in this game where you go, oh, this guy does not know how to Syndra, he does not know how to mid lane. But when you can't draft the Orianna because it's a little bit more complicated, like, Orianna's not that hard to play, but at the pro level, there's some things you really need to have practice. You need to have synergy with, you know, Umpty, the jungle that you are sub for normally, to be able to set up those balls and shockwaves, and we just see how much of a big impact it makes on a game like this where things could just get out of control because you had to pick a Syndra and your comp doesn't work.
Yeah, it was kind of bad, but let's see what they can do. Umpty gets a bit caught. There's the chem tank, and welcome to Set's world. You know, we talked about how a lot of these tanks are enjoying the chem tank, but it's just really good as we see time.
What kind of chemicals are they putting in that tank?
I don't know, man, but whatever it is, it feels good for whoever's using it.
No side effects, just a long cooldown. Okay, one chance, one hope here for Fredit BRION. He is isolated.
Oh no. He's supposed to be the tanky one. He was the chosen one. Oh, this is just...
Can they stop the perfect game? Okay, there it is.
Oh no, they stopped the perfect game. They killed Zeus. It happened. And I almost feel like that was their goal. You know, they just went in there and they just bullied one guy. The relatively not tanky Jace, of course. They burst him down, and that means we don't have a perfect game. T1 will have everything on the map, including denying all turret plates, except the one kill that they did give over to Fredit BRION. But they get the Baron here as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a great front line with T1's composition. Their comp is the biggest glass cannon ever, but it doesn't matter because they're so ahead. The damage output is insane. You just kill anyone who tries to collapse onto you. Zeus is caught on the bottom side by himself, and they all rotate in. And this actually would be, you know, we'd say it was a bad decision in terms of the positioning there in a fight like this if this game actually was winnable or, you know, if there was any way to turn this around. But hey, they prevented the perfect game. They got Zeus, and that was all they were ever going to get. Not a great way to disengage there either after Sion died. And I think this is just walking down the red carpet here for T1 at this stage.
Yeah, they just need a rumble to finish off that metaphor, and they're gonna catch Syndra. Down goes Chieftain. Not much he can do. They're gonna root down Hoya, and the push will continue with the Baron buff. Umpty, he's kind of just going for a run. You know, during this Corona time, it's difficult to get your exercise, but Umpty's finding a way to do it. As T1, they're just they're not going to be 2BM, but they will fight if they want to engage here for Fredit BRION, and T1 will be looking for these kills as Faker will hunt down Henna. Hoya will also be taken out. Umpty gives the big thumbs up. And that's going to do it for this game, guys. 24 minutes of pure domination in favor of T1 as they absolutely clap Fredit BRION here in game number 1.
Yeah, Zeus with 2 deaths, you know, does die the second time there, but he did his job very well. He played the Jace matchup extremely well, and This was a draft issue more than anything else, but the execution was really solid out of the Talia. And for me, like, I know a lot of people are really excited about Cuz this season, but I think LM is fantastic. This is Faker's 400th win as well, by the way. We didn't really talk about it too much outside of the opening because this game was so it was about Fredit BRION losing, but look at how much further ahead he is. Def just had 301. He's 99 wins ahead at this stage. Like, just think about that for a second. Think about that for one moment, that Faker has won 400 games of the LCK. He's played 600, over 600, so he's got, you know, a really high win rate as well.
Yeah, it's really insane. I mean, you think about the amount of games that these players play in a spring split, or any kind of split, right? It's a double round robin, so they have 18 best of threes, and you know, on average, that's about what, 2.5 games, right? So
yeah,
I'm not gonna do the math, but it takes a lot of seasons, right? It's like 2-3 seasons, maybe more,
and back
even get 100 wins, and that's how far he is ahead of Deft. So,
and back when Faker started playing, you know, there were winter seasons as well. You know, and it was a tournament format, but he played a lot more games because his team did very well and got to the ends of the tournaments, right? So, I mean, Faker has an insane legacy, and it's crazy to see 600 games later, and you know, almost 8 years after his debut, that he is still kicking. He is still crushing. He plays set in the mid lane, wins it, dominates, and this is a game where it's hard to pick a player of the game. I didn't even send my vote in yet. I've got to do that, but this game is hard to even really describe because it was just T1 making no mistakes, taking their advantages and pushing through, and Fredit BRION playing without a mid laner. It's just it's going to be a hard game. It's going to be no matter what.
He did the most damage on his team. He poked out the set a lot. That's kind of what happens in range versus melee matchups, but at least we can give him that. And, you know, they didn't even get a chance to get to a part in the game where their composition even really mattered, right?
Yeah.
They just got dunked on in every lane, the jungle lost, and it was kind of over from there. So we'll see what they have in store for the next game. I don't even think that T1 feel like they have to ban away the Syndra, even though that seems to be Chieftain's only pick there. They seemed very confident to take down that easy win there in game number 1. But we're going to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll have game number 2.
벽돌 수 있고 뒤에 우딜 있는 것만 생각하자. 우딜은 상관 신경 안 써도 돼. 우딜 노플이야.
너 상대 걸어야 돼. 상대
내가
걸어.
끌어줄게. 내가 끌어줄게.
상대 걸어야 돼.
몇 번?
안 걸어도 돼.
받았다. 우딜은 뒤에.
야 끝내 빨리 끝내 빨리 점프.
깜빡 둔 거. 깜빡 줘. 다 먹어. 나 죽는다. 나 만화 없다. 이게 있는데.
야 이거
아, 대체 이렇게 많이.
이 세트부터 시작이지.
그렇지.
뭐 할 거예요? 연애?
초네 가는 거야?
네 할게요. 가자.
잠깐만. 설마 죽었나? 와.
나이스.
나이스. 걔 노플이야? 걔 노플? 올라프 노구.
나 사.
빼라. 이게 이냐?
빼지는 못할 것 같아서.
그래?
나이스. 나 바텀 한 점만 더 쓸게.
턴 되게 쓰지 말고 그냥 짧게 써라. 웬만.
맞다 그네.
나이스. 바텀 좋았어. 다 한번 싸워볼게.
죽었다.
아, 나 죽었다. 나이스.
나이스.
한판 잘해보자. 오케이.
아칼리 가자. 원에이티야.
네, 화이팅! 이거 알리 왼쪽으로 도는 것 같아, 생각해. 빼냐, 이거? 여기다 알리. 걸 수도 있겠다. 오케이.
탈려, 탈려.
힘들어가죠. 나 이거 빼야겠다. 알리도 너무. 메인 초식에.
신들어부터.
날래 플래시 있어. 바론 가자. 우리 용 막을 수 있나?
준이 뭐 알아서 해?
응. 나이스. 야, 이거 잡았다. 나 보러 왔네? 잡았어.
그냥 아무거나 박아줘, 내가 다
이렇게. 3개 가져.
못 들어가.
빼면서.
천천히 나를. 여기서 이럴 필요 없어.
아,
까비.
차이 루틴 게임 빨라지면 발도 같이 빨라져.
우리 살려야 되거든? 우리 죽었고. 천천히 해봐. 탈려 기다려. 카메. 빼야돼. 탈려 더블 조심. 잡아봐. 한 명 잡았어. 나를 도플. 나이스. 야, 봐줘. 우리 다 봐줬구나. 쏘리.
바로만 잘 지켜볼래? 아니면 이거 디테일 보거나?
나를 내가 끊을게. 여기 나를 여기 있어. 나를 갖고.
이거 혼자 못 밀어 이거.
너 볼게 카이사. 못 받고. 라칸 마커 중.
까이다 봐줘.
살기만 해봐. 우리 좋아. 야, 천천히 하자. 이제 3대 5야.
빅토르 봐주나?
타워 쳐봐.
타워 쳐도 돼.
타워 쳐봐요.
야, 왜 이렇게 힘드냐? 뭔가 어리바리 까는데? 오늘 우찬이가 좀 더 저보다 훨씬 딱딱하니까 우찬이만 잘 들고 있자.
나 좀 잘 돼 오늘. 끝까지 간다. 잡았고. 정글 캐리가. 천천히 하면 내가 캐리할게.
볼게 이거 끝까지 볼게.
네. 뒤에 나와. 끝.
나 본다 이거.
이래로 보여. 지려봐 얘들아. 다 묶었어. 스턴 넣을게.
리포공이 대박 났다.
나 봐줘야 될 듯.
스턴 넣었어.
나 좀 갈렸거든.
나 죽을 수 있겠다 이거. 아 소리.
괜찮아. 볼만해. 밀어줘. 우리 좋아.
우리 팀 너무 좋아요.
와우. 나이스.
Welcome back everybody for the Saturday LCK Analyst Desk, and today we are joined by Jung and Lee, Kuro and Gorilla. Hello! And this is Season with the translation. Fredit BRION takes on T1 in the week number 4 of the LCK, and we are having an intense competition between the middle of the pack teams. T1 took game number 1 up against Fredit BRION, and they are one step closer joining the West bracket in the LCK. T1 was able to steamroll in game number 1, so what's your take on the draft, guys? Because we saw Chieftain playing for the mid role, and his decision was Syndra. We had a jungler playing on the mid lane. And to be honest, when junglers play on the lanes, they don't play well. But Chieftain was really doing a great job, so I'm really impressed. And also, he had a bit of an easy matchup going up against Seth, a melee champion. I thought Faker would just bully the lane on picks like Orianna, but this time around, actually Faker focused on the team play and he tried his best to get control during the Envision and also team fights. Because T1 had a strong matchup in the top and bottom lane, they won for Seth, a very consistent player coming in to finish their comp. And Zeus, on this Jace up against Sion, he was able to have a lot of lead thanks to the Talia scan coming up to the top lane. And that was actually the highlight of this game. So let's take a look at the highlights over here. Fredit BRION needed a lot of power coming out from mid and jungle, but T1 at the same time, they were able to show the reason why they took Talia as the first pick. Seth actually freezes the wave and clears out that control ward, and he spotted Udyr rotating up to the top lane, so warning ping comes up. So Zeus actually steps back to a safer position. And he waits for his teammates to join this fight. Because of the lane priority from top and mid lane, Elim was able to pick up the scuttle, and then he invades to the enemy jungle camp in order to spot the Udyr in the jungle. So he sneaks into this rat camp, and he just waited until showed where he was. He was camping in this jungle all day long, and also a fight breaks out around this rat camp, and Zeus, based on his lane control, was able to also rotate down to this jungle fight. And then Hoya just gets bullied by the damage output from this Jace, and then T1 easily wins this 2 versus 2 fight coming out in a very early phase of the game. And then at the same time, meanwhile, down on the bottom lane, another trade happens in favor of T1. The laners were in a very good spot on the side of T1, so Elim was able to actually easily find the enemy jungler and also kind of bully him. With his power coming out from Fed Talia after getting some kills, T1 was able to snowball down the game. So Fredit BRION was looking for some actions to happen, so camps in the top lane. However, unfortunately, Seth was the one that showed up on the top lane, and the wave keeps shoving in. So Fredit BRION looks for some action to happen, but you can see all of the T1 players are almost gathered up to the top side of the map already. So Hoya even invests his TP in order to join this fight. However, Rel didn't have her flash to make some miracle team fight to happen, and they looked very split in this fight. So T1 simply just won that fight based on their power level. And also, it was really impressive to see T1 actually grouping up for fights, because usually when a team is very ahead of the opponents, they usually go for 1-3-1 rotation, but T1 was really ready to counter the actions coming out from the opponents. They were not having their guards down. T1 had a very perfect setup from the beginning of the game until the very end. So let's take a look at the POG for game 1. It's gonna be Korea on Thresh. We actually barely had support POG prior to this week, number 4, but now they're starting to take the spotlight as well. Perfect KDA scoreline on this Thresh performance, and we saw that Kyria has already made 16 duo kills in lane, but he added more in this game. And he was really smart catching the timings when the opponents were looking for some actions down on the bottom lane, and he perfectly blocked those attempts. And I think a lot of bottom duo actually say that they don't have enough impact in game, but I don't think that's the meta actually. I think the bottom players are also able to exert a lot of dominance all around the map. I don't think so, because T1's top side was super ahead and strong. T1's bottom was also able to pop off like that. And Kyria was able to pick up 4 out of 9 in this POG vote. And Kyria had an interview with Faker in the previous POG interview, and he was able to celebrate his 600th game in the LCK. But today, with this victory, Faker picked up his 400th victory here in the LCK history. And T1 can leap up to the west side of the LCK with another game victory. So let's check out in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. Great to hear about Kyria picking up the player of the game, as I feel like he did a lot. You did vote for Gumayusi. I thought that bottom lane together absolutely did Dunkaroo down there in the bottom side. So absolutely deserved at the end of the day.
To me, like, the one clear standout player, I was saying it before we got into the Faker 400 win moment, I feel like the one clear standout player to me in this 9-man roster that T1 are running is LM. I feel like he works with both rosters extremely well. He has been a phenomenal jungle player. His Taliyah pick here was what held the top side of the map together and helped Faker, you know, turn that that matchup back into his favor, obviously, as he hit post 6, got that kill in the mid lane against Chieftain. And he's looked fantastic. The bottom lane was just this isolated issue for Fredit BRION. I feel like Fredit BRION really threw that chance to kind of scale up away by constantly engaging, playing very desperately. And when you're losing in mid, you're losing control of the top side of the map. You know, sometimes you do feel desperate. You do feel like you have to make a play like that, especially when you pick the rel and you do have that strong engage. But Kyria outplayed them super hard, and it just got harder and harder for them to make those types of plays, but they kept doing it. So things fell apart very quickly. We see no substitutions for T1, and it's not a shocker considering how that first game went. You know, they're not like, oh, they're going to first pick Kai'Sa, so we're putting Teddy in for this one. Don't think you really need that level of strategy, perhaps, for this series. Don't think so.
Yeah, absolutely. And T1 say, hey, by the way, guys, Taliyah is really good. You should probably ban it, like we are going to, because we don't want you to first pick that one. AFㅣLCK immediately the follow-up ban. That's a couple of bans already into the AD carry role. So just trying to take away that potential second pick after maybe a first pick Kai'Sa if T1 don't ban it themselves.
Yeah. See the ban on Umpty's Olaf. I think that's going to be pretty consistent throughout what could be another game. We'll see. I'm not surprised by this one in the least. Only today and tomorrow left on 11.2. Then we take that break you guys were talking about yesterday. I think we'll see a big shift away from Olaf, but still relevant for 2 more days here is the Gnar ban again against Zeus here. Something that you kind of really have to consider, and it's a strong pickup early in the draft for T1 if you do leave that open. As scrolling through his Faker to decide what they want to ban for the last one. They're going to take away the rel instead of the Kai'Sa, which I do like because it gives you the ability. I mean, you've weakened the Kai'Sa pick slightly with this. As please don't. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah. Please don't. Not like this. Not game number 2 like this. I like the Seraphine pick for sure. And maybe Chieftain is going to throw caution to the wind and say, okay, I'm playing Seraphine. I feel like she's not that difficult, you know? I think it's maybe something you could pick up. I don't know, maybe it'll be flexed to the bottom side.
Well, that's
I don't
the
know.
power.
If it's a flex. I guess the flex to the mid lane is more relevant.
Yeah, that's the power of this pick in B1, that you can put it in the mid lane, you can play it bottom. It can turn any seemingly stable lane in the bottom side of the map into one that's a lot more volatile, one that can be very oppressive. And it's a stable matchup in the mid. It can turn it into a very late game, tanky game like we've seen many times before. And we will see the Orianna taken away here. So no synergy with the potential Udyr pick that I think Fredit BRION were definitely considering here in the second rotation. They didn't pick it with Udyr when they had it open last time, so there's a chance that they just simply weren't going to pick it at all. And we might just see Chieftain play Syndra again. So we'll see the Graves lock in here. And I think Syndra is a safe pick here. I mean, it's definitely... Okay, they're going to take the Xayah instead, but now you're wondering, like, okay, what's Chieftain going to play if that gets banned away?
I don't even know if they use the ban against Chieftain, you know? Let him play as Syndra. It's not going to make too much of an effect on Faker, it feels like.
Yeah.
As maybe they'll go ahead and pick up the Udyr for themselves alongside the Orianna. We'll see if LM wants to play that pick. Seems kind of like an obvious one with the Olaf band, but they're thinking about the Pantheon, and they actually will be locking that in.
I think the Pantheon is really good for Seraphine because if you're, you can threaten kills in the mid lane against her, whereas otherwise she's pretty safe and she can actually push that lane really hard. And the same is true of this Xayah Seraphine bot duo that we might see as well. It seems like that's more likely what we're going to see, but only time will tell. Now, the Pantheon can also be a very good, ganking champion against a lane that is going to be pushed, where you see that threat in the bot lane non-stop against the Kai'Sa. So I like this because it's very easy to make a big impact on the bottom two lanes of the map.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a great ball carrier as well, obviously, so it fits in the composition already. And now we're going to see more top laners banned away. We saw this the last time around. Not really much focus on the other lanes and stuff like that.
I wouldn't mind a Sion ban here, I'm going to ban the Rakan instead. Because, you can see with the Ornn or the Sion, like the Seraphine pick, if it is mid lane and you do see the Moonstaff build, like, it is so difficult to kill those tanky frontliners. But ban Rakan instead.
Rakan gets banned. Xayah Rakan, of course. Udyr gets taken away from LM for that Orianna Udyr combo that I was talking about before. And, giving credit to the fact that the Pantheon can be flexed, of course. Now, what is going to be the next pick here for T1? It will be the Renekton for Zeus up in the top side.
I think that this really pushes the potential for a Sion pick. You just kind of sit up there and take the hit. They go Gragas instead. This is also another stable, safe matchup into the Renekton. And we'll see the Alistar lock in, which means this is mid Seraphine is T1 assumed as well with the Rakan ban. So the only question left here is what support T1 will have in that bottom side with Kai'Sa. And I mean, it could be something as simple as Nautilus or Leona. Keep it simple, keep it safe. Nico, not sure about that one. Not in this matchup.
Yeah, no Callista alongside of it and all that jazz, but a range support into Alistar, I like it, but not going to be the case this time around. As here we go, we have our compositions ready, and an insane amount of kind of frontal engage from the side of T1, so immediately that just makes me think the Seraphine ultimate is going to get a lot of value if they just run straight into Fredit BRION. But again, we need to see how that's going to go.
Yeah.
If it even matters, the compositions this time around. Because in game number 1, it didn't really, because Fredit BRION just lost every single lane, and that was that.
Yeah, and the matchups, I mean, the composition that Fredit BRION drafted really was very weak behind. The draft that they have this game, I feel like, is a little bit easier to execute while behind. The damage output that Graves is going to have later on in the game is pretty strong. They have really strong defensive engages with the Encore, when Seraphine decides to charm as... Okay, this looks like a bug on swap. I think we're probably not going to see...
You know what? Maybe Umti is playing Seraphine mid. And Graves is and Chieftain is playing Graves.
You know what? That's actually
That's a thing.
Yeah, that's actually a thing that could happen. I didn't know that was legal, but
Because-
I guess it is possible.
Oh yeah, it's legal. we've had all sorts of fun.
Okay, yeah, that actually
that
makes sense.
before.
Yeah, so that's definitely a weird one, but all right.
Just the fact that they have this graphic prepared and everything makes me believe that it's not just a swap bug. So here we go,
Guess
going
so.
into the game, and Umpty is playing Seraphine mid.
Okay.
And,
yep, there it is.
you know, you prepared Wolf for Chieftain and his mid lane off rolling. Do you perhaps have any information?
No, I do
on
not.
Umpty's mid lane off rolling?
I do not have any.
And if he's played any Seraphine in recent times.
I mean, I think everybody's played a little bit of Seraphine mid, and dabbled with it. She's one of those champions that when she was released, everyone was saying she was, like in Korea, a lot of people were saying she was very weak, but then people were saying very shortly afterwards she was very strong and very OP. And then she was banned in solo queue in like all of my games around her release, and you know, I imagine the top level was probably banned even more. And it's a champion you talked about earlier. It's not that difficult to play at the, you know, even at the highest level. You know, it's very simple. It's very basic. You know, you shoot your skill shots out. They're very forgiving, and you know, they go through minions, like the E goes through minions, so it's very easy to hit that and harass while also clearing. And she's very powerful in late game engages, you know, defensively, especially against something like the Divey Renekton Pantheon. So I like it for how it's going to function in this comp, and I don't think it really matters whether Chieftain or Umpty, either of these jungle players are playing it, because it is one of those fairly easy to execute champions. And it's also so new that like no one's really amazing at it yet. So we'll see.
Yeah. It's also a champion that can basically make the waves disappear into thin air. So if you're hoping to not fight up against Faker in the lane too much, you can just press a couple of buttons and bye-bye wave, essentially.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think Elim is going to be the most critical player for T1 in this you know, early to mid game, at making sure that these lanes, the mid lane especially, you know, he can capitalize on the fact that Seraphine will probably keep that pressure and will kind of keep that lane pushed. It's kind of like he did on the Talia just previously, when we saw the same thing out of Chieftain when he was shoving into Faker super hard. You can see it in the minimap right now. Like, it's literally happening, because this is just how this goes. So when he hits 6, I think he's going to make a really big impact in this game, and that's when T1 can really start to get a nice lead.
There's a lot of action down in the bottom side, you'll notice. Gumayusi and Kari are really trying their best to put on the pressure once again. This was one of the big reasons why they dominated last game, was because Karia and Guma were just able to put on some insane pressure and get multiple kills down on the bottom side. So they're looking to recreate that. It's definitely a different matchup, of course. I feel like the Xayah versus Kai'Sa one is... I feel like it's a little bit more skilled. You know, they have kind of similar auto attack ranges, and Kai'Sa's got to dodge the feathers. There's a lot of harass that comes out from the Kai'Sa early on, like in levels 1 through 4. That can be pretty annoying. But you'll notice that Guma has already taken a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So Henna and Delight are having a bit more fun this time around.
A little bit of extra sustain in this lane for them, and you know, if you trade up early like they were, and then you end up getting, you know, when they come back to push the lane on their end, you know, you're at half health, because Nollis isn't going to offer you anything in that regard. So Keria, I think, is also going to be wanting this lane to be pushed as much as possible so he can roam to the mid lane, because he and Elim together can make a lot of plays onto Umpty when, you know, when he is being aggressive, when he is shoving this lane, especially again post 6. Faker's holding his own up here pretty well. The limiting resource of the Seraphine is the mana bar, as Atlas and I were talking about the other day when we did see a few Seraphine mid games. And when that runs out, you know, that's usually the back timing. Go ahead and grab a tier, head right back to lane.
Yep, absolutely. Start stacking it up just so you can actually play your character.
Oh, don't miss that one. Okay. So easy to not miss it, though.
Yeah, even has, you know, little sparkles that come out
Yeah.
extra on your auto attack, makes things even easier. It's a fun champion. It's pretty intuitive, right? And now we have this engage down on the bottom side. Delight is going to eat a bunch of damage, but so will Keria. Ignites will be traded from the 2 supports, as well as the heal on Henna and the flash on Gumayusi. So
Yeah, big trades.
yeah, nice little win for Bro.
So yeah, it's really nice that the flash is gone for Gumayusi, because that can mean that he just ends up getting caught by the Alistar and dying. That's something you really want to have in that lane matchup. You know, on the other hand, you know, Delight is still got his, so he even has the ability to flash in. So many ways that lane becomes a lot scarier for T1, which they've been trying to really force the issue in the bottom side of the map to get that lead, to get that pushing power, and it just has backfired. And this is the Xayah versus Kai'Sa matchup that, you know, is considered a counter pick for a reason. It's very safe, and it's working out so far here for Fredit BRION. Hasn't gotten them a lead, but it has made this lane way more stable. As you can see, Keria is already looking for that roam with LM that I was talking about.
Yeah, Seraphine, you know, she has her W and some decent disengage, but if you can get on top of her and just blow her up, it's pretty ridiculous how squishy she can be. A lot of tools to try to avoid that, as I mentioned. You know, if you get a couple of guys in there with a lot of CC, you could make it happen. We do have LM down on the bottom side, speaking of which, but Chieftain is here as well. As the engage will come in, Delight may have to flash this one, and, well, okay. He's just going to get blown up and deleted. There you go. First Blood decides not to flash, thought he could survive the Pantheon engage, but he was wrong.
I think there's a misjudgment here for Fredit BRION as well. So, all in by Faker.
Oh boy. Well,
He gets charmed,
takes
though.
a lot of damage himself. He's going to get ulted by Umpty. He does have QW. He's going to be keeping Umpty at a distance, and that's going to be enough. As after that ultimate is used, there wasn't much else for him to do to Faker.
You need your second proc to really do the extra damage, and he just couldn't. He was on a really long cooldown. Like in those trades, your W has a really long cooldown, so when you use that one, you're like, oh, I really want to get, I really got to hit that third skill. So this is a misjudgment by Fredit BRION, because like, okay, Chieftain's here, so we should be fine even if Ellen's going to rotate over. But they didn't have vision, and the Pantheon can just hard engage, whereas Graves cannot. Like, Chieftain gets one auto off in this case. Like, he can't do anything else, unfortunately. As this is going to be one of those situations where you see, okay, he's got his double here, uses it on the Q to get the extra damage, then charms, and he's so desperately trying to proc a third one, that's why he's running away. But the cooldown on the W, he's probably still got like 10 seconds on that, and he just can't get it.
Yeah. Note that Faker is pretty much running at him the entire time, outside of the moments where he was trying to dodge abilities, because he knew that, okay, Seraphine's out of cooldowns, I can engage here, I can still run at him even though I'm really low. Even lower than the Seraphine, because I'm Orianna. I'm going to be able to maneuver my ball around a lot sooner than Umti can do the damage to me. So, nice work from Faker. Again, the bottom side, you got to note that Pantheon can in fact flash and engage on you, so mistake there. And T1 will once again get a nice lead in this game. It's not as crazy as game number 1, but still a very comfortable beginning start here for T1.
Yeah, and this bottom lane was where it felt like Fredit BRION might have had their anchor hold on the game. They had like maybe a firm grasp here where things were stable, Keria couldn't roam, but that is changing very quickly. Yes, they will be able to keep this lane push. Chieftain is here as well. They're going to actually control some vision. Oh, we might see potentially a Drake play here because they know as well that LM's on the top side of the map. I think he was spotted by a ward, that control ward you see on the left side of the map. I think he actually walked into that. But either way, they're going to group up for this Mountain Drake play. They have lane prio on the bottom side of the map. They could do this. They don't have it in mid, but it's a pretty easy rotation down for the Seraphine, so just going to be traded objectives. It's a good start here for Fredit BRION in that regard.
Yeah, at least they don't lose both.
Yeah.
That's certainly
An upgrade from last game.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, already we can see a couple of these lanes are beginning to get a bit out of hand. Like the top lane, nice lead for the Renekton, as you would expect from the early game. And also the mid lane has immediately gone Faker's way after that.
Oh.
It's okay. Well, a nice try, but Faker just walks away with his flash still in hand.
I mean, I think, you know, Umpty clearly shows an understanding of this champion, but not a mastery of it. Whereas Faker seems to clearly know the matchup. And obviously because Faker, even though he hasn't played it yet, he has played a million more games of solo queue than Umpty has. And he's faced Seraphine so many times in said mid lane. He knows how to deal with this pretty well. In this case, it was more of a whiff than a dodge by Faker, but Faker's understanding of that last exchange, like you were talking about, knowing that even when he's low on health, he can just continue to push forward. He knows the cooldowns. It's just it's a mismatch. And again, you know, if it was Lava playing this, it would probably look a little bit different, right? But unfortunately, that's just not the case today. And you and I have cast many games, even together across our careers, where sometimes these unfortunate things happen, injuries happen, health issues come up, people get sick, and sometimes you don't get to play the perfect game you want. At least this is a tough matchup for Fredit BRION against T1 that even with all their players, it's still going to be hard to win. It's not like they're up against Live Sandbox and it's like, oh, this is a must-win for us, and actually we don't have all of our players. Trying to put a positive spin on it here for Fredit BRION, but that's just a whiff for Umpty in the mid lane.
A nice try. Didn't actually pan out. And now we have Pantheon down on the bottom side. He did walk over... Oh, no, he didn't, actually. That was T1 vision. So they don't know that he is exactly here. And you can see that they're still playing it relatively respectfully. They're not moving too far up the lane. They know this possibility is here. LM does have Grand Skyfall if he just wanted to really force the issue, but as you mentioned, the Xayah and her Featherstorm, and even an Alistar and his bit of disengage is pretty nice. They wait enough time, and they think they're safe. They've got Chieftain nearby. They have the teleport coming in. The engage goes down onto Keria, and they will, in fact, pick up this kill. So finally, Fredit BRION getting something going down on the bottom side.
Yeah, really unfortunate the kill went to Delight, but, you know, it's still a really nice exchange for them. Unfortunately, Faker is still going to get some pressure done here in the mid lane, and the top side of the map is also going very badly for them. But hey, you know, it's a start, right? The Xayah will scale very well later on in the game. So will the Kai'Sa, but you know, that's one of your strong points here, especially with the Graves. Like the Graves and the Xayah together are some of the things that, you know, the extra range damage on those extended fights we'll have later on that is really important. As Zeus is actually just proxying at this point, not scared of anything.
Yeah. He has Dominus. He's like, okay, well, if you really want a hard engage, I'm ready to throw down. But Hoya knows his current place in the lane. He's down 30 CS and won't have much luck up there. So Zeus has been doing a nice job, kind of quietly up in the top side, dominating. He does pick up the Gore Drinker. We're still on 11.2. So
yeah, I mean,
still a nice item. It's good on 11.3 as well, but absolutely very, very nice.
Yeah, much less good, but, you know, it's still viable. So, Keria looking for the dredge line here with LM. They hard commit. That's some trust right there. Perhaps misplaced from LM, but the trust was real. They're not done with this yet, though. They're like, well, if I'm going to commit my Grand Starfall, then we're actually going to make something happen here. As Faker's gotten 4 plates, and they're just using this extra pressure to grab one more down here in the bottom lane.
I feel like they could have, but actually they won't. And Faker's just going to straight up take this entire turret in the mid lane. So he gets everything, even the extra plate, and he's going to take that down at 13 minutes in the game. So Faker already in just an insane spot. He's 1-0 with that one kill. He has 142 CS. And just absolute domination once again as Zeus trying to put on the pressure up on the top side. And Hoya looks like he's had enough. He wants to get fighting here. Zeus will have to back out of range first before he does pack the Dominus. And Hoya says, well, okay.
He didn't have to flash, so I still like this trade for Zeus because the wave is still pushing. So he just procs Domination, gets the extra turret plate, knows that he can actually trade, you know, in the brush there outside of the turret, you know, head towards that. Has his double slice and dice, and we're not getting that ability name except his E, his dash. He gets the double dash, and then it's like, okay, well, we can't fight this anymore. We're gonna go back in time a little bit here and watch this exchange as just a focus fire here onto Keria. The feathers connect really nicely. Delight gets the kill there actually before the Graves. As like the Graves ultimate misses the kill there, unfortunately. So it's really sad that that goes to Delight, because definitely Chieftain would love to have that extra gold.
And now we're rolling up here on this Infernal Drake. They're just going to start it, and they're on Vision. So You would imagine that T1 absolutely do not want to let this go, as teleports will come in and the front line is just going to get blown up. Chieftain way too far forward. Keria soaks a lot of the damage, as does LM, but nobody's dying on the side of T1 somehow, some way.
So good.
Look at these incredibly low health bars. It just doesn't matter. All 5 members of T1 will survive. They're going to take the Infernal Drake, and now a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes.
Keria's dredge line there to peel is so beautifully played. T1 actually understanding how much LM can actually take in this fight, because he's the one who actually really has to turn this around. Because as it starts off, you see the double teleports coming through, and tons of damage on the Chieftain, right? He goes down instantly, but then the charm is pretty good. And look at look at LM's health. He's super low, and Keria actually peels for him. He throws the spear in, and the bottom side of this fight is obviously going to go T1's way. They're so far ahead, and it's all it takes, man. It was really greedy to look for that Drake play. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but Chieftain.
Oh boy. I think he is just dead. Yeah, there it is. Shockwave comes in, and Faker picks up a 4th kill in game number 2. And yeah, they're just kind of running over bro at this point in time. Running through their jungles. And I absolutely agree. You can't just run at the Infernal Drake and expect to win it in that scenario.
Yeah, you just really can't.
Expect T1 to not respond or something. Like, I think that was just not the right play there. And now a teleport in the top side. They're looking to extend that lead as much as possible by taking down some more turrets.
Yep. I mean, the bottom side of the map, a little bit of extra value for Henna, minutely. He knows that, you know, without vision, they actually don't know where Keria is. They don't know where LM is, so he can't push it further. Once we see this rotation through, he decides not to back, and he's staying bottom. That's all they're getting right now in this trade. T1 are very happy with this exchange. Ooh, nice cask, though.
That was pretty good, but no follow-up. Like, zero.
Henna's on the
Nobody's
bottom
getting
lane.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, they're going to break the inhibitor already. It's very, very early on. And so they decide they're not going to take down the inhibitor just yet. They don't want to give that free gold over to Fredit BRION with the super minions. And, you know, I feel like they probably could have just taken it down, but they don't want to take any risk in this set.
I mean, T1...
He's kind of had a free game so far.
T1 as an org just doesn't want to take any risks, I think, at this stage. Don't want to, you know, especially with the curse, what were they, 1 and 6, I think it was, in game 2s. You know, in this game 2, maybe just cross your T's, dot your I's. As I said with Max yesterday, you know, dot your J's. It was 2 days ago, but yeah. I mean, look, you're ahead. There's no reason to force a fight on this inhibitor. They knew that Henna was on the bot side of the map when they pushed the issue on the inhibitor turret, but they saw he backed, so back off. Cask was down, but really just want to play this one safe, play around objectives. There's no objectives up at the moment, so just kind of step back into lane, keep pushing the issue, get deep vision on the blue side of the map. And that's what they're doing here is, you know, it's a very controlled game here from T1. They're 10,000 gold up. As long as they don't make any big mistakes or overextend, you know, losing a fight on that inhibitor potentially is one way Fredit BRION come back. Especially because they have, you know, this Encore ability, which is so good at defensive engages.
No mistakes, only cleanliness from T1. I don't mind it.
It's not as fun to watch, you know, but it is
Yeah.
it is what's gonna get them a 2-0, you know, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it does mean that we're going to kind of have one of these extremely one-sided series again. Second series of the night is going to be pretty nice.
Fingers crossed.
The KT versus Afreeca one. You would expect that to be a pretty fun and potentially will even go to a game 3. We haven't had those since Thursday, but you never know. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes, because this one, as we mentioned, is you know, kind of looks like I'm watching a replay from solo queue, right?
Yeah.
Where one team is kind of just bopping the other team on the head.
I mean, it's...
Mid laner's ahead, the top laner's ahead, bottom lane won. It's like, okay, well...
It's a very patient version of solo queue. I feel like if this was solo queue, T1 would have face planted in at that inhibitor fight and probably would have messed up the engage because they're not a pro team, and would have, like, thrown, and then we'd be looking at, like, a 40-minute game where Fredit BRION claw it back, and everyone's yelling at the jungler in chat for some reason. But yeah,
lots of pings everywhere.
Lots of pings, lots of question mark pings in particular. But T1 are just running down the clock, basically, on these objectives by taking every lane, pushing carefully. Zeus proccing his, destruction on the turret, demolition on the turret. I call it destruction. In the mid lane and just getting all the waves and soaking up the experience. Look at all the wards. There's a ward. There's a line of wards from top to bottom in the jungle, so there's no mystery about the movements of Fredit BRION. So they have everything lined up perfectly for this Drake fight. If Fredit BRION contest the Drake fight and fail, then T1 get both. If they don't contest the Drake, then T1 probably get both. So it's like, okay, if T1 just plays like this, how can they lose? Which is very much like, SKT of old LCK, very slow, very careful. A lot of people will say it's very resonant sleeper, but hey, if it's going to get T1 a 2-0, get the fans off their back this week to close it out, I think T1 will take it.
Yeah, they looking at a 2-0 and also 4-4. Definitely a rough start with their hard schedule and, some bumps along the road, obviously, for T1. But if they could at least even it up at around the halfway mark, right before the end of the first round robin, you're going to be feeling decent. You're not going to be feeling amazing, but certainly you expect a lot out of a roster like this. So
yeah,
having them at least at a 50% series win rate would be nice. And that's exactly what we're looking at here.
Oh no. Killer Instinct.
I swear I had this happen earlier today to me. The Kaiser's just so far ahead, she hits the W. It's like, okay, I guess I'm dead.
It's very scary.
Combos you.
Well,
it's pretty strong.
Yeah, I think there might be some people wondering why T1, or rather why Fredit BRION did not try to trade the Drake for the Baron. And I mentioned earlier the line of wards are across the map. So they couldn't have made that happen without T1 knowing. It would have been too greedy. This is the only fight they could really take. This is the fight that, we've all been waiting for as the time ticked down. And this really just has to be a perfect charm engage. And they're going to have a cast maybe to start it off. So difficult to pull this off. Umpty's caught. Oh, no.
Great angle here from Keria. Easily able to shut that one down. And now you don't have anything from the Seraphine. You have no follow-up. Great follow-up engage from Delight, but a little bit too little, too late, as Faker will run down a couple of guys on the side of Fredit BRION. And so 3 kills in favor of T1, and now it looks like they might go for that Baron.
Yeah, and it's like leaving your wallet at home, the one way you get what you want. You got your money in your pocket, you walk up, you're like, okay, we're gonna have this perfect exchange, we're gonna have this really awesome charm, this is maybe the way we fight this back, and then boom, first person gets caught, first person is dead, doesn't get to get the charm he wants, it's empty. Target selection is perfect for T1. And I mean, you don't win that fight without that ultimate. That's why you drafted it. That's why that's what you're playing around in these later game fights, these objectives. And unfortunately, just instantly caught. Like, watch this again. This is from the vision perspective that we have from outside. They didn't have vision of where Keria was, and he just gets a perfect dredge line in, and it's like that's it. It's over. There's nothing else after that. None of this even matters.
Yeah, certainly felt that way. The charm was just the saddest thing in the world. I mean, even that flash feather drawback maneuver from Henna was not landed. And so, nothing really going right. Empty's charm just sailing through one member and not hitting anybody else. I feel like T1 did spread pretty nicely for that. If you're in a game like this, you kind of, what can you do but try to practice against some of the newer champions that are in, some of those newer mechanics that you might not be as used to.
Yeah.
We've heard some pro players talking about how they feel like part of the reason why Rel and Seraphine are very strong is because teams still are getting used to the way that they engage and their kits and stuff like that. So
yeah,
cool to see.
I think that the setup was good there, the split was good, the focus was good, and T1 just seemed much more prepared against the Seraphine than Umpty has mastery of it. And they didn't have vision. It's hard to put too much blame on Fredit BRION here because this game has just been so difficult the entire time. They've had no vision control. All these waves have been pushed. Like, T1 are playing the safest game. They're the tortoise in the tortoise in the hare, and slow and steady is going to win this race. Although it's like the fastest tortoise I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's quite nice, actually. Just riding on the back of this Tortoise. Getting in there. Helps when they have the Baron buff. Makes the Tortoise run faster as well. Bro are going to give it one last go. They're going to defend it here at the inhibitor turret, or at least attempt to. As here comes Grand Skyfall right into your back line. As he would love to get that execute onto Umpty. It is not going to land. Elim is even emoting him. No chill from this jungler. As T1, it looks like now they've had enough time, enough to safety, and they will look to end this game.
Yep, just going to be an easy cleanup here on these objectives. And you need to push this minion wave a little bit further forward. This Faker wants more. Umpty going to get out of that one, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Wow.
Oh man, they're actually going to kill him.
Yikes.
Okay. Well, there you go. 25.5 minutes. And that will be the end of that series. Not much else to say. Just utter domination from T1 here up against Fredit BRION. 2 games that were just around 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And really no hope there for Fredit BRION.
This is not the game that fans wanted to watch this week. This is not the game that we thought maybe Fredit BRION with good synergy. Maybe they can outplay T1. Maybe they bring us to a 3rd game. Like, there's hope, right? There was the hope of maybe an upset or maybe a more interesting series. But then, you know, we got the news, you know, earlier this afternoon. Lava can't play today. It's Chieftain in the mid lane. It was Umpty then in the 2nd game in the mid lane. Didn't get to play the game they wanted. So for Fredit BRION, this is a really frustrating day of games. Like, you could see the look on the players' faces when it ended. Headsets tossed off instantly. This is not the day you wanted. This is not the day you prepped for, but it's the day you got. And on the other side, T1, you know, we saw an interview with Fomos where a lot of the players, Faker in particular, are saying he doesn't agree with some of the coaching decisions that are happening. The team atmosphere is looking really bad right now. He's even honest about it. Faker's usually not honest about these types of things, right? But he's actually going out there and saying, like, on the record, we are not happy right now. There are issues in our team, and things are looking really bad. I think this is a 2-0 that you expected. Okay, this might be a rough one against Fredit BRION. They won against KT. This is going to be harder than we thought, maybe. For T1, I think you're sighing a breath of relief here. Like, not only did we 2-0, but we crushed it. It's the kind of 2-0 that gets you your confidence levels back up to where they should be. This is the kind of series for T1 where you're like, okay, this went exactly as it should. If we're the team that we are supposed to be, if this is the team that we aspire to be, the best team with this insane roster, the expectations the fans have, we lived up to everything today. And yeah, there's the asterisk of the Umpty and Chieftain mid lane situation. But we crushed it. Like, we did not look weak. We didn't make any mistakes. We played perfect games of League of Legends. And I think T1 can walk away from this week of matches happy that it ended this way. I've got a whole week off now for Lunar New Year to prepare for the next week of matches on a new patch. And I think this is like as the best ending possible for T1 this week, where no one can really be upset with them. There was no issues whatsoever today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when we first looked at the schedule and we saw this match, we just assumed that it would be, oh, okay, T1 should easily take that one. But, you know, a lot of the other circumstances that did surround the build-up into this series, what with T1's struggles, and of course Fredit BRION and Lava, but more so T1's struggles. We weren't 100% sure, but it's good to kind of build confidence once again, as you mentioned. So, some cool stuff happened in this. You know, we got to see Seraphine in the mid lane once again. Faker just kind of making it obvious that, well, I'm the mid lane player, you're not.
Yeah.
Umpty giving him a lot of thumbs up in this series, so being a good sport of it at least.
So close to getting the kill. Like, it was actually timed basically perfectly. It's so unfortunate that kill did not go to him. We don't know how much it would have changed this game, as this is when Fredit BRION decided they were going to take the Infernal Drake, despite not having vision control or positional advantage, and still had a decent fight, but T1 just handled this so perfectly, Keria in particular, with a really nice dredge line there, so that they couldn't even trade back another kill. As things just start going from bad to worse here, as Umpty is caught when he's trying to set up for his encore engage, and, I mean, T1 just pushed down, Zeus, has the Sterix, so he is just basically unkillable at this stage, and they just always push down the lanes carefully, never overextended, never made any mistakes. They gave no chances for Fredit BRION to come back.
They did not. We'll listen in to what they say here at the end, if they have anything interesting from this series.
Actually, Camus is like, Wait, this inhibitor's still up. We gotta kill the inhibitor.
We've all been there. Diving the fountain, the inhibitor's still alive. They took a ridiculous amount of damage from the turrets, by the way.
The minions weren't on them, so it's like they just have that extra tenacity to end up falling. And they get the kill on Umpty.
Faker's got this cheeky grin after he misses the shockwave. But they get the kill in the end. And that was it. Headsets off. They take their big win. And, well, the most action in this game actually happened in the top side. You'll note the difference between the Orianna and the Seraphine. Props to Faker for asserting his dominance, perhaps we can say, as the ruler of the mid lane.
Yeah, and
yeah, there you have it.
You know, later on outside of lane, like the Orianna is going to have so much more value in a game like this where you're ahead. Incredible props to Zeus for really maximizing the power of Renekton. Like into a Gragas, you usually get a small lead, and the Gragas can kind of bring it back if there's a lot of attention in the top lane. But because he didn't get any attention, he was pushing, he was proxying waves, he was proccing his why can't I never get the name right? The Demolish. He was proccing the Demolish on the turret every single time it was up. He had a fantastic game in the top lane as well, in an isolated vacuum up there where just simply there was no extra pressure on him. And, you know, T1 looking very solid in a game where opponents didn't have a mid laner. I said this is going to feel great for you heading into a break like this, but at the same time, we can't look at this win and say, wow, T1 is back to form. This is it. This is the roster. Don't read too much into that.
No, although, you know, I do like this.
I do too.
Based on their last performance as well. But guys, we do have the analysis desk ready to go, as well as the interview. So I'm going to hand it over to G-Sun for the translation.
T1 locked down a very solid victory with this performance, and they were able to leap on to the 5th place with this 4th victory of the split. And this time around, Umpty was the one playing the mid lane with this Seraphine. Other teams as well, when this kind of thing happened, we saw a lot of players kind of role swapping in this kind of accidents, and Seraphine was a good pick to kind of deal with this situation. But because he is a jungle main, he doesn't have the same amount of understanding of the mid lane. But outside of that, Faker was able to actually do a fantastic work on this Orianna during the lane. And Azir was open, so I thought Azir was actually would come up, but I guess T1's reaction into the Seraphine pick was Orianna. So there were some moments where, well, Faker was really good at going for some trades during the laning phase, and also Seraphine is actually really weak into the opponent's initiation. So T1, actually Pantheon Nautilus was a great pick to counter the Seraphine in the mid lane. I guess T1 had an edge over Fredit BRION in this pick and ban, but let's take a look at the game highlight. This time around, once again, Elim was the one that got the snowball go off. The Pantheon invades the enemy jungle and spotted Graves. So because he had this information, he actually go down to the bottom lane and camps there because Kai'Sa didn't have her flash up, so he wanted to protect his AD carry for sure. So it was a bit of a too obvious gank attempt coming out from both teams, but Xayah actually used her Q and E prior to that gank, so Nautilus landed its hook on Alistar, and that was connected to a very easy and clean kill. And Keria was able to land that hook in between the small minions, so that was also really a great play, a mechanical play coming out from Keria. And let's take a look at the second highlight where Fredit BRION wanted to open fight around this Drake. Just like the Korean commentator mentioned, they could have just hanged on a little bit and waited until their items to come online. Maybe there was a chance for them to turn the game around. So right here, the light went in for pulverize, but Kyria reacted really well with his flash, and then everything went white, and T1 was able to pick up a very easy but solid victory in that team fight. T kind of played like a jungler in the team fight as well. T1 was down to below 50% in game number 2, but thanks to this game number 2, they were able to lift up the curse of game number 2. So let's take a look how. It was Faker on the mid lane, lifting up that curse. He had a very strong lane, and he was able to get a solo kill as well. I was expecting Orianna to come online in game number 1 as well, and I was looking forward to some of them solo kill coming out from this player, but Faker's choice was set in game number 1, but he came back to his iconic pick, Orianna, for game 2. This is what I was expecting from Faker, dominating the lane. A player who has been dominating this lane for a history is teaching a lesson to a newcomer who just recently role swapped for this one particular series, and it was really fun to see him exerting all the dominance in game 2. So let's invite Kyria Faker once again for their POG interview. Hello, congratulations. Congratulations, T1. You guys are now on the 5th place, and this is your first winning streak of the Spring Split. How are you feeling? I think we had a very clean victory in both games, so I think I'm pretty satisfied with our performance. And Faker, congratulations on winning your 400th game in the LCK. How are you feeling about that? I was below 2/3 of the win rate, but I'm happy that I was able to make it higher than 2/3 with that victory. I'm pretty much satisfied with our performance as well. And Faker, you were facing up against the junglers on the mid lane. Did T1 pay a lot of attention to that situation? What was the focal point of the mid picks? Because they had rookie mid laners on their team, so we didn't have enough data to analyze. But I wanted to kind of deal with the situation based on my basic kind of fundamental knowledge. And also, even though they did not have enough time to prepare, I think they showed up really strong in this kind of situation. Moving on to game number 1. You guys were dominating the lane with AFㅣLCK Thresh comp. But in 11.2 patch, actually AFㅣLCK is way ahead of Kai'Sa in terms of match history. It's like 4-0. So can you tell us about this matchup specifically? I think AFㅣLCK, as long as he has his lane push priority, I think he can exert his dominance from the beginning till the end of the game, but we are confident in both picks. I also have a question over to Kyria. Well, actually, back in the days, Thresh actually maxed E for about 3 points, but these days, a lot of support players are now maxing the Lantern. Why is that? These days, Thresh does not take the position that front. They actually stay behind in order to save their lane partner. So I think maxing Lantern is really good. I have a question over to Faker about game number 1. We actually kind of wanted you to play some traditional AP or mage champion dominating the lane, but you actually went to set in game 1. Why was that? We had a lot of squishy members on our side. I wanted to be the solid front line and tank the damage. In game number 2, Keria, you played Nautilus for the first time for the split. But I also pointed out that during the analyst desk, Nautilus is a really good counter into Brio's comp. So can you tell us about that pick, especially? It's a Seraphine locked in, so we knew that that's going to be mid or support swap. So because we were on the red side, I wanted to wait until R5 pick. So I wanted to go with something really strong and like crush the lane. But as the draft went by and we were down onto the R5, I realized that we needed some initiation tool. And Faker, you said T1 is haunted or jinxed by a ghost for game number 2, but finally you guys were able to have a very clean win for game 2. Do you think the curse is lifted? That doesn't really happen easily, you know. The ghost is always trying to make it spooky, so I will keep behaving nice. In addition to that, I heard Kumayushi is having his birthday today. Any birthday wishes over to your AD carry? Happy birthday, Kumayushi. And don't make any issues no more. And I hope you can become a great player. Because Faker never had a bad issue, you know. So very nice advice coming out from this veteran player and Keria. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Do not make any more troubles. That was the word from Faker over to Kumayushi. And your final opponent for round 1 will be DRX after a long holiday. How are we gonna prepare for that? Especially Keria, you'll be facing up against your former teammates AFㅅLCK. If we lose that series, I think those two players will just bully me so bad. So I will do my best to win that game, and I would like to pick on them. And Faker? We lost 4 matches already, which means we should not lose anymore. So we will make sure to win that upcoming match, and we will prepare hard for the second round robin. So this will be the end of the interview with Keria Faker on the side of T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk and the interview, of course. Happy birthday to Kumayushi. And we do have the standings ready to go. Up on your screen, you can see that T1 have moved into 5th place with this victory. They have moved onto the west side of the bracket, whereas Fredit BRION will continue to sit down there towards the bottom in 9th place.
Afreeca are able to beat KT Rolster with a 2-0 score. They will, you know, move up ahead of T1, otherwise they will tie. So we could see these standings change. The KT Rolster win with a 2-0 would mean they tie with T1 at the +1 score. So that could change. They might not be sitting on the west side after that second match, but for a little bit, they're going to stick it in. Good job, T1, tonight. I appreciate the clean 2-0.
Yeah, you know, regardless of the circumstances, they got the job done, so that's good to see. Guys, we are going to have a bit of a half-hour break, and when we do come back, we do have that matchup that should be a bit more competitive. Hopefully, we're hoping for it. KT up against Afreeca, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that second matchup.
I'm going to take a...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pog Moment. This is a new segment where the Valdanalist will take you through the best things that have happened in the LCK for the 2 weeks prior to this episode of the Pog State. Valdez, my friend, welcome back to the Pog State. You're on a few episodes last year. Are you looking forward to being a more regular member this time around?
Yeah, for sure. I like our new format. I like the new shows we got going. And this is going to be fun. This is something I always wanted to do in the past. And, you know, kind of deeply highlight some of the more interesting moments of the LCK games that we did have. So this is the perfect place, right? Here on the
Heck
Pog
yeah.
State.
Absolutely. And look, we don't have an analyst desk at this point in time, right? So, you know, on the Korean broadcast, they get all of this time to do all their breaking down of the cool plays. And you get, like, what, 5 minutes on a Friday whenever you get to be the Valdanalist in order to actually, you know, get in there and break down some sort of replay that happens. It's not enough time to get the Valdanalist's true views. So you've got a few clips prepared for us from some of our previous matches. Yeah. I know there's a lot of hype about Chovy, but it's not going to be all about him. And there have been some like really huge plays that have occurred here in the LCK. So what's our first one?
There have. First one, okay, so you were talking about Chovy, but we're not going to get to Chovy yet. Chovy will be a little bit later. Chovy up against Genji, of course. And our first play, though, is going to be from Fredit BRION versus Damwon Kia, game number 2 at 32 minutes and 42 seconds. So we have a clip here. And let's just go through the clip first. This is at the end of game 2, and we just have this immaculate team fight from Fredit BRION. And if you are watching this game and you flip the team names, you would believe, you know, this looks like Damwon just crushing Fredit BRION easily, right? But we were playing on opposite day when we watched these two play the last time around, and Fredit BRION did take the 2-0. And the team fight was just such a Pog moment for more than just the mechanics of it, you know. It was an incredible team fight, right? It's the Ornhorn into the perfect flank from Delight, Hoya, and Delight coming together for one of the best engages we've seen yet in 2021. But it's also such a big Pog moment because they're doing it to Damwon Kia, the team that we were saying was one of the best teams, if not the best team, in the LCK for 2021. And they made it look so clean, and you know, the meaning behind it as well. The fact that they are just coming in here and making this day opposite day and proving that in 2021 LCK, pretty much any team can beat any team, right? Bro was on the bottom, Damwon was on the top, and then this happened, you know? So really shaking things up, and that made it such a huge Pog moment for me.
And I also, I love, like, you talk about, you know, why this shouldn't have happened, right? And it's because it's Fredit BRION versus Damwon. You can look at these drafts and be like, oh, that's a little bit dicey. I'm not sure what Damwon was thinking there. But if you have a look at the mechanics, which is what you were alluding to before, like that flank from Delight was absolutely amazing. But that comes into setup, right? That comes into what the team was doing. The timing on the Ornhorn, the quadra knock-up into quadra pulverize immediately afterwards. Like, this is just really, really high-level League of Legends, and it's coming out of the team that should be in 10th place. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's what we thought. And actually, I think at the point of this filming, they are actually in 10th place, even though they did win this game. They have one win, and it's against Damwon Kia, and it's a 2-0. So, you know. You mentioned the drafting, right? Like the Kales in this game, and you're thinking, okay, you know, Kale's level 17. Twitch chat is, you know, they've got the Monka S's out. They're pointing at the clock. They're saying, you know, now is Kale time. And Fredit BRION are like, no, we, you know, none of the narratives, none of the drafting, none of that matters. We're just gonna win. They came out in that day with just such a fierce determination to win that, you know, I think that's really one of the main reasons why they were able to just come out here. They were playing with such freedom, it felt like, you know, a lot of less pressure because I guess they were going up against Damwon Kia, and their coaches probably told them, you know, just play your game, play how we know that you can play, and it just proves that all the teams in the LCK have fantastic players. And props to Fredit BRION for actually pulling this off and making such a big Pog moment.
It was just amazing, and it just shows that when you got nothing to lose, you're going to be extraordinarily dangerous. All right, what do you got for our second clip, Valdez?
Well, for the second clip, it is it's what you were waiting for. I know you were highlighting Chovy before. You didn't want to seem biased. You didn't want to get too excited, Atlas.
Not
but
biased,
we do.
I'm just real, you know.
We all subscribe to the Church of Chovy now, don't we? It's
Yes,
kind
we
of
do.
inevitable after what Chovy was able to pull off against Gen G, basically by himself. So the clip that we're going to have is Game 3 of Gen G versus Life Esports, and it's 26 minutes and 53 seconds into the clip. The thing about this clip is that this was after Chovy demolished Gen G in Game 2 on Yone, and he got 5 solo kills. He single-handedly solo carried on Yone, and then he picked a Kali mid, and everybody was like, there's no way he could do it 2 times in a row. Gen G, 3-0 at the time of this game. They were undefeated. They looked like the strongest team in the LCK, especially after Fredit BRION defeated Kia. And we were just thinking, okay, Gen G, that was a bit of a fluke. You're going to come back, right? Well, no. Chovy was able to pull off probably the biggest solo carry Pog moments over the course of these 2 games. I had to pick this, one clip from the 2 games, which is incredibly hard for me.
That's tough. Yeah.
I chose this moment where Chovy, he had done incredible macro plays on the Akali. He comes in here and he basically starts a 1v4, gets a little bit of help from Vista, and it's just like Gen G have no way to do anything in this game anymore. It's like they've totally given up. There is no win condition. It's just Chovy sweeping the floor and, putting them in the trash. And, it's not that Gen G are, they're not on that level, right? Chovy just came in here and they stomped one of the best teams in the LCK, and he made it look easy twice in a row. So with this Akali play, he's just showing once again his domination and his confidence in the series with just incredible effective damage onto all 4 members. Rascal just having to kind of run away at the end of that one. And nobody can escape Chovy because you thought he was, hard to get away from on the Yone. He can do the same thing on the Akali, does it here in this game. And, there's a bit of context to this as well, where it's like, okay, in the second game where he carried on Yone, it was a lot of just lane bullying, diving turrets, solo kills, stuff like that. In the Akali game, he had a bit of help from his teammates as well. They were setting up map kills, but he was always in the right place at the right time, and he always capitalized. He never missed any of the kills. And he just scooped up, I think, 4 of them before this team fight. It was 4 or 5. And again, he was in this unbearable situation for Gen G where he was 4-0, 5-0, unbelievably fed. And nobody could control the Akali again. And he did it 2 games in a row. And that's kind of why, I picked this moment, because I think it was the moment that Gen G just lost all hope in the series, and they were like, this is over. Chovy boomed us, he literally 1v9'd us, and there's nothing that we can do about it. So just a massive moment for Chovy, where he's really trying to make a statement here in 2021 that you can ban whatever you want. You can ban Yone and Akali, I don't care. I'm still gonna defeat you on something. And he's just, I think everybody now is just waiting. They've subscribed to the Church of Chovy. They're waiting to watch his next game. So much excitement around this one player, and the fact that he's trying to bring back solo carrying into the LCK.
And solo carrying from the mid lane as well on an assassin is just ridiculous. If you have a look, I want to add to the reverence here just a little bit with just some observation of the drafts, right? You've got so much extra range coming out of Gen G. They've got the Talia that up until this point was undefeated and hasn't been defeated since, right? This is the one loss that Talia has suffered in the LCK. She is just so oppressive. You look over the other side, Life have this weird odd one out Olaf type composition. They have, a bit of a 1-3-1 type style, but it is a little bit more difficult because they're so short range, right? How are you ever supposed to siege a turret or anything like that? Having this mega carry performance out of Chovy was basically the win condition for this composition, right?
True.
Like it was like that's how this comp is like going to be ran at the end, because otherwise like the war of attrition should be won by the team that has the extra range, has the extra poke, has the extra ability, you know, to siege and follow up with all their hard CC. That's not the case. Humble Life, they were backed into this Chovy corner, but they felt very, very safe while they were there. And they did, like you say, set up for him, but it was Chovy that pulled the trigger. And this exact moment was him just taking the bull by the horns. He was 2 levels ahead of BDD at this particular time of the play.
Yeah.
Like, they'd built this Akali into the juggernaut that he was, because that's how this composition wins the game.
Yeah, and if I'm Humble Life, like, you know, you always kind of have that Chovy win condition now, but keep in mind that in this game they also had Vayne, right? You know, like,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right about like the win condition and their ability to not siege essentially. But we've seen this a couple of times now from Humble Life, where it's like, you know, you've got Chovy and Deft, and when they first came into 2021, it was like, yeah, they're good players, but they're not like solo carrying. Now it's just like, okay, who's gonna carry tonight? Is it Chovy or is it Deft or is it both? Are they both gonna pop off? And now like Arthur's playing great. We saw in their most recent game. It's like, wow, this team actually could be the next big thing. So tons of excitement around Humble Life Esports right now, and I think they're gaining a lot of fans based on what Chovy and friends have been able to pull off.
I think Arthur's also getting a lot of fans as well. I'm, you know, talking about him playing Olaf in this game, but in games prior, after this, it wasn't really about, you know, the Chovy carry. Like, his Pantheon performance was fantastic. So we're making superstars over at Humble Life and looking forward to seeing what he can do. This is, just to put into context, ladies and gentlemen, the eve of Humble Life versus Damwon Kia. So we'll just have to see what's going to happen in that particular match.
Isn't that tonight?
And, I mean, it's the eve as in this is the recording that we're doing before that recording.
True.
That's what I sort of meant.
True.
Because days are very confusing when it comes to esports. So I was just going to leave that up in the air. We'll discuss that at the end, though. You have one more clip for us.
I do. One more clip. It's going to be the telecom war. This was KT versus T1, of course. And it's game 3. Now, the fact that KT brought it to a game 3 was impressive.
I was surprised just that they were entering the rift in this particular game, yes.
Absolutely. They forced a game 3, and it's about 32 minutes and 20 seconds in. So it's right where this team fight breaks out at the Baron. And T1, they are trying to force a fight here. And this team fight is one where we really need to break down all the mechanics. The other ones had like a lot of backstory, a lot of interesting, you know, tidbits about the players and what they're doing and stuff like that. But this one is really about the mechanics of it all and how KT were just barely able to eke out a win. As you're seeing here, it's a 3-man sleep over the wall, and it's looking like it should just be Kana coming over, sweeping, pressing a Q, and that's going to be the end of the fight, right? But what happens is that everybody's spamming their buttons. Doran's able to knock up the Renekton, they burst him down, and then they're able to come back over the wall with the Samira flashing on in and dashing on in and just cleaning up everybody on the side of T1. But there's a lot of little things, right? Like you see the poke damage that happens to the Vayne on the left side that kind of zones Gumayusi away. He catches a spear, a boulder, and a gold card, so he has to even cleanse roll away from the wild cards that are coming out as well. So it's like, you know, you don't have that Vayne damage, and she's low range. She can't actually attack over this wall. But even so, T1 were so confident that they had the ability to hop over the wall and make the play happen. But Doran pops off with the huge ultimate. Yukao was basically pristine in this game number 3. His stopwatch timings especially were perfect in many different fights, not just this one. And he got so much effective damage in a game that it just didn't seem like KT were supposed to win, but they finally made it happen.
Yeah, just so many little things in this particular engagement. And there was one point that Wolf brought up in the cast as well, which was, if you're T1, you take this fight every time. They have vision of the area. You can see control ward in the brush, control ward over the wall. And the Renekton sees this opportunity to go in on 4 slept targets. Like, this wasn't like a poor decision by T1 in any way. No. This was just 100% outplay, huge kudos to Doran as well. And then a great example of Samira's extension of CC as well, being able to hold up the Renekton for that little bit of extra time in order to guarantee that kill, eliminate the front line, and then Hybrid can pop off. Like, everything about what KT's team comp is capable of had to be used in this moment, and it wasn't a mistake for T1 to take the fight, which is just huge for KT.
Yeah. And it was, you know, we saw the moment where Fredit BRION went absolutely nuts in their team house after they 2-0 down 1 Kia. KT had a moment like that as well after they defeated T1 in this series, and I think it also came down to just how close this one fight was. So there was just so much on the line. This game was on a knife's edge in the most literal sense. So many low health bars on the side of KT. It should have just been the easiest cleanup from T1, but they didn't have all their damage. I mentioned Gumiusi. There was a stun, it looks like, onto the Yone. Closer had already used his ultimate, so he couldn't get over the wall. And it seems like it just wasn't meant to be. KT presses all their buttons in exactly the right way. They get the stuns down onto the front line and denies all the damage, essentially. Like, barely any more damage comes out, just a bit more onto Doran. But that's it. Everybody else stays at the same amount of health. And KT turn the most important team fight. They end up, after this team fight, they push and win. And that was it.
Yeah.
Because of the way that this one went.
Just amazing. And also, like, the trust fall, right? UCal, you saw, went down extraordinarily low. He was going forward like he was at full health the entire team fight.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't actually matter. He was just searching for them gold cards, making sure that he was lining up his wild card damage, which was actually obscene at that point in time. He was very, very strong on the Twisted Fate. But this is the new look KT. This is, you know, the sort of extension from this, right, is that now we've got a team that was middle of the pack. They were 5th place during 2020, almost the entire way through, didn't move up or down almost at all. But now this is a KT that's showing that if you're one of our, you know, expected top teams, you have to watch out. You have to be really careful because Doran and UCal, they're coming for you.
Yeah.
And they're real scary right now. It's just like the closeness of the LCK that you've illustrated with these Pog moments is what's really... I'm not getting excited, of course, because KT was involved in this clip, but I am quite whelmed, very whelmed.
Just a bit whelmed.
Yeah, not overwhelmed because, you know, I can handle it, but I'm well and truly whelmed.
Not too excited by any means. And yeah, you know, we talked about the pieces of Doran and UCal. Those two guys are popping off, but Blank, day by day.
Oh yeah,
showing up. Yeah. We saw him, I think, just yesterday, popping off in the jungle. And Hybrid, you know, if he can kind of get a little bit cleaner, had a bit of a rough series actually in this series, but he eventually was able to turn it on in the last team fight, and I suppose that's all that matters. That you
got to get the W, man.
He got the win in the end, and he got the winning team fight with the help from his friends. So that.
And we also know what he's capable of from last year, right? Like. Yeah. We know that he's not the 10th place on damage type player because he was 1st place on damage on a team that was far worse than this in Solo One Prince last year. That was we did have some very weird and wonderful games. I believe it was like that strange Alawi game where Hybrid and Ixu did about 1 billion damage in one game in like 30 minutes, which was very, very strange. Certainly skewed the stats. But I mean, that doesn't matter. We know that, you know, Hybrid's capable of great things, so I don't think we need to be too worried about that bottom lane. And I think KT are a team that are really starting to pull themselves together.
Yeah, and a massive Pog moment here as they turn the tides and they put T1 down to 1-3 after this loss. And this was one of the games that T1 were supposed to win, you know? Supposed to just be, okay, KT are pretty good, but we're better. And it did raise some questions about where T1 were as a team. And we saw yesterday that, you know, it's not all sunshines and rainbows over there in T1 land right now. Things are pretty messy as they're doing, it feels like a lot of experimentation more than anything else. With their roster, with their drafts, with everything in the spring season. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, the spring season is exactly when you should be doing that. So I don't think anyone should really be worried. But that will have to do us for the Pog moment. Thank you so much, Valdez, for joining us on the Pog State, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time for the next installment. I'm sure that the LCK will be able to provide us with many, many Pog moments. It's going to be very difficult for you to make that decision. But, ladies and gentlemen, go grab yourself a coffee, something like that. Spend some time away from the computer. We do have a very exciting segment coming up if you're on the audio version, or, of course, if you're watching the video as well. If you're watching the audio version, though, make sure you go take some time, maybe watch those clips back, and get a feel for exactly what we were talking about. But coming up next will be the debut of the Pog Lab.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK 2021 Spring for more of tonight's matches. We're getting into the second matchup of the night. Of course, KT Rolster up against the Afreeca Freecs in one best-of-3 to decide who's going to move ahead in the middle stages of the bracket here so far.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, I feel like this one could definitely go either way. I think it's going to be based on performances tonight because I don't look at either of these teams as strong favorites. If I had to favor one, I might actually lean towards Afreeca based on KT Rolster's performance in their match earlier this week against Fredit BRION. But I think that was an anomaly for KT Rolster somewhat. And, you know, we did see also some weird substitutions, which we'll talk about a little bit later on as we have those rosters coming through. But KT Rolster definitely on paper the team that looked stronger at the beginning of the season, but they've been so up and down, right? And it's really hard to gauge their power level, whereas it feels like Afreeca Freecs are really trending up. Every single series they play, they look like a stronger team.
Yeah, you know, for KT, their original story was like, okay, they've got a couple of really strong solo laners. Let's see if they can carry. And then a couple of them faltered from time to time. They lost some abilities to carry in some of their games. Whereas for Afreeca, it was like, well, their early game is absolutely sick as a team.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can kind of build on that. And everybody has stayed pretty consistent, and singular players such as you know, Dread have kind of stepped up in a way and kind of taken the mantle of trying to carry the team as well. So, you know, I feel like their story is a more consistent upward swing as you're talking about. Here are some of the points of the match, though.
Yeah, Doran versus Keen definitely going to be one of the focal points in the top lane for these two teams that are very top lane focused. And KT made a change to their starting lineup for a momentum swing. Can Bonnie and Dove be KT's relief pitchers? I find that to be, you know, an interesting way of looking at it, but especially because I feel like in particular UCal has been carrying pretty hard. I don't mind the blank sub as much as we take a look at some of our team stats, but I'm not as sold on UCal being out. I feel like he's their second strongest player by a large margin, and I think they're missing a lot by not utilizing him. If you take a look at the stats here in terms of first Dragon, a lot of objective control going to Afreeca. Their Dragon percentage has also been much higher. KT Rolster have had a lot of problems controlling objectives in the mid to late game, and that is something that Afreeca are very well versed in. A lot of their games, it's not shown here, but their average game time is one of the highest in the LCK at the moment, so they are very good at taking those objective fights later on, knowing their win conditions, whereas KT are good at fighting in general. They're good at lane. The focus has always been on the top and the mid lane for KT. That's where they were able to also even defeat T1, right, in that telecom war we had a few weeks ago. But as you can see, Bonnie and Dove are starting again tonight. And look, I think Bonnie's a fine jungle player. I think he's, you know, maybe slightly less performing than Blank. But I feel like when you look at Dove versus UCal, to me, there is no comparison. Like, UCal is by far the stronger player. So I'm very much trying to figure out why this continues to happen.
Yeah, you know, of course, if you guys aren't super familiar with Dove, he used to play on Old Sandbox, and he was always pretty consistent. You know, he's named after Azir. Dove, also a bird.
Yeah.
And so, you know, obviously a lot of Azir play back when Azir was very popular. But his champion pool never seemed very deep, and he also was never really the type of guy to pop off in a big way. I feel like maybe what they're looking for is a little bit more consistency, and maybe that's why they use him here. But I would also agree with you that I think UCal right now is the better player. So we'll have to wait and see. You know, we haven't seen too much from Dove, so I'm hesitant to kind of call it already. You know,
yeah.
Like I want to see more games because, of course, they get to see them all the time over and over in scrims a lot more than we do. So it'll be interesting to see if their choice tonight works out.
Well, if you look at the head-to-head here, Doran having the 8-2 record here against Keen in the LCK, so having a pretty big advantage here. He's also looked to be the stronger player this season, but Keen has definitely stepped up. I mean, he was very, very inconsistent and arguably very weak in Kespa Cup. And then the first few weeks of play for Afreeca, not the greatest for him, but now he's starting to look consistent. And I think part of that is because Dread is looking better, and the focal point has been towards the top side of the map for Afreeca Freecs in their early to mid game. So he gets a lot of help, he gets a lot of support up in that top side of the map. And that is where I think Afreeca Freecs are going to have to try to make their stand here in this series. We haven't talked about the bottom lane for both of these teams, but you look at Hybrid and Zeus as a very high potential bottom duo. I mean, Hybrid has shown incredible plays in the past before this year, but this year he's been out of position a lot. Zeus has been trying to save him, has been trying to pick him up, but that hasn't looked very stable. Whereas on the side of Afreeca Freecs, Bang and Lehens aren't topping any damage charts. They're not actually, you know, looking like the strongest bottom duo in the LCK, but they look a lot more stable. And when they're ahead, Afreeca Freecs utilize Bang very, very well. Whereas when KT Rolster's ahead, sometimes you see Hybrid get caught out of position, picked at the beginning of one of those late game team fights, and you lose the game over it, right? So I'm a little bit concerned about that matchup when we go later on into these games.
Yeah, I do agree with you about the bottom lane, especially Bang. He feels like that old veteran Rock, you know, that even though he's not as flashy as he once was, he's still very consistent and very reliable, especially as the game comes along. So I feel like that's a really nice addition to Afreeca's roster and the rest of the players that they have on their lineup that can be, you know, at times too aggressive, maybe a bit inconsistent and stuff like that. So I'm actually a big fan. At first I was a little bit skeptical, to be honest, but I do like how he has slotted into the roster.
Yeah, I really agree. I was one of the doubters, right? I tried not to say, well, I mean, can he really perform with in the LCK teams after having such a weak, you know, time over in Evil Geniuses? But you know, he has really risen to the occasion. So we see the ban against Lehens and Seraphine. No surprise, that is one that is absolutely necessary. You see the ban on Dread's Olaf. Again, 5-1 on that champion. I always have to bring up his stats because his are the biggest standout Olaf stats we have in the LCK. He's picked it every time it's been available. He has only lost one game. So that is something you definitely have to take away. See the Thresh ban here as well. Just kind of removing the potential for that Aphelios duo in the bottom side.
That does leave Taliyah available. It's Taliyah and Kai'Sa available again. We saw this in the first series, right, between T1 and Fredit BRION. T1, Elm specifically, was able to pick up the Taliyah, and Fredit BRION did take Kai'Sa, but of course, as we know, didn't have too much success. They're going to take Gnar right off the bat here, and actually potentially even totally ignore the Kai'Sa. They say, sure, go pick Kai'Sa, we'll pick Xayah. Bang is a fantastic Xayah player. Whatever, we'll just have a couple of great picks on the top side of the map to start us off.
KT has fallen into this trap a few times with their drafts recently where, you know, you see an early Gnar pickup, for example, on red side, and then they don't pick up a top laner in the second rotation, and then you see the bans come through on all the meta top laners. You see the Ornn ban come through very often, and then we see Doran play Aatrox. We've seen this so many times. We see a really strong duo here in the bot lane with the Rel Samira, tried and true combo. But I do wonder now where Doran goes, because his Aatrox has not been very successful, and they have locked it in these awkward situations where so many of the strong champions you would have against a Gnar are banned away. So you see the Ornn ban, but you see the Camille bans coming through oftentimes as well. And Doran just doesn't get to play an aggressive matchup, doesn't get to play the Renekton, and just ends up playing an Aatrox that is stable through the mid game, but not strong enough. He hasn't been able to play up to the Aatrox's. Xayah, the response.
Yep, as we mentioned, Bang, a great Xayah player, very good into Samira Rel, and dealing with any kind of engage like that. The Featherstorm going to be very, very significant in this one. Really like what Afreeca have built for themselves already, but absolutely, when you look on the side of KT, you're staring at a bunch of, you know, what a lot of people might even call OP picks at this point in time. Right?
Yeah.
Taliyah, obvious, the Samira Rel as a combo, but especially Rel. Very strong stuff, I would say, but I do feel like Afreeca kind of got what they wanted.
Yeah, I think they did, and we're just going to see this once again, where the bans come towards Doran's top lane after they pick up an early Gnar. I mean, this might just be an Ornn ban. Could also be a ban on the Camille to stop any sort of aggressive play that we could see with the Taliyah. Camille top lane dominating the Gnar, roaming non-stop, being very aggressive up there. Take away the Azir instead. But KT seem like they really just want to fight around mid-game. Like all of their comps that they've been building, the Aatrox comps, the Samira Rel, it's all about mid-game control, hitting that power spike with the Samira, and having that great Drake fight. You know, the second Drake, you have to win that fight. You start to snowball that. Samira gets very strong. You have the skirmishy comp that has Aatrox in it very often, 3 times recently, right? But I feel like they're not very good at it. The execution has been weak. So we see the Orianna ban come through. Not expect this Lulu.
Ooh.
Okay.
And you know what? I mean, Fly can certainly play his fair share of support mids. We don't know exactly. We could have some flexing, but you would imagine that Lehens will pick that one up. But we'll have to wait and see how it does go. Thinking about a Gangplank. I like where this is going.
Yeah, I like this into the Gnar matchup especially. That's one of the only counter picks to Gnar where you can dominate safely alone without a lot of help, especially early on in the game. You end up picking up your Sheen early, and you just kind of chunk the Gnar down. You're very aggressive. He's 0-2 on it this season. Actually, Gangplank has a terrible win rate in LCK at the moment, but it's a strong pick into the Gnar specifically, as it looks like they want to just close this out with Control Mage safety here. You talked about the fact that Lulu could be played mid here. I think the Syndra is a pretty safe blind pick in consideration for that, potentially. Where you can just kind of poke, be very safe, strong team fighting later on. Very good skirmishing as well. You know, when you're looking for those fights, you poke down the front line, then you see the Samira pop ultimate. So there's a lot of ways to skirmish with the Cannon Barrage as well. Like, KT are looking for really big mid-game power. I mean, the Talia pick works with that as well. Okay, Karthus.
Oh, yes, of course,
Yes.
Karthus. And
So-
I would imagine that Fly is playing the Pantheon here. A really nice flex right at the end. I love this, actually. They were really needing some heavy AP damage, right? And they go ahead and pick up Jungle Karthus, and this is something that Dread can absolutely play.
Yeah. I mean, it could have also potentially been the Pantheon support, but I actually like the way the damage goes with how this is set up right now. With Pantheon in mid, we've got a strong support now for the Gnar in top lane with Karthus rotating up. There's a lot of damage potential there. Gangplank's kind of squishy, so Karthus roaming top can be very powerful post 6. On the bottom side of the map, it's going to be very stable, I'd say, for Xayah and Lulu against the Samira Rel, but we'll see what plays Zeus makes as the Rel, because there are ways you can be aggressive in that lane post, you know, when you hit level 2, you can look for that crash down into Attract Repel. Well, just thematically here, in terms of composition, the comp that we see from KT Rolster is a lot more meta. It's a lot more figured out. It's safe, you know your win conditions, you're playing around Drake control early, you're playing around level 6 for Samira, Immortal Shield Bow, and then getting a lead early enough to where Gangplank scaling carries your late game. So, you know, it's very cut and dry what KT Rolster are trying to do. They've been very weak at pulling off these compositions in the last few matches, but I think this time, with the, you know, weird comp they're up against, as long as they play this pretty standard, I give them the edge here.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. I want to see how this early game goes with this weird comp on the side of Afreeca, as you mentioned. An actual Enchanter support that's not Seraphine. Sign me up. I'm down. We got Pantheon in the mid lane, too. We got some cool draft plays. Someone get LS on the phone. I'm sure you would have loved to see this draft, and of course the jungle Karthus. Big fan.
Yeah.
Although not sure how he feels about it on this current patch, but yeah, you know, the Karthus is interesting as well. You know, just looking for extending your potential kill reach, right? You know, you were mentioning helping out on the top side with the Gangplank, but even like something like a dive with the Gnar Pantheon with a Grand Skyfall, and then somebody gets away with a little sliver of health, you're kind of extending and making sure and securing the kill, quite literally, with your R button from the jungle.
It's very powerful to get those extra assists, right? I mean, it's not that different from Gangplank's ability to do the same at global range. His burst damage is pretty good too against the Samira. I do like it because if you can force out the Immortal Shield Bow early, it makes it a lot more difficult for her to actually finish off and clean up those kills. Or you can simply burst through it in some situations, you know, if you can hit those skill shots every time. We'll see how it works out, because this is kind of relatively uncharted territory for this season, and in this patch, as you mentioned, to see the Karthus come through.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna see this kind of a weird draft, I suppose leave it up to Afreeca.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Afreeca, we've got DRX in terms of teams that are really trying to break the meta, or at least trying to gain some nice little advantages by playing stuff that is not very obvious, right? And not a lot of teams are doing that. Generally in Korea, we don't see too much crazy flexing with different picks or, you know, literal flexing in the draft, right, with the Pantheon like we saw this time around. But it's really nice to see because it can be very powerful, especially if you catch your opponent really off guard.
Yeah, and we are really on the eve of a new meta, with the nerfs coming to the Sterox shields and also the nerf onto Gore Drinker's healing from 12% to 8% of max health. That's going to change a lot. It's still going to be viable. I think we'll see it sometimes, but with less tanky front power, you know, I think we are going to see more enchanters, and that's something that a lot of analysts around the world are kind of focusing on right now. And I think some teams, you know, Afreeca included, are kind of middle of the pack, have the opportunity to experiment a little bit and try to get ahead of the curve in terms of what they're doing in draft right now, even on this patch, and try to be the leaders into a new meta. We saw it as well with the Seraphine mid, something that I think also will become more popular as we move into the next patch. So this is like, you know, the difference between 11-1 and 11-2 was not that significant, but the difference between 11-2 and 11-3, because of those really big nerfs to those tank items, I think we're going to see a very different meta. So, you know, this is the time to experiment a little bit, I think, before we head into that second round robin.
Absolutely. Totally agree. And Dread, not sure about this one. You did use the Scryer's Bloom, the plant there, but you're still going to get comboed by the Taliyah. Also, your mid lane not doing too fantastically here, so the both of them just going to have to back away. And take a look at that mid lane. It's pushing into Dove. That is perfect for him, as he will be able to deny some creeps before Fly does TP back to the lane.
Yeah. Well, it's a pretty tame early game so far, minus that exchange, you know, between Bonnie and Dread, and I think this is how this early game is going to go until Taliyah hits 6. Until Taliyah hits 6, obviously she could be a lot more aggressive. And the question becomes, too, like we were talking about earlier, I was kind of wondering, does Dread spend his attention in the top side of the map to try to, you know, get a more stable matchup for the Gnar there for this mid game? Or does he focus his attention to the bottom side, where you could see Hybrid and Zeus are pushing in pretty hard right now? That's one of the big questions for me, as I just haven't really, you know, seen this Karthus all too much in pro play. Especially, it's been a very long time since that's actually been a thing.
Yeah, we used to see it a bunch, and of course we were calling for it a lot when it wasn't being played too often, and then it showed good power, obviously, because he has some of the best jungle clear in the game, right?
Yeah.
Just go in there, you clear the jungle, and you don't even have to be present. You just press your R button, you pick up stacks on your Dark Seal that you pick up very early on, and you're essentially just a scaling monster of AP damage from the jungle, which used to be a little bit more rare. Nowadays, we see it in spades, right? We see a lot of Nidalee. You've got Lilia, even though she's fallen off a little bit. We have Taliyah, obviously, but there was, at the time when we saw a lot of Karthus, there was a little bit less of that. There was, you know, we didn't have Taliyah be such a monster pick. The Nidalee was there here and there, but it was kind of a different amount of AP damage, so it's interesting to see it come in here in this meta.
Yeah.
I think it still has a lot of potential. I mean, obviously, it's still got everything it used to have, even though it's gone through a lot of different nerfs and buffs, nerfs again, and stuff like this, but it still absolutely demolishes the jungle.
Yeah, you can see 13 CS up at the moment, a huge lead in terms of the clear. Taliyah is just doing the top side of her jungle now, whereas Dread has already gotten a back off, and he's headed right back to red side of the map, or the right side of the map, excuse me, to continue that lead that he has. Perfect timing on those rotations. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching, like, I think I even saw this when I was in the States last year. There was, like, a small tournament on Twitch to see, like, a Karthus, like, speedrun. Like, see who could actually clear the jungle the fastest. It's been pretty awesome to see. He's actually going to roam to the bottom side of the map right now, but he is spotted by a ward, so doesn't get to make any impact there.
And they did not see the Taliyah on the top side, so he's not just going to go ahead and run his face into the dragon or anything like that. He's actually looking to help out in the mid lane here. Very low on mana is Dove, so it doesn't seem like KT want to get too aggressive. Of course, they don't know where the Taliyah is, so even Afreeca don't want to get too aggressive, with Dread spotted as well. So just going to be a little bit of a standoff there.
Yeah.
And now we do have this dragon started up.
The lack of vision for the top side of the map really meant that he wasn't able to do anything there, but on the other side of things, obviously with that clear he just had, he swept the only ward that KT Rolster had on the dragon. They were able to get that one up, and so really fast Drake. Really nice timing here for Afreeca Freecs. That's part of the power that you get with the Karthus speed. You clear so fast, you get the faster rotation to clear vision. You get that spot in mid on the Talia, and then you're like, all right, we're going.
Yeah, and also just destroying single targets, right? You just drop down a bunch of Skittles, and it's like, well, that dragon that had a bunch of health, now it doesn't have any. So just really able to shred through.
That dragon is tasting the rainbow.
Yeah. Poor guy. In this case, a negative experience. Oh, man. I wish there was a skin where actually, like, every time you queued, it changed into a different color. And it was like some kind of, like, I don't know, multicolored neon Karthus. I don't know, maybe that's a bad idea as I'm talking about it, but I don't know. I like the idea.
I like the idea. I'll support it.
Colorful Karthus, even though it goes directly against his lore, if you can even say that he has lore at this point in time.
I mean, the idea of a happy Karthus with rainbows sounds even potentially more terrifying than his, you know, Grim Reaper death style of appearance, right? Like, you can even look. Imagine this. Just hear me out. Clown Karthus, okay?
Yeah, explain to me how that works.
Look, you just put a red nose on, lots of colors, okay, and clown sounds.
Well, we're gonna have to get to your clown story a little bit later because we have this force on the Drake, and this is what you get. You actually do get a lot of global presence because you have the Grand Skyfall, you have the Karthus, and now with this fight started up, Doran actually getting extremely low, trying to flash in there, and he will flash away from the execute from the Pantheon, but we kind of got this fight in two different corners now. Keen getting very low, but he's still going to be able to push in and take that first blood. Given over to Fly on the Pantheon, and you can see the top side of Afreeca's fight was also able to get away.
Yeah.
Unscathed, so a very nice trade here, and all the objectives going the way of the Karthus.
Yep, every single one of them, and he's got a massive lead. Yeah, 30 CS up. And this pick is very terrifying if you don't know how to play against it, or if you're just not, you know, if you haven't played against it in a while, and you're not thinking about how it's going to work out. But I think the aggression and the speed of which the rotations come through for this card, this makes it so difficult for KT Rolster to respond quickly enough. I mean, watch this fight too, actually. You know, the Talia is on the bottom side of this, you know, at the end of it. Bonnie is, like, kind of trapped out here. Then it becomes a fight on two fronts, like you said. And it feels like Bonnie wanted to rotate back in. Like, he ends up almost getting caught here. Flash comes through. And then he decides to maybe try to rotate back in, but he's burst down. Like, the amount of damage output that there is with this comp, with the Gnar as well, is like, okay, well, you can't actually get your Weaver's Wall off to rejoin the top part of the map. If he actually gets to escape there and then help the top side, it works out so well for him, but he was just totally shut down by Fly. Strong CC.
This is what you were talking about, Wolf. Imagine if he was actually able to get onto Doran with no flash. You land a couple of Skittles, and that GP is most likely dead. So, good on Doran to very much respect the threat that was coming out of the jungle.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculous how fast you can snowball things with this Karthus. If everything goes right, and he's just able to do whatever he wants, he gets everything. And it just looks totally broken, right? And that's kind of what we're getting here. And KT, they don't really know how to handle it. The Talia's not able to keep up, and Dread now is going to keep at least a level lead, I would imagine, for the rest of this game.
Right, yeah.
They keep their lead here.
As long as they don't mess up a team fight, I think that's definitely going to be the case. You can see that Fly, you know, is a little bit down on CS. He's in a tough matchup early against the Syndra. You know, the range issue we talked about even in the previous series is kind of a thing here too. But he's also able to roam and get value on the map non-stop, and it's going to get easier and easier for him to catch up as, what?
The Polymorph nearly got Zeus caught out there. He did have Flash, but with Fly kind of breathing down his neck, that was a little bit scary actually. But here's another part where you can kind of zone away with the Syndra, make that really annoying. And you know, we talk about this bottom lane as well. I mean, we haven't talked about it too much just because of Karthus, but I'm going to hold that thought as we do have this engage coming in. The Wild Growth, they're trying to get on top of Lehens, but they can't even do it. And here comes that extension, but is the damage enough? No, it is absolutely not. As finally the Featherstorm does come out, but it is just not enough. Hybrid able to heal up through all of that, and now he's at full health, so shutting that bottom lane down hard.
He's ahead, but he doesn't have that much damage yet, Dread. He just finished his Leandri's after casting his ultimate. So even if he had it there, I don't think it would have necessarily turned the tide. But the Cannon Barrage as well coming through. Like, there's matching global in that regard in terms of ultimates from Doran. And this is actually a really important win for them in the bottom lane, because this is that power spike we were talking about in the mid game for KT, where, you know, the second Drake is taken, and we need to see control for the rest of, you know, I guess the next 2 Drakes is probably where the limit goes for this. Is we're going to see a commitment here. Once again, this is how it can explode in the bottom lane with this Immortal Shield Bow completed. Like, they just can't kill him, even with the Karthus ult coming through. If Karthus were here, might be a different story, but the ultimate alone is not going to be able to pop through. And now KT need to really start to take a firm hold over this game. They're behind in gold, but they are at their big power spike at the moment.
Yeah, they got to make something happen. It's not going to be easy, but a great start, indeed. If that didn't happen, well, we'd definitely be looking at Afreeca maybe cruising on to an easy win here. So, able to even things up and make that bottom side look great for them. And I'm glad I got cut off, because I was about to say, oh, isn't this great? The Lulu really helping out and neutralizing this duo that we always see have a lot of success. But just not the case there. Lulu with no flash meant that they were kind of forced into the fight. They got baited by the Karthus ultimate. And yeah, just as you mentioned, Immortal Shield Bow Samira. Now with 2 kills under her belt, it's going to make that really difficult. So they're going to have a ton of priority in the bottom side now with Hybrid and Zeus. So should have some nice control on these Ocean Drakes.
Yeah.
As well.
You know, unfortunately for them, it is Ocean Drakes that are going to be the Drakes in the Soul, because, you know, their composition isn't going to benefit from it too much compared to some other comps they could have run. But still, you have to force these fights, and if you are able to just take the Drakes for free because Afreeca don't want to fight you, then, you know, that's a small win as well. But, you know, we will see Bang potentially complete his Kraken Slayer before this actually, this next Drake comes online in 3 minutes. Don't know exactly how much gold he's carrying at the moment. But this is the spike, right, where Hybrid has his Mythic first. And they're actually going to try to snowball this a little bit more. Bonnie's rotated down here. He's seen. They don't have vision on Dread.
Yeah. Dread just kind of... He was thinking about waiting, but mostly just kind of a counter gank. Actually get a flash out of Doran. Big respect up in the top side, as he knows the power of that Gnar at this point in time. Up a level, up more than 30 CS. As Hybrid just kind of walks into it here, not expecting them to round the bend. He didn't have any vision on the lane. A really unfortunate timing, but he was also out there all alone, so just he just gets completely caught out there.
I mean, this is the second time we've seen this bot duo walk into no vision and real threats. The first time Zeus got away with it, but the second time here, Hybrid is going to pay for this with his life. And it's Bang, who doesn't have his first Mythic completed, actually getting a kill on Immortal Shield Bow, you know, Hybrid here. So, I mean, he gets the advantage, I should say, and gets a turret as well. Like, this is a big momentum swing that shouldn't have happened. And it's, again, the Hybrid positioning issues that we've been talking about so much.
Yeah, I mean, just... You have to have better wherewithal as well, just to understand, like, the possibilities of where the enemy could be. Like, if they're standing right there and you're Samira, you know, you got to be careful. It just gets absolutely dunked. The polymorph is stronger than you imagine. Until you get polymorph, then you're like, oh crap, now I understand. And so, able to shut that down. The kill goes over to Karthus, so...
Yeah. More money.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's, he's loving it right now. And I like the itemization already out of Talia. I think that Zhonya's is pretty much the best item you can get against a Karthus, even more than MR.
No vision here whatsoever for Hybrid. He just walks up to try to get gold, and he just goes down. It's as simple as that. And now Bang, actually, he went Essence Reaver first. He has that completed. So, you know, he's gonna start to catch up in terms of his ability to team fight. And with all the support he's gonna have, I think it's gonna be very difficult for these fights to go the way of KT. This 30 seconds, right, the Drake comes up. And this is a fight that KT absolutely has to win. There's a Drake they have to secure. You know, if Afreeca don't fight it, if they disengage, it's still a win for KT. But they need this Drake super badly. And you could see Afreeca Freecs not even really pushing in for this just yet.
Yeah, you know, they need to take it slowly. And they do have Walls of Pain to try to scout things out and help out. We had one CG that pointed out the level difference in the jungle. It's 2 levels. And this isn't like, oh, Bonnie's about to hit level 10. It was a full 2 levels because we got to see the XP bars as well. Dread is we don't have the same jungle catch-up mechanics either, so it's a different state of the game, and I like Karthus even more because of that.
Look at Fly.
Wall is not great. Fly is coming in here very aggressively. The Wild Growth does come in as he flashes away, and now Dread is getting into the thick of things as you do, but the follow-up is just not going to be there. He will be ulting, and really all this is for is to create space and try to zone them away, and he will do exactly that.
There's just no way they can commit in after all the damage that he had, the burst that comes through there. He just instantly stopwatches in the fight, buys a ton of time, does a lot of extra damage. His ultimate means there's no way KT can actually push in and take the fight. And this is a situation where KT had advantages in terms of items. Like, they had a very slight advantage, but they did have an advantage. They had the Cannon Barrage to start things off, and they still couldn't win this mid-game skirmish. And this is why I have serious concerns with KT Rolster drafting these Samira comps, right? Drafting the Aatrox. We've seen them draft so many times recently, where you have to, if you're going to draft like this, win control of these objectives. And losing it like this and just having to walk away with just a kill on the Karthus is not good enough. And it's going to get harder and harder. This composition is going to get better and better for Afreeca the longer this goes on. See the Talia ult coming through. Bonnie can't commit all the way in. Flies on the backside. He groups them up and gets a ton of heal so that actually the gap can be closed here for Dread, so he can actually flash in and do that extra damage while he's in his stopwatch. And then as he dies, the Drake goes down, and they have to just walk away. They have to respect that damage.
Yeah, you see him throwing out Skittles there as he's about to run out of his passive as well, so he's he's a huge threat, and I like how you broke that down, because it was all about zone control, to secure that objective. And all the big ultimates on the side of KT were kind of just like thrown out willy-nilly, you know? We had Cannon Barrage come down, it did a bunch of damage, yes, but it wasn't during a fight. It wasn't, you know, when everybody was caught in a certain objective. It wasn't when they were fully committed to the Drake or anything like that. So
yeah,
I feel like that fight definitely could have been done a little bit better by KT, as they were panicking a little bit.
I think, you know,
this Karthus is only going to get stronger too.
Yeah,
you know, like, this is not, he doesn't, you know, oh, his early game is really strong. No.
It gets worse from here. It definitely gets worse.
Yeah,
from here.
It does.
Fly's positioning too in that last fight meant it was so difficult for KT to actually commit in, especially if they try to, like, they don't have a front line, which is something I talked about earlier. They don't have a tank in the top lane. So if you try to walk in like that and you leave anyone exposed, you have to stay grouped up, and then maybe Fly kills the backline. Maybe Hybrid goes down early in the fight. He gets stunned, can't ult. So you have to respect the fact that you don't know where Fly is. His engage was so good there too. Like, Afreeca Freecs have a really nice team fight composition around objectives in the later game. You know, KT are really reliant on that snowball that you know, you're hoping for with the Samira, where you're hoping the Rel is also going to help you set up for some of those really nice fights. And then, you know, the Gangplank helps you scale later, but you need to be scaling to that late game with a really nice lead. And the fact that they didn't win this Drake fight, the fact that they couldn't control vision or positional advantage in this fight, is just a worrying sign for the next Drake fight to come, and then potentially the Barons that come after that.
Yeah, and Afreeca in this position with Xayah Karthus, and they're ahead at 20 minutes into the game, and they already have 2 Drakes. You know, if they had to buy more time, even if they were behind, they could sit here and wait 2 more Drakes and maybe fight over the soul, right?
Yeah.
They don't even have to do that. They're in more control of this game than maybe even they should be.
Yeah.
So they're just sitting pretty. You know, they're farming it out now. They're like, okay, we're ahead, guys. Just keep it up. And, you know, all those late game threats are just kind of going to get out of hand. And Yeah, I mean, there are some wins in the early game for KT. Yes, the Syndra got ahead by a pretty big margin, but that's kind of okay because she will eventually fall off a bit, whereas Pantheon is kind of like a wild growth engage bot and creating space for the Karthus and Xayah, as you were mentioning before. So
yeah, I mean, there's
even if he's behind, you know, he sits there on 1 or 2 items, that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay because his job is not to do the damage per se. His job is to, I mean, his kit allows him to hard engage and get a stun off. And sometimes that's all you need to do. You put your shield up, you live, just like we saw in that last fight, and he's functionally going to be able to do that every time, even while down 50 CS, right? Whereas Syndra is going to have a hard time getting into range to poke without being blown up by all the burst damage they have with the Karthus, without getting gnarred into a wall, without being, you know, ulted on by the Pantheon. Your positional, like, I guess your getting into position to do damage is so difficult when they don't have a front line. So initiation is already strong for Afreeca Freecs, but it's just so easy to pull it off the later the game goes, because your damage on KT is so squishy that you really just need to burst somebody down, or you need to have a positional advantage and have vision advantage so you can poke them with Syndra as they try to initiate, and then you have to Samira ult to get the kills. Like, it's very difficult to pull this off now for KT.
Well, we have this Ocean Drake spawning, and again, every Drake matters, right? And
yeah,
you can see that KT are going to be looking to fight for this one. They're not backing down. Keen, they have that full-on engage, and even through the wild growth, he will go down. Here comes Fly. It feels like a little bit too little, too late, and already their tank goes down, trying to burst down Doran. That wasn't the play. And this time around, KT, they find the pick with the Syndra, and they get this fight going on their terms, and they will take down the Drake.
I mean, everything I just said, you know, it feels like KT are trying to erase it off the chalkboard, but at the same time, this is a positional error, right? They don't know where KT are. It's just a straight-up scatter the weak engage. The KT have damage in spades, right? That's what I was talking about before. The difference between the Syndra and the Pantheon is that the Syndra has damage, but it's hard to utilize the damage. It's hard to get into position to do it. But when they offer you up a kill on a silver platter, and then Afreeca still decide to hard engage despite it, and Fly is out there on his own as well. He dies. Like, this is the potential of KT. Burst. Solo kills like this, getting 1 kill. That's how you can win this game. Afreeca need to tighten it up, Valdez.
I don't know what that was. Yeah, they need to tighten the screws on this ship, right? Everything's kind of falling apart at the seams. Like, they're running down the highway at over 100 miles an hour, and the car's falling apart at this point. You have a lot of tools in the late game, but you're not going to get there if you just give away a lot, that's for sure. So I like this KT come back with a statement. They have that damage, and if they can find picks like that in the future and kind of make it so that the team fights don't even end up being 5v5s, then it's going to be pretty nice.
Like, look at where Fly is, too. Like, he's like, oh, no, I can't go in here. He sees the stun onto Keen, and he instantly just decides to ult in. And he's so late. Even though he's just right there on the edge. And then he's like, oh, okay, I'm stuck. Tries to peel here. And then, as he's peeling, he's like, maybe we can kill Doran. No, you cannot kill Doran. And then Lehens here is clearing a ward and ends up getting caught. These are things that you know, you could excuse if Afreeca is 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. They're no longer ahead in gold, and they really do need to be playing as if they, you know, as if they could die at any moment to insane burst, because that's what KT have. So you can't just walk in like that.
Yeah, I think a little bit more caution and just making sure that you're locking down some of the team fights with better positioning, and they should be okay. But, you know, the game is played by humans.
Like, where's Lehens right now?
Human error. He's in a little bit of a sticky situation. That wall was confusing. I don't know what that was about. And
oh, man.
What is this?
Afreeca,
How does this happen?
Isn't it. I'm actually very disappointed.
Nice pick from Dove, at least. He does flash to make that happen, but, like, yeah, he shouldn't, you know, he shouldn't be walking into that brush alone.
This is a death squad, right? This is like StarCraft 2 Death Ball. This is Protoss 200 maxed out army. Like, and Afreeca are running around one by one, like, into this. You have to group, and trying to fight this is really greedy too.
They're just going for it. I mean, Fly is just basically going to die immediately, and there's the Wombo combo in the backline. Keen trying to create room for Bang, but everybody's dead already, so in comes the Talia.
That's probably
picks up
game,
the ace. And all of a sudden, this game is immediately turned on its head. KT take 2 very decisive team fights and move ahead.
I mean, they're going to be able to push super hard across the lanes as well with the damage they have. And like this turret's going to go down. I think we're going to see the inner turret go down pretty easily as well. And they might even try to push the top side of the map. Look where Doran is right now. He's going to get a nice free push. And I really want to see that fight again and talk about it because this was a really desperate attempt for Afreeca, and it feels bad to give up a Baron for free, but I just don't think they were equipped in any way to take a fight against a grouped-up KT Rolster who had positional advantage. And the thing we talked about with this comp for Afreeca is they have really strong initiation, really strong engage. They have 2 frontliners, the Gnar, you know, when he has Gnar bar, he can fight. So we're going to watch this moment again. Just flash commit there from Dove, as you point out. But this is it. You see the Starfall come through, and he's there by himself. Like, where is anybody else? Like, Fly is like, maybe I could stop this, and then there's no front line here. Keen can't get it done alone when he doesn't have a wall to work with either. He's just out in the open, and it's like just walking into the meat grinder of KT. So it's like, okay, we can't give the Baron, but you gave the Baron and multiple kills now in a fight that you had no chance to take.
It looked very silly. I'm trying to think of, you know, what could be the possible reason. I guess Dread was like 5 seconds away from respawning, so they were like, oh, if we get a good engage, maybe we can follow up with the Karthus ultimate and get him a bunch of kills and stop the Baron take. But it was very desperate. I mean, that doesn't feel like a realistic situation, even when I say it.
Yeah.
Just trying to like give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, huh, maybe this is what they were thinking.
I think they panicked, you know? I mean, I think they look back at that replay 10 out of 10 times and say, oh, this was definitely not the play. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, you know, when Dove is just making super plays on his own, when he sees mistakes, you know, in the heat of the moment, you're like, well, we can't let him have Baron. Like, this is getting out of control. And it's not, the game is not over. You know, I said that might be game. It's not over. Afreeca still can team fight, but it was almost like where we were heading in this game was Afreeca win all the objectives. Their positioning has been better. KT, it seemed like they're struggling to end up taking these fights. They're getting caught out of position or are just a little bit too timid to move in and do that burst damage. But now that they're so fed, and the damage output on all of these champions is insane, like Infinity Edge done for Doran, that now it's like, well, even if you do engage, do you survive long enough to get the damage done for Afreeca? If your comp does try to, you know, have that strong front line and fight front to back, like, does that even work anymore, or is the damage too high?
Well, I like that wall coming in from Bonnie, but unfortunately, a little bit too fast is the Gnar. I like his build, actually. I wanted to mention it before. It has really incredible sticking power to pretty much anything that moves. He is going to be incredibly fast, and he, in theory, would have been able to create a lot of space for these 5-on-5 team fights, but we haven't had one of those in about 10 minutes, and KT are loving it.
Yeah, I think Afreeca... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about some of that scaling that is on the side of Afreeca, but if you give KT the lead by this margin, I mean, they have enough scaling themselves with this much of a lead to kind of nullify what Afreeca have anyway, so I think KT have really locked this one down from here. I
mean, I think that is very likely the case. Afreeca probably have to just almost hide in their base. Tail between the legs, you know, you have to just raise the shield. You know, you're at the end of the wall in the fighting game. You're holding back. You're trying to block. You're taking the chip damage.
You are Pantheon.
You're Pantheon.
As a team.
Yeah, as a team. And then in 3 minutes and 22 seconds, when KT tried to fight for the Ocean Soul, that's where you make your stand. If they, you know, you try to maybe fight around Vision a little bit, stay grouped up, play around the Baron pit. You see a ping going down there. Maybe that's a way that KT get a little bit too greedy and try to fight for the Baron. But otherwise, I think you just have to wait for this next objective fight. There's no reason to even be out getting waves of minions. Like the top wave right now, nobody should ever even look at that. You just have to stay grouped, and you have to fight around your win condition later on with the front line that you have, with the CC that you have. Because if you just walk around the map trying to clear vision alone and aren't grouped, or if you're trying to go into side lanes, KT will destroy you with the damage they have. Like, this is as far forward as you can go, Keen. You can kill that control ward, and that's it.
throw out a little boulder, and that's it. And yeah, I mean, the lead that Dread had in the jungle even was totally erased, basically. Like, yes, he does have a CS lead, but the levels are the same now. He would love to get level 16 and have that ultimate for this next fight. I'm just not sure if it's going to happen. As you can see, KT, they're looking to put on map pressure before this Drake even spawns. They would love to take down an inhibitor if possible, but they'll be careful about how they approach this.
Yeah, they're still squishy, right? I mean, the same rules apply. They have way more damage at this stage than they should be allowed to have, but you know, they are just going to push waves, and this is just a waiting game. And KT are trying to be on the better end of it when that Baron spawns. They can kite back and get that positional, or rather the vision control, and they can do the same on the Drake later on if they don't want to force the Baron fight. I think the Baron fight is very difficult to force. The Hens is like trying to see how many times he can walk into blind locations by himself. He's gonna be alright.
Yeah. He'll be okay for now. Afreeca making a move forward. We do have the Baron spawning before we do get the Ocean Soul fight. So perhaps KT will look to make a play there. Keen is... he's really fast, actually. Which is kind of weird.
Yeah, Deadman's plate.
That's a big barrel. Okay.
This is really rough. And right now, too, like, look at where Fly is. He's trying to clear vision. He's trying to get that scuttle. And he can ult in, but we've seen how that goes. The burst damage is sometimes so strong that by the time he ults in, the fight is already over. He is going to rotate up, and this is actually a really nice position for Afreeca to be in.
Yeah, they kind of, like, they put themselves in between the two objectives. And they say, well, you got to make your move. Either you come through us for the Ocean Soul, or you go for the Baron, and we get a 5v5.
That's exactly what they're looking for.
Lens. Okay, what's going on up here? Keen all alone on the top side. The Wild Growth is used, but Lehens is solo anyway, and Keen is just going to have to run away. And there goes your front line. Immediately just goes down by themselves. We do have the ultimate coming out here. Hybrid, you're not able to block that, but it does not matter. As Keen now trying to make it work by himself. Finds one with the help of Bang. Bang incredibly important in these late game fights, by the way, because once the Karthus dies, you're really the majority of the damage. You have to do the cleanup.
Exactly, yeah. KT can take this Baron. They have enough damage, and they can just barely tank it with Doran here. And Zeus at the front. Bang's going to try to trade back to Drake, and they will get it. But it's not soul point for them. So we see actually a teleport coming through. I don't think they'll get collapsed on, but Doran says otherwise. He is rushing in.
Fast. You can kind of just run at you. They don't even know he's here. Keen just gets burst down immediately.
They had no vision.
See you later. Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame him for trying to trade the Drake back. You've got to do something. And I don't think KT is going to be able to end off of that kill either. So I still think it's worth it. But the teleport came through for Duff. He was on the top side of the map, and it looks like Keen just didn't realize it. I don't think he had vision, so he's like, oh no, I thought I was actually free to be over here. He gets stunned. The wall is really good here. And Dread gets picked. Bang's survivability and his just ability to be a stable late game player is really showing here. Like, he walks away at max range, and it allows Keen to rotate back in, and they do get that cleanup that you say is so important. KT have the Baron buff, albeit only on a few members here, but it is going to be enough to help them push, as you can see in live. And that kill is going to make it all a little easier.
Yes, it will. And with this Baron buff, they're going to be able to push in here and look to take two inhibitors potentially. Bang, he's getting more and more confident. You can see him stepping up now. You have to be proactive. You have to be looking for cleanup. If you are the Xayah, if you're not getting damage done, you're not doing anything. They find Bonnie for free in the base. And that's pretty big. That could potentially stop this push on the bottom side.
He wants a big
ult. See that here comes the Grand Skyfall. Looking to peel here. Keen with that Meganar. He needs it, but it's just a bit too late, as he's not able to get it popped. And the Cannon Barrage even going to come down here, but maybe a little bit too optimistic.
Well, when
the sun also will sail.
Keen is not done yet. He's got Deadman's plate. Oh, they're going to cut him off. That was so well played by Zeus.
Well. Okay, now we have the Wild Growth on the front line. They found Dove, but really the problem is Doran. Do they have the damage to take out this Gangplank that is literally chunking your guys one by one? A really huge Karthus ultimate, but it's not going to matter because only Dread is alive now. And with the Baron buff, they might just look to push to end this one.
I think the only way they could have won that fight is with Keen having a really nice ult into the wall. You know, maybe a big pummel there to actually just lock them up. And there's a ward there, and Zeus leaps on him, and they take him out. Dread is just the last man standing here. This is going to be the game.
Oh, Hybrid solo, but looks like he did FGA at the end of the day. Zeus takes a lot of damage. Do we have any respawns? Looks like the answer is no. And so KT will be able to push in, takes down this Nexus, and they will secure game number 1 in a pretty interesting back and forth between them and Afreeca.
It was a really crazy tug of war there in that last fight, where Keen was trying so desperately to set up for a flank, and he was on a ward, and KT Rolster just dive on him and kill him. He had the dead man's plate, so he was going real fast, and if he could get in there and get a big multi-stun off, that is definitely a winnable fight for Afreeca. This is one of those games where, you know, KT Rolster, they fell behind. They were not getting to the point of the game where they were not getting advantages enough from their power spike early, where it felt like, okay, they're going to get outscaled. They're not going to be able to fight properly in these team fights, right? Like they're too far behind. But then a few small mistakes, and KT just take over the whole map, push down the turrets, get the Baron, right? And they're able to do so much with so few mistakes, right? I mean, you make even a little bit of a mistake, like Lehen's getting out of position, or weird ultimate coming through from Fly on the Pantheon, he gets blown up, and the coordination in that late game was really bad for Afreeca, whereas KT Rolster, they stayed calm, and Dove made so many aggressive plays to try to punish those members who were out of position. So many of those scatter the weaks that led to a kill that meant that they get an objective. This is a game I feel like KT Rolster didn't really have any business winning. Past 20 minutes, they were not in a position to take it, but Afreeca made some small mistakes, and KT capitalized so well each and every time.
Sometimes the team that wins is the team that made the least amount of mistakes, and I think that was absolutely the case here in game number 1. Afreeca, that was their game to lose, right? They had control of it, they had some really nice scaling. Bang and Dread were about to be in that position where they could just pop off, but instead they fed so much gold to the Syndra and GP that, you know, you can say goodbye to your scaling. The GP in the end of the day is going to do the most damage, as we saw here.
Yeah, I mean, the scaling is good for both teams too. It's just that KT's comp didn't have a front line, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you can kill the front line in less than a second whenever they try to ult in, whenever they try to set up for a fight. And Keen, the poor guy, he didn't make any positional mistakes this game. He was not the one getting caught, but he just wasn't able to play the game at a certain point because he was just getting burst down. He wasn't able to set up for stuns. He wasn't able to set up for those engages because the damage output from the Syndra and the Gangplank was so high that he just could not walk forward. And without that front line, the composition falls apart for Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, you know, the timing, I feel like for him, it was kind of like an unlucky game where it's sometimes you're just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and just better positioning overall I think is going to be required, and that's a really nice win for KT, I feel, you know, to claw it back and to have some question marks in your lineup to kind of lead the charge on that. You know, Dove comes in and has an awesome game on the Syndra, so definitely a good look to KT, and we'll have to see what they can do in game number 2, but first, guys, we'll take a quick break.
쳐봐.
나 봐줄래?
다시 싸움.
판테온 높을 판테온
반대부터.
이거
나 이 있고.
한 번도 진홍목 좀 끊어줄 수 있어?
다야.
내 인생.
나 이 2초.
미드 라인 아
시작하면 보자 이거.
미드.
이 세트부터 시작이지.
그렇지.
뭐 할까요? 연애?
초네 가는 거야?
네 할게요. 가자.
잠깐만. 설마 죽었나? 와.
나이스.
걔 노플이야? 걔 노플? 올라프 노구 올라프 노구.
나 사, 아,
빼라 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 빼라. 이게 이냐?
빼지는 못할 것 같아서.
그래?
나이스.
나이스.
나 바텀 한 턴만 더 쓸게.
턴 되게 쓰지 말고 그냥 짧게 썰어. 웬만.
갔다 연애.
나이스. 바텀 좋았어. 다 한번 싸워볼게.
죽었다.
아, 나 죽었다. 나이스.
나이스.
한판 잘해보자.
아칼리 가자. 원에이티야.
네, 화이팅! 이거 알리 왼쪽으로 도는 것 같아, 생각해.
여기 있고 여기 있다 알리.
걸 수도 있겠다.
오케이. 탈려 높을. 신들어가죠.
나 힐 빼야겠다.
알리도 높을.
맨 초식에.
신들어부터.
날래 플래시 있어.
바론 가자. 우리 용 막을 수 있나?
지훈이 뭐 알아서 해.
나이스.
야 이거 잡았다.
나 보러 왔네?
잡았어.
그냥 아무거나 박아줘, 내가 다
여기
줄게.
이렇게. 3개 가져.
못 들어갔어.
빼면서.
천천히 나를. 여기서 이럴 필요 없어.
아,
까비.
손대는 루틴이 더.
이거. 우찬이 루틴. 게임 빨라지면 발도 같이 빨라져.
우리 살려야 되거든. 우리 죽었고. 천천히 해봐. 탈려 기다려. 카메. 빼야돼.
탈려 더블 조심. 탈려 더블 조심.
잡아. 한 명 잡았어. 나를 높을. 나이스. 야 봐줘. 우리 다 봐줬구나. 쏘리.
바로만 잘 지켜볼래? 아니면 이거 디테일 보거나?
나를 끊을게. 여기 나를 여기 있어. 나를 갖고.
나 이거 혼자 못 밀어 이거.
볼게 카이사. 못 받고. 라칸 마커 중.
까이다 봐줘. 살기만 해봐.
우리 좋아.
야 천천히 하자. 천천히 이제 3대 5야.
빅토르. 봐주나?
타워 쳐봐.
타워 쳐도 돼.
타워 쳐봐요. 야 왜 이렇게 힘드냐? 뭔가 어리바리 까는데? 오늘 우찬이가 좀 더 저보다 훨씬 딱딱하니까 우찬이만 잘 들고 있자. 나 좀 잘 돼 오늘. 끝까지 간다. 잡았고 정글 캐리가 천천히 하면 내가 캐리할게. 볼게 이거 끝까지 볼게. 네.
뒤에 나와.
끝.
나 본다 이거.
이래놓고 딜해봐 얘들아 딜해봐.
다 묶었어.
스턴 넣을게.
리포공이 대박 났다.
나 봐줘야 될 듯. 스턴 넣었어.
나 좀 갈렸거든.
나 죽을 수 있겠다 이거. 아 소리.
괜찮아. 볼만해.
넣었어.
우리 좋아.
우리 팀 너무 좋아요.
와우.
오. 나이스.
welcome back everybody for the second match of the night, and we're having a very intense games to secure their spot in the middle of the pack. And KT Rolster just fell to the 7th place after the game match number 1 today. So we are having another match looking for some higher spot in the standings in the LCK. What are your thoughts on the Afreeca's comp for game 1? As they banned out Udyr, Olaf, and Thresh, it was like, okay, we're gonna let you play Talia and we're gonna play Karthus bot. And then Lulu was also a flex pick for different roles, but we can see that KT had a very solid comp. But after Afreeca completed their comp, I don't know, it's a bit dicey, you know? I can see their intention, but still I don't get it. I totally agree. Current jungle meta is about farming and then going for some gank when he has some downtime. So Lulu is the champion who can have a strong lane unless the opponent jungler doesn't gank. But there are a lot of games where Afreeca actually had been falling behind during the laning phase, so I guess Lulu was the champion in order to kind of tidy up their power in the laning phase. But okay, I totally agree with the Seraphim pick, but I'm not really sure whether it's the right time for Lulu to come online in this meta. KT, even though they had some hard early game, they were able to come back as the time went by. So let's take a look at this first highlight. So let's take a look at this bottom lane skirmish. Lulu actually used her flash in the Herald fight earlier. So Lulu was looking for some trade as they thought Hybrid was isolated. But because she used her critical skill onto Samira for this team fight, there was no way for Afreeca bot duo to turn this fight around. This is not the same Lulu that we saw in the prior metas. Lians is a player that maxed his W skill, so it has a massive power if you can get the polymorph on the opponents and also if you can put the exhaust together. But at that point, well, Lians was using the W skill on himself during the combat. I think he made a misclick. I thought he was trying to give some boost over to Samira, or maybe he was trying to kind of polymorph the Samira, but I guess that was a mistake coming out from Lians. And let's take a look at the next replay where Afreeca actually caught off guard. They were actually falling apart here on the mid lane. The Karthus actually saw Talia and Syndra near the blue camp, so he used the Wall of Pain to scout where Syndra was. But he kind of lost track of Syndra, so he once again used his Wall of Pain to check where Syndra is, but then Lulu gets caught on the right-hand side of the map. So Talia goes really aggressively for that Lulu kill, so Karthus was trying to cover for this Lulu, isolated from his teammates, so Karthus suddenly lost track of that Syndra in the jungle, and then after they got the kill onto Dread, KT Rolster immediately turned to this Baron. Rel is so OP for sure. At the same time, I don't really know if Lulu is that viable in the current meta. If we're gonna use Lulu like that, they needed a stronger front line in order to open more space for Xayah to do damage. Xayah was definitely in a rough spot to put damage during team fights due to their comp. So KT Rolster managed to take game number 1. Let's check out the player of the game right now. It's gonna be Dove on Syndra. Syndra was the one that got everything done. The Scatter the Wick was the beginning of KT's comeback. And Gorilla is super proud of his former teammate Dove popping off here in the KT Rolster. At that point of the game, KT was actually behind, but Dove kept making plays with that Scatter the Wick combo, and every kill actually was connected to a critical objective control. And there was this team fight where Gnar got overextended, and then Dove actually landed the stun. And I think that was the point where KT Rolster got the ball rolling. This is the first match for Dove to play as a starter in KT Rolster. It's really impressive to see him popping up like this. The KT Rolster and Afreeca Freecs, they are both competing for the play-up spot, so every match really matters a lot. So let's take a look at game number 2 between KT and Afreeca.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. And good to see that Dove was able to pick up the 9 for 9. He was basically the one guy that was making it happen. And guess what happens when that happens? You get subbed out. UCal is coming in. And not only UCal, actually, Wolf.
Yep, UCal is coming in, and Blank is coming in. So this is another one of those things that you can tell 100% was decided before the game began. It's just a predetermined coaching decision. It's not performance-based. But I'm a little bit concerned about KT doing this because it feels like, to a certain extent, they're trying to figure out which players are stronger at the moment and which players gel the best, but they're using LCK games to do that instead of scrims. I'm not a huge fan of just testing out rosters like this, especially when you're in a matchup that you could realistically lose. Like, make no mistake, that was a pretty big lead for Afreeca. Afreeca had some big walkouts into no vision territory where they got punished several times. Like, that was a game that Afreeca threw away to KT Rolster. And, you know, this is a series they absolutely could lose. And it's I feel like a really big must-win series for KT Rolster to close out this first round robin. You really need a strong win against Afreeca here. And I'm worried about, like, teasing rosters back and forth. I think this is the better roster, the one that they're using in game 2, but you know, I won't have the reasons unless I call the coach up and ask him, and I'm not gonna get that.
And you don't have his number, so at least not yet. I'm sure you'll get there, Wolf. But
I used to. Yeah.
It's gone now forever, and yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see. Obviously, Blank and UCal are fantastic players, but it's kind of sad for me to see that kind of Syndra play and to see it, you know, swapped out. But it is what it is. I do feel like Afreeca, we were talking about it in the break, I feel like Afreeca basically gave Dove those plays as well. You know, like when you walk in a straight line from vision, out of vision, it's like the dream for Syndra and Talia. So Dove specifically was always in position ready to capitalize on that, and like Afreeca just gave it to him over and over. So was good to see, at least, as we are heading into our second pick ban here. We do have Udyr and Azir away already from Afreeca.
I think you've got to ban the Azir when it's UCal. He hasn't had the greatest track record on it. He has not been as effective as Faker, but he's played it a lot, and it has been in recent times his most favorite champion to play, even more than the Victor. So I think it's a really safe and smart ban here. You know, if whatever you ban here, okay, they ban away the Thresh. This has been something that we have seen so many times, actually 3 times attempted by KT, the Thresh Aphelios. They have won 0 of the 3 times they've attempted it. But it's popular enough and they have played it enough that they're just not going to take a chance on this. I'd love to see the Kai'Sa first pick here, but they're looking towards the Pantheon themselves this time, once again.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it was Fly's fault that they lost that game. The lane was kind of unfortunate, of course, but it's so flexible, and it seems like they really do like the pick, so they're going to prioritize it over the Kai'Sa, which is pretty interesting. We don't see every team doing this, obviously.
Yeah.
In a different draft, we might even see Pantheon totally ignored, so it's interesting to see Afreeca prioritize it so much.
Yeah, this time the Talia's banned, so Afreeca doesn't have that opportunity to pick it up. But sometimes you can see when you... I hope this is not the Samira, but we'll see. KT love their mid-game comps. They got away with it last game because there were some mistakes. Okay, we'll see what they decide to pick later if they grab this Lilia for Blank. But, you know, if you pick the Pantheon, you often do give the Kai'Sa, but there's no bans on ADs across the table. You know, Afreeca's free to grab second tier. But they will not have to necessarily here. And, you know, the funny thing with when Xayah and Kalista are both open, it's kind of like a game of chicken sometimes recently, where you just wait until they pick the Kalista, or the Kai'Sa rather, than you pick the Xayah. and you're like, oh, yep, let's take the other one. So it's not as high priority, I think, as a result. So we see the Lulu again.
Is it just Xayah Lulu again? Is this what we do here?
I think you wait.
For Afreeca?
I think you gotta wait if you're gonna pick the Xayah. Well, I mean, it could get banned. It could be banned. Ooh, AFㅣLCK. Okay.
Okay.
Risky. This is risky. This is actually the first time Bang has played this champion in Korea. He's not played it before this moment. They do not like to play that late style with the, you know, the AFㅣLCK. They like to play more of the Samira. Both these teams actually love the Samira, and she ends up getting taken by KT Rolster in this case. So we'll see how Bang does. I have a lot of faith in this bottom lane. I think this could be, you know, much more stable game, assuming better positioning through the mid game.
And it definitely feels like Lehens has just said that, okay, Lulu's the counter to Rel. Like, I'm just going to play it in this lane all the time. And, you know, the laning phase wasn't necessarily the problem for them in that game number 1. So I actually did like the Lulu outside of the time where he went alone into the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
So, you know, the pick itself, I don't mind it. Interesting to see it have such high priority, but other than that, pretty cool. So as the Gragas does get banned away.
Yeah, and once again, as we see the Yone because of the AP Lilia jungle, once again this could be a flex Pantheon pick. So I wonder if they'll actually ban the Karthus this time, because it's certainly an option. But I feel like they've kind of showed their cards on that a little bit already. So they're not necessarily going to pick it, but I think it's a safe ban here if you just want to make sure they don't have that opportunity to control the jungle again. And they do.
What's it gonna be? There it is.
I like that. Why not?
There you go.
Why play a high variance game when you don't have to?
Yeah, force him to play something that you've seen before, at least before today. I don't mind it, but it does leave some stuff open. Obviously, the Gnar is available. We might just see Doran pick that up if it's not banned, or maybe just save the counter pick with the GP if Afreeca pick that once again. The Orianna is going to be banned here. That's a big fly champion, but they say we don't want to give that over right away to UCal, so we'll just ban it away here.
Yeah, the Azir is removed, the Orianna is removed. UCal does not really favor playing the Syndra, so it's more of a Dove special. So we might just see him end up on the Victor here, which is really strong with the Samira, and you know, it's a very slow team fight composition, but I do like how it scales. It's a good option here as their final pick, but we'll wait to see where this Pantheon is going first. See the Gnar lock in, because the Pantheon in this case could just end up being the jungle. You banned Olaf, you banned Talia, you banned the Karthus even, and then we just put the Olaf in the jungle and take a standard mid pick themselves. They could even deny the Victor pick. Looks like they're going to go down the Syndra path, though. I think Victor would have been good for both teams here.
The question is, what are we playing up in the top side against the Gnar? You know, it could be Pantheon, right?
Yeah.
We saw
yesterday
Rascal playing the Pantheon yesterday. A little bit of a more one-sided matchup, you could say. But
could also
certainly an option.
I mean, we could see the Camille, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen it in a while. I mean, it's coming out every now and then. It doesn't feel like it's the same matchup we saw at the beginning of the season. Right at the beginning of the season, you know, you and I jokingly coined the term orange buff because we were seeing so much control with teleporting mid laners coming up and ganking the Gnar repeatedly, getting the Camille ahead, having that insane side lane later on. Like we've seen outside of Korea so much. Because there's the Victor lock-in. It's going to be stable into the Syndra, so not a surprise here. And it's UCal's most played champion this year and in the Kespa Cup. And, you know, looking at this, I feel like the draft was really smart from Afreeca. They kind of held their cards until the very end. It wasn't easy to predict where players were going. The Pantheon is really strong with that potentially, you know, teleports that we're going to see potentially in the top lane to make Doran's life miserable. The Lilia jungle is kind of squishy into this, so it's going to be very difficult for Blank to actually support that, especially as the game goes on, because he might just simply get blown up en route towards the top side of the map. The global presence that you're going to have with the Pantheon makes it so difficult. And if this bottom lane goes badly for Hybrid and Zeus, I feel like Afreeca just run away with this game, because the AFㅣLCK pick is so strong. If he starts to get a lead there, then you have global presence, so it's hard to dive him. It's hard to stop him from getting out of control. This game can snowball so quickly out of hand for Afreeca Freecs. It's very terrifying when you think about what it could do if given the right conditions, given a lead in the bottom lane, and that Camille snowball we may see in the top side of the map.
Yeah, and every single game is a new chance to turn a new leaf. I think that Afreeca wants a second chance after that first game where they had to have known they were ahead and kind of threw it away and got dunked on by the Syndra. So Fly, he does the donkey thing. He says, well, Syndra's the strongest champion in the game now. I'm going to play Syndra. We'll see how that goes for him. Certainly Syndra does have a lot of power in exactly the moments where Dove was using it in the last game. So excited to see Fly get his chance at doing it here at game number 2 of Afreeca up against KT.
The Samira pick here once again for Hybrid. He has played it now 9 times. And this is KT's mid-game control that they are always operating around. Hirai, he is, putting the emphasis on controlling these team fights and controlling these early Drakes with a comp that's explosive. But this comp isn't as all-in in that regard as the last one was, because they have Doran on the Gnar, who's going to be able to team fight really well later on in the game. Yukal's going to scale really well into the late game. And actually, I feel like Yukal and Samira, or rather the Victor and Samira, is one of those combos that makes Samira more powerful in late game than she normally is, because the damage output is so safe and so consistent with the Victor that it does empower your ultimate, where you can go and get those cleanup kills. A lot of other mid laners just don't have that same sort of consistent damage output. They're more bursty. And I think the Victor works very well in this scenario. So KT are not as trapped in tempo-based control early as they were in the last game, I feel.
For sure. Very curious about this top side of the map. How is Keen going to be able to dunk on this Gnar this time around, or is he just going to have an unfortunate time? You can see that so far we've seen 10 matches, actually, of Camille up against Gnar, and it's 5 versus 5. So this one will turn the tides in one direction or the other.
I'd love to see the timeline on that, because I feel like the first 5 for Camille were very early on, and the 5 for the Gnar were later on, as this matchup has been really figured out, and we're seeing Gnars do much better in the top lane. I was talking with Atlas about this before, last week, because I was saying a lot of the time, like, Korea didn't figure out Gnar, and Atlas was arguing, well, I mean, a lot of these top laners have played so much Gnar. He's been meta in so many different other metas across the years, and I agree with that, and maybe I was being a little bit, maybe I was overextending and saying that Koreans didn't know how to play Gnar in this meta yet, but regardless, they are doing better successfully. They're more successful in this matchup, especially later on in the season. So, in the specific matchup, it does feel like some adaptations have been made. So far here for Keen, though, a good start.
Absolutely. If there's a guy that knows how to play Camille, certainly Keen is one of them. He's had his fun times on this champion from time to time, as we saw the Demolish taking on the Lulu down on the bottom side, really looking to push their edge early on in this game. They have huge range advantage down on the bottom side. I mean, it's just Aphelios Lulu, a ranged Enchanter support up against tank support Rel, and low range AD carry in Samira. So you would imagine that the priority goes the way of Afreeca there. Looks like the mid lane already is going pretty well for Fly. And teleport used up on the top side for Doran to try to get up here.
Yep. Just going to have to use that one early. We won't lose too much CS. The timing actually works out really well. With that bottom priority, you see the scuttle taken here for Dread. And Blank is coming down to contest a little bit late, actually. You can see the pings there, and he's unfortunately just not able to do anything. Fly is going to be totally fine here. Does get hit, but he's super safe. And they're actually going to try to double scuttle. Yeah. I think this is totally reasonable.
For sure. You can see Yukal's very low on mana, so it's like, well, what exactly am I going to be able to do? Like, throw out one laser? That's not really going to help too much. They have a bit of an engage on the bottom side, as you can see that the Rel, at this point, with the horse's clothes being worn, she is quite tanky, in fact. And we have the flash in. They want to engage immediately onto Lehans. They don't quite have the damage to get on in there, and now the double slow comes in, the double root from Bang. And they will be able to trade back some of those health bars, and Lehens will survive.
We see so many all-ins from Rel at level 3. I mean, that's where she's at her strongest in the lane. And against the AFㅣLCK or any lane that's really oppressive, sometimes you feel like, okay, they're pushed up, we can commit to this. But without a jungle, it's hard to secure the kills, and the response is really good. Lehens with the instant exhaust. So, really good handling there on the bottom side. And Dread, after double scuttling, is going to make his way back down here. There's no vision, but I don't think that KT are going to pull the trigger on this one again, even though Bang is asking for it. Rel can be very scary if you haven't dealt with her before or you don't know how to respond, but you know, at this stage, like, teams really know, okay, he's going to crash down, attract repel, that's the all-in. You go and you try to make it happen, but, you know, right here, right now, it's just not going to, and Dread's like, please try it.
Yeah, Dread is here, and keep in mind, he hasn't backed at all yet, so if they were to fight right now with Blank now down in the bottom side, it would not look very pretty for that Pantheon. So he's going to pick up the whip as he does go back, bringing on that Gore Drinker, and
look at the...
saw that Lilia was here trying to make this play happen.
Yeah, look at the Seeker's arm guard early here as well for Lilia. It's a very difficult matchup to play early on in the game for Lilia. Because Pantheon can just stun her, and then you're always going to win that trade. And if anybody else shows up, you usually just kind of get outsped in terms of the damage output. So her damage is very slow. So, gonna build an early Zonias, it looks like, and getting the arm guard early just signifies, like, she's respecting Dread's power in this early stage of the game where she is very squishy. Which is part of the reason why, I mean, you talked about Yukel's mana issue, but the other reason why she can't contest the scuttle is she will just get crushed early on if she tries to even tango with the Pantheon in this matchup.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful. If you're gonna try to win that one, you have to run them down over the course of, like, a long span of rift, if you will. This top lane is going pretty nicely. You see that Doran is handling the pressure very well. Keen has been getting pretty aggressive and engaging. This is going to be the third scuttle that goes the way of Dread, so he's feeling pretty good. Bottom lane priority still going good here for the side of Afreeca. Definitely not easy even to see us under the turret here for Iowa.
Blank. You know, he's up at the top side of the map, so can't deny the scuttle, but because there's so much lane priority here, and the lane is so pushed, like, it's hard for him to commit here, but that's a nice knockback.
Oh, he missed the wallop, though. The sleep does come in, and this will force Keen to flash away, but, man, that could have been better. Looks like that wallop did miss, and Keen was just able to kind of hookshot out of there and be just fine.
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum was really well timed, and he has to flash, but, you know, could have been a lot worse. And look at this too. Look at the rotation from Dread now, because he knows where Lilia is. He knows the timing, and he's like, "You're dead. Sorry."
He is.
Seeker's arm guard, no. Bye bye.
Very fast, but the red buff is picked up, and the flash is easy. Blank used that flash up on the top side, so just a very simple follow-up first blood there from Afreeca, from Dread, to get even farther ahead.
But this is what I'm talking about with this matchup too. Like, and you fail to get the kill on the top side, and you've given over the intel. That's where you are. Dread knows the timing of the red buff take. He knows exactly where you are. And that's why this matchup is so hard for Lilia. Because if you don't get a kill there, and you're like, okay, I'll back, get some health back, and then come over, you're at half health, and he knows it. And it's like, okay, if you're not there, he gets your red for free. If you are there, he gets your red and you die. So, very oppressive, very difficult to play early on. And it's just going to get worse through this mid game. So, really nice play from Dread. I'm really liking his decision-making on this Pantheon pick so much in both games.
Yeah. And just in general, you know, he's become such a fantastic jungler, as we do have the engage up on the top side. Looks like Doran, he's just trying to trade. He's not really going for any kills or anything. Miss on the stun here. Hextech Ultimatum not available, and Keen is getting in the thick of things as now the mini-narc comes out. Did he go a little bit too far? That is going to be the straight-up kill, as two members of Afreeca have to come up to clean that one up. But a nice straight-up one from Doran, at least.
Blank's going to trade back the Drake. And he knows the Grand Starfall just got used, so he feels pretty safe to do this. There's pings going down as well. He's like, okay, I'm going to need a little bit of guarantee here. I want to watch that fight again because I'd like to see where Dread's Grand Starfall like cooldown was, because it might have actually just still been on cooldown, which is why he came in a little bit too late, because Kane was so reliant on him coming in for the save. And it was like, if it was actually not ready, it would have been like razor thin the timing, which is so unfortunate for Kane on the top side, but we may or may not get that replay. I said 2 games, by the way, for Dread. It was obviously Fly who played it last game.
Yeah.
But KT with Afreeca with the good Pantheons. Okay, we're gonna.
And
watch
you just know we're gonna get the replays. This is the LCK. We're even getting this replay.
Yeah.
This is from ages ago. And Blank gets caught.
Yeah. Okay. So, do I get to see the ultimate cooldown? Yeah, it's actually available. So a little bit late on that one. He actually walks away. Look at him on the minimap. There was a miscommunication here, especially because Fly is here as well. That's a little bit weird. So a little bit of miscommunication as to when that should have come through. Because if he didn't have his ult available, I would have been like, okay. But he definitely did.
And sometimes the ult cooldowns can be a little bit strange on the replay, like on the spectators. But
yeah, it's possible.
In that scenario, I think he absolutely should have had it, because I don't remember him using it at all, right? So, yeah, just, you know, a little bit of a mix-up there, but perhaps saying, okay, I don't have Hextech Ultimatum, you know, this isn't a sure thing, I'm not really sure if I can lock him down, oh, I missed my hook shot, you know, stuff like that. And so, yeah, turns out to be just the 1-for-1 trade in the end, of course. Afreeca still are in a great spot. I mean, they're up 2,000 gold at this point in the game, certainly feeling pretty good about that at this point in time. Yep.
This bottom lane is going very well for Afreeca, but it's not, you know, one of those AFㅣLCK games where he gets everything, and this is just a crushing victory, although they are looking for more here. As Dread rotates down, his Starfall is almost available. He's just going to drop the Rift Herald. He might still re-engage back in if this turret goes down after the charge. Like, he's roaming around, he sees Blank. They want more. This is a really nice timing, actually, for the Pantheon.
Yeah, he's just going to engage immediately, but with the sleep coming in, Fly is really the problem. He gets the first rotation down, and this is a 4-on-3 in favor of Afreeca. They're desperately trying to kill Dread, but they absolutely cannot. Not with the wild growth, at least. The flash comes in, Zeus is going to go down, and Afreeca this time, it's this turn, their turn rather, to dominate this game, as they are really bringing it to KT this time around.
The timing on this means they get an extra charge on this Rift Herald, so that's really nice as well. This is going to be so much damage to this turret. It doesn't have plates, obviously, so not going to get any extra advantages from the gold, but this is perfectly timed with the Rift Herald coming through, with the lane pushing so hard. It's a really well executed dive that, like you said, involves Fly as well. I mean, everybody's in on it. This is no secret. This is just really nice play, rotation-wise, for Afreeca. And if we could actually rewind time and we had a better response for Dread in that top lane replay we were talking about earlier, where we weren't sure if he had his ult, seemed like he probably did. This is almost like a perfect game from Dread. He's playing so well around controlling his objectives. He gets slept, but he has his shield up. So he peels through all of this damage. He's a big damage soak. And then the explosive rotation over from Fly means nobody can get out of here. The timing of this is so perfect. They get so much extra value out of the Rift Herald. And, I mean, this is Afreeca taking control over this game right now.
Yeah, it's almost like they're angry after game number 1. They're like, okay, we really got to shut this one down this time around. And I think their comp, certainly at this point in the game, has a little bit more of a reason to. You know, they have the ability to in this game. You can see the gold differences. The bottom lane is really where the massive gap is. I mean, it's 2,000 gold already. Yukal has to flash away from a pretty simple just sweep and hook shot coming in from the Camille. And nothing seems to be going right here on the side of KT.
Yeah. Their comp can stabilize, for sure, but the scary part is the AFㅣLCK, right? Who already has his Kraken Slayer up. And the objective control that I think KT have struggled so much with early on. They got the free Drake, right? Blank got that earlier when there was the commitment to the top side of the map. But the next few objectives, like this Infernal Drake, I think they're really going to struggle to take control of. You know, we do have the lane swap, so AFㅣLCK is on the top side of the map. That's a big boon for KT, because obviously he doesn't have teleport. but I think it's gonna be very difficult for KT to actually say this is my Drake, this is my fight, to actually commit. And you see the rotations already coming down. As Afreeca are just like, yeah, we're not even gonna commit everything for this. If you send Samira down slowly, then AFㅣLCK actually just walks right back to the top lane. Look at him hiding in the river there. He's like, oh, you're gonna send the Samira down? I'm just gonna get more push on the top side. Macro game here for Afreeca is superb. Like, I'm loving it.
Yeah, they should have pretty free Drake control here. Doesn't seem like they want anything to do with this, KT. They just let it go. And we'll see what it's going to be. Is it going to be that Cloud Soul? Yes, it will, of course. We're very well known now, all of us, for the Cloud Soul.
You're number one, though. In terms of percentage.
Well, I'm percentage, yeah, I suppose. Who knows if those stats were legit? I didn't agree to that census.
Could be fake news, actually. Like, we didn't counter check it. We didn't actually fact check that.
Very true. Who knows? Maybe he just made up the numbers.
Well, I trust him.
Yeah. There's a lot of Cloud Drakes, a lot of Cloud Souls, I should say, in the LCK. And we're going to have one here. So, Afreeca with a Mountain Soul could have been nice. I mean, they don't have any, like, huge tanks that are going to be stacking resistances or anything like that, but the extra shielding and, you know, the bit of resistances on the inevitable small resistance items that they do build would have been nice anyway. And, yeah, they're in total control of this game, so I don't even feel like they have to rush things or anything. They have the super fed AFㅣLCK, they have the Samira in the mid game, who is just a monster, like...
Well,
did I say Samira? I meant Syndra.
Yeah, well, the Samira in the mid game that is a monster is unfortunately not with a comp that allows her to be that at this stage, right? And she does have the Immortal Shield, but as Blank is hiding here, I actually
oh, the buffer!
So well handled.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was a handsome maneuver from Keen. What a handsome gamer.
Well, guess what? Now, now Dread's just like, oh, okay, I know where you are. Gonna be super aggressive. The ping comes through instantly from Hybrid. He's like, I'm pretty sure he's in there. But yeah, we saw the back earlier where he bought the Immortal Shield Bow that Bang was waiting for. He's like, oh, I see you back. I'm just gonna push top. End up getting that turret down now. And, you know, normally when you see the Immortal Shield Bow, you're like, okay, this is time for KT to fight. But in this draft, I think they just have to play patiently and they have to wait. And because it is a Cloud Soul, I think they are actually okay to be patient here. And they don't have to force even this next fight necessarily. They just need to stay stable. They give over the second Rift Herald. Not going to fight for that. Just sit back and farm up. Enjoy the show. Because when you go to the late parts, that's when UCal is going to be able to do a ton of damage. That's when you're going to have the big Magnet Storm into Inferno Trigger after UCal's Death Raid like 6 times in the fight. Drops his ultimate. You can see a Sleep to start it all off. You can use a Sleep for Disengage. Doran gets a lot of value later on in those late game objective fights. So, you know, we're looking for a Baron fight next, probably for KT. For the next place they should be aggressive. Maybe the next Drake after this Cloud Drake that's spawning in 2 minutes. That's where they're going to look to start to really fight. But right now, just have to sit back and wait. So a little bit of a lull state here. A few of those today.
Just a little bit. And, yeah, the Syndra is definitely an interesting champion to talk about because... Well, I'm going to have to hold that thought. As Keen is getting in here onto Hybrid, you know, he has that damage, but here comes the S-Rank, and he's got some friends, but the Hybrid will eventually go down, and Lehenge is coming up here to the top side. UCal, you can see him burning down Dread. There comes the exhaust. They're going to take out Dread immediately, and now KT has the rest of their team in position to collapse, and they're going to get on top of Keen as well. They take out that Camille, and the rest of Afreeca just going to have to back away in the KT jungle from that fight.
2 teleports used for KT for this, but Afreeca Freecs not tracking those teleports, thinking they had the numbers advantage. They're going to kill a Samira who's side laning. You know, that's the power of Camille, right? Sometimes you could just threaten those side laners, kill them, and then push bigger advantages. And yeah, you do force out teleports, but KT handled the situation very well. End up getting a really nice trade as a result. And trading even like this, essentially, which is where KT's at, like, that's what they want to be doing in this stage of the game.
Yeah, and you take a look at who got the kills. I mean, UCal with the double kill. He's 2-0 now. He has kept up the entire time with the Syndra. So even though Fly has been roaming around the map, he's been incredibly annoying. Speaking of being incredibly annoying, thank you very much, Hybrid. He's delayed that back now twice. which is quite annoying. I mean, Fly would really love to get the back before this Cloud Drake comes in, but yeah, I mean that's big kills now onto your mid carries. So here's the fight once again.
I mean, this is a really nice timing for Keen to threaten the Camille, right? Or rather, threaten a Samira with the Camille. But the teleports are there, right? And Yukao comes in here, Doran teleports in, and suddenly this is not a winning fight anymore. It's a 2v2 in the top side, it's a trade, but Doran has so much sustainability, so much long-lasting power when Hextech Ultimate has already been used. Flying gets asleep to make sure that's a lockdown kill there, and you just have to back away if you're Afreeca. You can't match that rotation. You don't have the speed to come in and trade it back.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, this game, Afreeca's ahead 5,000 gold, okay? But it doesn't really feel that way, right? They have a lot of value. They have this really big Syndra at this point in time. But KT are just so confidently moving forward and trying to take as much of the map as possible. They're looking to trade objectives here even from behind. I like how proactive they're being, even though they do have to give away that Cloud Drake.
They're trying to make every bad trade into as least bad as possible. Uh-oh.
All right, I take it. I don't even know what to say about that. That's literally just you walk straight into a Syndra. And that's going to be the way that one goes. Blank does get away because he's a fast horsey, but the rest of his team not as lucky. Hybrid and Doran getting caught out there. Pretty unfortunate spot. Great lockdown from Fly. Yeah. He says, by the way, I'm playing Syndra.
Well, they tried to push mid, right? They were like, okay, we're going to give the Drake. We can't fight that, right? This is what I was saying, is skip this Drake, go to the next one. But they were like, we'll push mid, we'll get something small out of it. I like the proactive play, but because they stayed a little bit too long, and Grand Starfall is a great chasing tool, they end up losing someone. Now they have no vision over this Baron, and they're going to give that up too, to Afreeca, because they chased too long, they stayed too long. And this means that, you know, some of that farming and scaling is just not even going to be possible or realistic anymore. So, you know, they pushed for mid. Doran stays too long. This is actually on him. I mean, everybody else is pretty decently positioned.
Walked right into the city.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
Hybrid gets stuck. Like, he can't get out of there. Grand Starfall just makes it an easy chase. So KT trying to look for something in the mid lane, staying too long, and now it's a Baron.
Ooh, look at this, though. Fly in a really awkward spot here, getting run down, and Doran is angry. Doran smash. That's literally what he did. Smashed that Syndra into the ground.
Very impressive. Very big kill here for KT, trading it back. I think we're going to take a look at it once again. As Fly is trying to teleport her back, and he's back. He's caught. Like, in Fly's defense, this was actually a really big heads-up play from Doran. In Fly's defense, that he had Baron buff, so it's a very quick back, so you feel pretty safe there. Like, I can't blame him as much as I can praise Doran for actually just saying, oh, I think I can push this.
Absolutely. Just really good heads-up play. I think, like, Doran, after he died like that, like, Doran's a fantastic player, right? Like, which is why I criticize him so heavily, because I expect more from Doran.
Sure.
And so I feel like he kind of got woken up a little bit by getting killed by Syndra the last time around. And
revenge.
He was, you know, he's got his head screwed on straight this time around. So he gets his revenge, and he's ready to go. So we'll see what he's got left in this one. KT definitely not in the best position. Afreeca really trying to make this lead into a win and push this into a game 3. They're 7,000 gold ahead, so feeling pretty good this early on in the game.
Ooh, nice damage here on the Zeus. Gonna have to back away. The mid push is there. The top push is there. It's just Afreeca really just trying to gain control of all these turrets, get some extra vision for this upcoming Drake fight. And, I mean, obviously all the gold that comes with it, so they solidify their lead. And unfortunately, KT Rolster is spread a little bit thin trying to deal with all of it. Their comp needs to fight together. They need to be grouped. They're actually at weakest when they are split apart. As you can see on the top side, even Doran is like, you know, having some trouble by himself dealing with the Camille push. And if they group up to deal with Dread, then Afreeca can just push the bottom wave. They're getting picked apart pretty hard because Afreeca can 1-1-3, or, you know, 1-3-1, whichever way you want to put it. In this case, it's 1-1-3 in terms of the top to bottom, but their comp is so good at actually sieging down these turrets.
It's really fantastic, right? I mean, AFㅣLCK Syndra alone are just really, really good at that, and not to mention the split pushers. So just really trying to get as much value as possible. Bang goes a little bit too far forward. You can see that UCal trying to punish that. Here comes the crash down, getting that big engage from the side of Zeus, but now you can see the front to back as Dread will rotate on over, and Fly just does a little bit too much damage. We also got a fight up in the top side, Keen. He's looking to smash down Doran. He wants to get revenge for his ally, as moves forward and actually avoids the sweet spot on the sweeper, trades the kill, and actually makes it so that top side won't be broken down.
Yeah, they're going to save the inhibitor with that trade. You'll take it 100%. It's unfortunate for KT that had to be a trade instead of a kill, but that's the power of Camille, you know, and he's got his Hydra up, he's got his Trinity Force, he's pretty fed, and he's going to be able to push through and force a fight like that kind of out in the open in that vacuum. As, you know, at the same time here, this is when KT are like, okay, we have to group. Maybe we can 4v3 this. Look at how overextended Afreeca are here. So they decide this is their moment. You know, you see UCal ult, and then there's a big Magnet Storm coming through. Zeus is looking for the Attract Repel. But the Grand Starfall makes it so easy to trade back. And now you're in a really nasty spot if you're KT, because you can't stay here anymore, but you still have to deal with the top push. And everybody's gotten low. They can't rotate over to save Doran, because he's too far away, and then if they do, then they give up more on the base. Like, you're gonna lose inhibitors no matter what, or you're gonna lose an inhibitor no matter what. And they just spread too thin. Afreeca get the next Drake, and Valdez, this looks like Afreeca have too much of a lead at this stage. I mean, I thought KT might really be able to pull it back on some of these later fights, but with the whole map open, the inhibitor down, it's gonna be really tough.
It absolutely will. We're in a spot now that Afreeca, I think they don't want to let go of their lead like they did in game number 1, and they've been doing a good job of it. KT do have some outs, right? Like, UCal is pretty massive. He does have the most farm in the game. 302 is really impressive, 26 minutes into the game. He's 2-0-1 at the same time, and we see what kind of damage that he does do. But again, other than that, it's not much. I feel like Doran is really trying to smurf his way into a win, but it's difficult as the game comes along. Even though, you know, he's able to stand up to the Camille now, eventually he's just not going to be, unless he gets like a good position with his Mega Gnar. But Camille can kind of control those fights. You know? Yeah. Speaking of Mega Gnar, gets in there, gets the double wallop as well. Gets a massive engage, but the team gets stunned on the back line, and so the follow-up is just not there. And in goes Keen looking for that back line. Does he have the damage? He's getting poked out. He gets taken down, and a double Zhonya's in the mid lane means that they're actually going to survive. As Dread flashing forward, not sure if he's even going to be able to win this fight here. KT playing it really nicely front to back, but in the end of the day, the wallets are just too large here on the side of Afreeca, and they will eventually smack KT back into their fountain.
Really strong engage tools on the side of Afreeca Freecs. They have the damage number, they have the damage output, they have the wallet advantage, as you said. They just have better items. They have such high damage output on top of the engage. You know, you drop your Zhonya's or not, it's only going to buy time, but there's no follow-up damage. They can't actually kill the Afreeca Freecs despite the survivability, and this looks like an inevitable end.
Does feel inevitable. Hybrid's doing his best golden statue impression, but that's about all he's got here. You can see Dread with the wild growth. Looks like that should be enough. He is going to go down, but we also do have the polymorph onto the Victor. He's staying alive for once, but not too much. Doran is really trying to stop this, actually, as Bang is just going to get those autos down just barely for the victory. Afreeca were very far ahead in terms of numbers for the largest portion of that game. I do like KT's tenacity, though, to try to stick in that one, but a big win for Afreeca to tie things up.
Yeah, their comp definitely could have worked in the later stages, but they got too far behind. This is an immaculate macro game from Afreeca, and Dread in particular had such a standout performance on the Pantheon. To me, I look at how he just bullied Lilia, was aggressive on the bottom side of the map. Afreeca knew how to choke KT Rolster out of the game. They were non-stop being aggressive. The side lane power that Camille gets later on just became so much easier because every time KT tried to rotate to match, you know, the Grand Starfall comes through, you have the follow-up rotation. There was that one time where they overextended, there was a double teleport in the top side of the map, but then they found objectives on the bottom side of the map right afterwards. They were always pushing their advantage. They were always pushing the fact that they had so much rotational power with the comp that they had. But I was very impressed, and you know, it was very similar to game one in a lot of ways, but The big difference was they played a lot safer through the later parts, didn't overextend, didn't make huge mistakes, but at the same time they pushed the envelope of what was possible. They pushed lanes really hard, and once you get an inhibitor down, it's like you don't have a 1-3-1 anymore, you have a 1-4, and then the other lane is pushed by super minions, right? So they got to group a lot better, they got to fight a lot harder in those last few moments, and despite the double Zonias to try to survive through and do that burst damage, Yukao's like, please, just let me have this long fight so I could do so much damage with my Victor. They never got that chance.
They never did. I do like how they fought back tooth and nail. They tried to claw it back there, but it just wasn't meant to be. They lost a little bit too much early on in the game, and Afreeca, definitely big props to them. I would also agree with you. I think that Dread deserves the player of the game in that one. And we'll take a look at some of the stats, the post-game stats here, just to see the breakdown of how it did go down. Note that KT did not take a single tower.
Nope.
Not a single tower, not a single herald to try to break any towers. They were just too far behind early, and that's where they were losing a lot of gold as well.
Look at the damage for Hybrid. This is another one of those games where, like, Samira needs so much help, and she either has to crush in those skirmishy team fights, which their comp is not designed to do, right? So picking up the Samira early meant that they had to, like, try to fix the draft by drafting the Victor late, but then they never got any fair fights, never got a front-to-back fair fight where she can actually clean up. And if you don't get that, you do no damage in team fights. You're practically irrelevant outside of lane. And I think KT need to draft for late game more and draft away from these skirmishy comps.
Well, we'll see if they can manage to muster that up, as we are going to take a little bit of a break before we do get into game number 3 of this series, the last game of the night.
버프가 너가 해줘.
W 과거만 형이
버프 줘. 버프. 밀어내기만 해.
빅토르 조냐 조sia 빅토르 조냐. 없어.
아 지금 그만하자.
에 3일 들어왔어.
퍼드라 있어. 퍼드라 있어.
야나 텔
내려가야 돼,
나
내려가야
텔 좀.
빅토르.
하자.
타워.
On the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me.
So much CC actually for Genji, it's insane. Speaking of which,
Herald got pooped.
Yeah.
the horse getting slapped on the behind just a little bit there.
Take this away, I think. I don't think you can fight for this.
Oh, BDD gets the flash out of Canyon. That was fantastically played, but Fredit Volley's still going to do a fair bit of work as Beryl goes for the engage, but he gets completely interrupted. Life now trying to run this one. Four-man no to the wall as Bronco finds a four-man wallop afterwards, gets congratulated with that first blood, and Genji limp away.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down.
In particular, that hourglass for Elgoya, I love it. We got to play the bot side 2v2, let's go.
All right, Nisky and Armored are currently trading for the time being. Whippo joins the fray. Humanoid's got the Emperor's Divide. He's going to need to use it to buy time, and he does. Armored escapes with his life for now.
What?
Nisky with the huge outplay. That was ridiculous damage.
Where did Humanoid go?
If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Made it away and then got out nicely budgeted there. Here comes the big play. They're all going golden, and here comes the bullet time to surrender the game. A quadra kill. FBI is on the run, and there comes the Floodlight Ace and a pentakill for Sven.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Then it just goes out the window as Lila is trying to time it, and Wuming's committing as well. OMG saying, all right, let's fight then, but Angel picks up yet another kill. Golden has that's what them absorbed the damage from the rest of the team. But the shuffle out, the interaction perfect. This is why they gave this pick to Angel, as it's a quadra kill. And you know what? It's penta time for this mid lane.
I worked too hard to get
Would like to use a flank from Jizuke. They've got the Rise trailing down right now. Realmorph is up.
In fact, again, also on another pretty good flank there, but Shockwave is out already. Oh, Rel goes in, but two, there's the three-man Shockwave for JJ. Just sets it up, and Jensen knocks it down. That was a stunningly good engage by Colo JJ.
Afreeca Freecs managed to come back with that performance in Game 2, and they still have the hope to secure their spot on the 5th place. And once again, they tried to support Lulu, and I guess they were preparing this for a reason. I was really unsure about this pick, but we do have the answer now. I think the jungle was the problem. Because they had Karthus in game number 1. They did not have enough kind of tool in order to make other actions to happen. And the Lulu is kind of champion that always push in the lane. So there was some miss of the chemistry with Karthus pick in game number 1, but this time around they were geared up with Pantheon with that B1 pick. I think for KT Rolster, they should have picked Syndra instead of Gnar. I agree with them. With this early Gnar pick, actually, we could see that KT was looking for some top lane priority, which actually didn't work well. And Lilia was not having a good time because both of their solo laners were not having the priority. So when the bottom duos are going really hard through the laning phase, well, actually, the jungler has to punish it based on the lane priority, the top side of the map, but that was missing on the side of KT Rolster, so Afreeca Freecs was able to kind of easily solidify their lead. If KT Rolster cannot actually put up their best fight into the Afreeca's comp, they actually should just ban out Lulu in game 3. So let's take a look how Afreeca this time around was able to have a firm grasp of the jungle lead. So Lilia rotated to top for a gank, but the CC engage wasn't there. The wall up didn't really work, so Lilia actually had to use her flash to escape. And Pantheon had this information that the enemy jungle red camp is regenerating soon, and then the important thing is that the zombie ward goes down. So Lilia, because she had this vision just before a couple of seconds ago, well, Blank thought she was in a very safe spot, so she goes for that red camp, but Dread was able to lock down that easy kill. But prior to that, we also want to make a shout out over to Keen's outplay, surviving that gank. So some of the missed chemistry coming out from KT Rolster actually was snowballed to that solo kill in the jungle. And let's take a look at the next highlight, where Afreeca won a very decisive team fight where KT Rolster made a mistake. So KT looked to engage on Lulu, and some of the players are also trying to raise their mid lane turret. But they could not make any pick onto Lulu, and at the same time, they didn't even finish that turret. And then Syndra stuns that Gnar and knocked down the Samira as well. KT had to be a little bit more composed in game. However, they made some critical mistake over and over in this game, so the game was a little bit accelerated heading to the end. They should have been a lot more meticulous, expecting or predicting the skill shots coming out from the opponents. I guess Lulu was able to redeem herself in game number 2, and with this victory, we are heading over to the series deciding game number 3. But first, let's take a look at the POG, and it's gonna be Dread picking up another POG, the first one of the split already. These days, once he gets the jungle lead, Afreeca can easily actually close out the game. So Afreeca has been kind of rising up, followed by the Dread's process of his performance. Instead of going for some pick like Karthus, I think Pantheon was a better connection for him. Afreeca, based on their lane priority, can push this momentum forward with this kind of strong engaged jungle. Dread is definitely a player with a very aggressive playstyle, so I guess Pantheon was definitely a better link for him. It's also really interesting to see how this player can go far and aggressively by himself. And also the way he utilized the shield was really on point, and Dread was able to pick up 5 for 9, and the rest of the votes were split for Syndra and Aphelios on the side of Afreeca Freecs. So this is a match point for both teams, and we're heading over to the decider game. The winner will get the spot on the west bracket of the LCK. So back to our casters.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation once again of the analyst desk. And good to see that Dread does pick up the POG, even if it was only 5 out of 9, gets the majority of the votes. And we'll move on to the red side with his team here. As you can see, very focused Fly. He's taking a quick nap. He's back.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really tough series. It's been a long one. It's been very grueling. I think the series is by far one of the more interesting ones this week out of all the, kind of sloppy 2-1s we've had, like the beginning of the week, but then some of the less interesting one-sided ones. This one has clear themes, right? Afreeca had a massive lead in game number 1. They made some mistakes, dropped it, came back with a vengeance in game 2. KT couldn't get their comp online. They're still drafting around the Samira. They're drafting around Aatrox recently, right? These champions that feel like they're just not coming together for them. They're not hitting their win conditions. They're not operating around their comps correctly. And, you see the faces of the Afreeca players after an awesome game 2 win. They still look exhausted. They still look frustrated. I think it's because they know that this probably could have been a 2-0 for them. It would have been an amazing take. Grab those 2 points, move up past T1, get top 5 going into the end of the week. But it's not going to happen. T1 get to hold number 5 now that we're going to this 3rd game. The best they can do is tie. And let's see where the draft goes, because I'd love to see KT Rolster move away from the Samira. And, just draft a Kai'Sa, play standard. There you go.
I was going to mention it. I mean, if you really wanted to start off strong, just ban away that champion. They flexed it now into 2 roles. Looked better with Dread. They're also going to ban away Lulu. This is almost a draft where it's like, okay, we want to see something new. Like, we don't care what we leave available. We just don't want you to play the same stuff. They're also going to ban the Talia. They don't even want to play it themselves.
This screams their Kai'Sa first picking. I mean, that's what any other team would do with the bans that we see here. Take away the 2 top, bans, 2 top picks you would get outside of that first Kai'Sa pick that would 100% go over to Afreeca. And, I mean, if you think about any other picks that you could grab here, like Olaf is taken away. There's no other high priority pick here. So if KT, just picks Samira here, I'm like, ooh, you guys just are hell-bent on this. I mean, I'd be okay with, I'm actually okay with the Rel. Okay. And I would have been okay with a Gnar too. But this is a flexible pick, right? You don't have to go down the Samira path just because you picked Rel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a standalone support, she's just really, really strong. And let's see what we see on the side of Afreeca here. Do they just go Kai'Sa Alistar? We see the hover on the Alistar. That would be pretty high priority onto that support pick, but they want to go ahead and keep the rest of their picks hidden for now, as they do lock that one in. And the elephant in the room is the Kai'Sa. Do you pick it here?
Again, with that
available,
that kind of gentleman's agreement I was joking about, where you just pick the Xayah into the Kai'Sa. Whoever picks it first, right, there's a response before the second ban phase. I feel like you don't necessarily have to pick it here. You could pick it R3, and then ban away the Xayah, if that's the way you want to go about things. Or you could wait and see if KT pick it and then do the reverse. Grabbing this Gnar pick, I think, is really safe, because even though we did see the Camille crush it, this time you're going to have more options to ban against it if you're expecting to see that once again. If you think Doran might play it, you can just remove that. Hecarim jungle is very aggressive. I like the Lilia a lot more, even though it didn't work out last game. This time you're not going to have to deal with the Pantheon. You're not going to have to deal with an aggressive Olaf or even an Udyr. So this Lilia pick is way safer than the last.
Yeah, I like it this time around. Blank is a good Lilia player. Don't let the amount of damage he did in game number 2 fool you. That was kind of just a fluky game, right? He got behind. The gank didn't work in the top side, at least to get a kill. Then he got ganked himself, so he was kind of off the board for quite a while. And let's see what else we're going to see. The Samira is picked. It's picked here. They're not messing around. They want the Samira really badly.
Well, I mean, if they can execute it better than they have their last few games, then I don't hate it, in a vacuum. This just means Bang's going to grab up the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa Alistar, very stable bottom lane. Alistar has been pretty good against Rel, especially in the early parts of Rel's laning. Alistar can punish the aggressive attract repels, can also knock her away. So now we're going to find out where KT want to go for their top lane. And against the Gnar, it's hard to really control that tempo advantage with the Samira, unless they want to go down the Aatrox path again, right? Which is something that Hirai has pushed them into so many times as of late. And I mentioned Hirai and the coaching staff because you often see him literally walk up to Doran and tell him to play Aatrox. You and I have talked about it many times, like where it's like he's the last pick, he's the counter pick, and you literally see Hirai walk over to him, whisper to him, and then Aatrox gets locked in. So
We'll play. So you have no choice.
So I wonder if that's where they're gonna go with this.
I certainly hope not, but we'll have to wait and see what will be the choice there. I like that ban. Doran has played a bunch of Jace, and it's certainly one of the picks that is still left available into the Gnar. It's not a Camille ban, so that pick is still available.
What about just UCal playing Victor again and playing something in the top lane that's very stable and very late game focused, like a Victor Ornn closeout here, where you don't have to play around Samira's early spike. She just plays stable. It's very similar to the Game 2 draft, where you're playing for Victor to empower the Samira in those late game fights. Rel is going to be able to help set that up. And you're looking for burst damage in those slower fights with the Samira cleaning up rather than just kind of zooming in the early parts of the game and taking a tempo lead. Is Nidalee will be the choice here. I like the idea of just going down the same path and playing for the later parts of this, because I think that's where KT are definitely better and more successful, is being decisive in late game, because they're happy feeding, very messy tempo, trying to get an advantage but not chasing Drakes correctly has not been great. Is every time, man, he looks so upset about these final picks. Like, this is like the 4th time in a row where he's like, oh, I don't want to do it, but okay.
Oh, god damn. He's really not happy with this one. But, you know, no guarantee that this will be in the top lane. Let's see the last pick. But, yeah, you would imagine that it will be into the Gnar, of course. The Victor seems pretty good. He had a great game on it, actually, in game number 2, even though they lost. He had the most CS in the game, did really, really high damage, and was a constant threat, even when they were down 8,000 gold. So I like that pick here.
It feels very much like it's a half measure and not a full measure, right? It's you have the fallback towards the, as we see Set locked in here finally, which, you know, ends up being pretty decent pick here. I don't mind it that much, but the fallback here for KT in the late game is like, okay, UCal's going to do a ton of damage, but then you have an Aurelia and you have a lot of ability to hard engage, right? Aurelia Vanguard's edges in. Then you have everybody slowed, and then Victor does a ton of damage. Then you maybe see a sleep follow-up, or Lilia's just getting a ton of chip damage in slowly over time, and then Samira cleans up. Like, it does work, but it's like, it's not all in on controlling tempo early, and it's not that great at controlling very late game, like an Ornn would have been, in my opinion. So I feel like you kind of compromise here, whereas there are no compromises in Afreeca's draft. It's extremely meta. You can control the early game. If Gnar doesn't actually get behind early, it's going to be super standard late game team fighting. And it can be very hard to control those objectives around this team in the mid game, because KT's comp isn't all in on that tempo control. So, I mean, I think this is going to be execution based again for KT Rolster. How do they play this? How well can they execute this comp that is based around the Samira once more? This is Hybrid's now 9th game of it, I believe.
Is it? No, I thought you said before.
No, then this must be 10. Then this is 10. Already. It's 10th game.
I think you said he played 9. And then he picked it.
He was 5-2 coming into this. So if he played it both games before, that last game would have been his 9th game, and this will be his 10th. Okay. He was 5-2 today. He is now 5-4. Oh no, 6-3. Sorry. God, I can't do stats anymore. Cancel it. Cancel the stats. Cancel the stats.
No more math. Stop doing math on stream. Oh god. Well, we're just about ready to hop into this one. The comp on the side of Afreeca, you know, you mentioned it's very, very standard kind of meta thing going on there. The set in the mid lane, we're seeing it a bit more and more. We saw Faker play it today already, so that's a couple of times now that it has been picked in the mid lane. And you see he is going Ghost as well as Flash, so really looking to be very consistent with his engages. Ghost on set can be pretty insane. You smash your Q, you just sprint at them with Ghosts. Like, you're not getting away with that, really.
Yeah.
You're not getting away from that, really. If you're a carry that doesn't have much mobility, aka
Victor.
Yeah. So, you know, also can kind of shut down the Aurelia pretty nicely in some of the team fights, right? If she hops in, you can kind of mess with her combo as she's dashing around, if you can get the timing down well. So it has, like, good disengage options. I mean, hell, you could just ult her out of the fight.
Yeah.
Right? She ults in, you ult her out. Like, see you later, Aurelia. I like it kind of as like a negating pick, and I feel like Fly will be pretty good on this one. I actually like Afreeca's chances coming into this game a bit better, but we'll have to wait and see how the game plays out, because I feel like especially between these like middle of the pack teams in the LCK, it really just comes down to who's performing better almost all the time. Like sometimes you see draft wins that lose, and then you know sometimes you see teams that are ahead just fall very far behind all of a sudden.
This is
we already saw that today. So.
This is exactly, that's the story of today's games, right? You know, you're gonna see a blank eat some damage here. Fly is zoned out though. He does not have mid prio at level 1.
Oh, Dread is just, he's got homing missiles right now. It's great. He hit the Victor through the minions. This time, okay, a little bit of a caster curse, but that was a blind spear, of course. He is so incredibly aggressive.
And this is against
this is insane.
Yeah, this is against the Victor who had lane prio to start, and now he's overstayed his welcome.
Yeah. Oh, this ain't it. And
get down, Mr. President. The chicken's taking one for the team.
And we did have the ghost blown there by Fly, so that's going to require a pause. That all of that action just unacceptable. We're going to have to slow things down here with a little bit of a pause.
Yeah. You know, we did see the Raptor steal actually coming out from the Lilia early on, so did start it off that way. There were a lot of pings around that, and you know, I feel like this would have worked a lot better for Set if we were later on in the game, but at level 1, it's like committing the ghost early means that's one of your, you know, engage tools gone, so it ends up being really nice that they took that away. And not entirely sure what our tech issue is. It looks like it's Fly related.
Yeah, and I mean, it didn't seem like he messed anything up, right? So
yeah,
hopefully it's just a little bit of a small issue, maybe like an audio issue or something, and we just get it fixed quickly and can get back into this game, because it would be unfortunate if it was anything that may have potentially affected the fight.
Yeah.
Or anything in that manner. I mean, the way it looked, it just looked like, you know, of course the invading jungler is going to have less priority from their mid lane coming in, obviously, because the enemy mid laner is closer. So
yeah,
that's just the way that goes.
And yeah, based on what we saw, I don't think it affected gameplay. I think you're on the money. It's a audio bug, or could be some sort of client bug where, like, you know, there's like a bug, for example, I've had recently where, like, even though I lock in my skill, the arrows stay over my skill buttons for like the whole game. Could be something as small as that, where he's just like, I don't want to deal with this. He's like, he's fine with the engage, everything goes fine, but he's like, I gotta restart my client because I don't want to play like this. It could be something really, really simple like that, where we just restart the game.
Yeah. Every Afreeca player is really entranced. Everybody is just like, they cannot turn their eyes off of this. Like,
it's like
Enz is a statue, Bang is a statue.
You know, the funny thing is, this happens to me all the time with my cats, or one of my cats, like has hurt itself, or like needs its claws to be trimmed or something like that, and whoever's getting their claws trimmed, let's say, go with that analogy, is like having the worst time, is really unhappy, and the other cats wouldn't want it either, but they get really jealous. And they're like looking at, like, why is he getting the special attention? Why are you clipping Maru's claws? Like, why are you like hanging out with him? And the other cats are like just always staring at it and coming around being like, no, clip my claws too. Even though they would definitely hate to have their claws clipped. For some reason, just watching everybody zoom in on Fly's screen there and look at him reminds me of my cats.
Can I have my computer checked out? I'm not sure. There's a problem. Like, I think I might have an FPS issue.
Yeah. Can I get a reboot on my client too, just to be safe? Obviously, like, these are professional gamers who are definitely more just concerned about Fly's issue being resolved as soon as possible than my cats, who are just jealous.
Jealous cats. And Doran, he looks very focused. He's not cursing himself anymore for picking Aurelia. Seems okay with his decision.
Yeah.
Resigned to it, even.
Very active and fast-paced early game, but the results of this trade are nothing crazy, nothing substantial. I mean, losing the Ghost was really annoying. And we did see like Lilia steal some of the chickens, but then, you know, defend hers.
Got the big one.
Yeah. She got the big one, and she was able to steal the red side chickens, so ends up being totally fine for KT Rolster there for blank. And you know, the situation here, we still don't have any updates on it, so I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like people might be ready to get back in the game. I'm just getting a feeling. My knee hurts a little bit, so that's how I know, because I'm getting older. I know it's time to go back into the game. Get that little twitch, you know? I'm like, I think we're almost back in.
Hair begins to stand up on the back of your neck. Getting excited to get back in the game. Yeah, I mean, I saw Blank put his headset back on, so that was my tell. I don't have the knee thing just yet. Looks like the game is up. Yep. See that?
My knee never lies.
Go. Yes, thank you, Wolf's Knee, for letting us know when the time is right. And that can be really annoying for players. In the middle. What is going on here? Uh-oh.
This is my middle games.
No. He doesn't have smite. Oh, it's so
God.
sad. He was like 3 seconds away.
This is
now he'll
terrible.
Smite it down. You know, I mean, he's gonna be okay from here. Right?
I mean, he's not gonna die, but he is. He's in a really uncomfortable position, and he lost a lot of time after.
They're gonna help him take the scuttle.
That's the lane you want.
Shield down. Yeah.
Lens are true, bro.
Solo queue. This doesn't exist in solo queue. They haven't patched this into the game. The players don't know about it.
It does not happen either if Hybrid and Zeus have lane priority. So you can definitely thank his lucky stars that was the case. In a different matchup, maybe.
Or thank his Kai'Sa and his Alistar, but specifically his Kai'Sa.
Yep.
Pressing Q and bursting down some waves. It's a fun time. And Fly is just going for a little bit of a run. Seems like we got a trade up in the top side too. Doran getting pretty aggressive. We're fighting over these Raptors again. Blank is being so annoying. He's gonna steal them once. Oh, okay. Fly actually steals one back. That's not half bad, but certainly Dread. He's kind of getting the Dread treatment right now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel good.
That was okay. This is a bridge too far, Blank. He is actually gonna try to smite steal it.
Yeah. Looks like he did not. Oh, he did smite something. We're watching the trade up on the top side, so he may have taken the red, but he dies anyway. And Keen wins the trade under his own turret in the top lane. This is just a disaster now for KT. Nothing is going right on their very aggressive trade.
That turns out to be pretty dreadful at the end of the day.
Oh, God.
You know, because he played so well in the previous game, I wouldn't call it, now that he's on the red side, Red Dread Redemption, because he actually was very good in the first game, or the second game, rather. Okay. First game decent, you know, as well. But, like, this is one of those games where, like, it almost feels like Blank is playing pissed. Like, he's like, oh, okay, you actually took everything from me last game. Let's see how you like it. And then they've, you know, UCal is roaming with him. It's not like a solo effort. It's actually a very aggressive attempt to shut down Dread in this early game. And it was fairly successful until it wasn't.
What's going on here? Hybrid's just caught out. He does have his flash, but he wants to hold on to it for as long as possible. We had a W come out. There's an engage up on the top side. Dread is diving onto Doran here. He gets incredibly low, and Dread will get the last hit. And at the end of the day, Dread, you know, he gets so much pressure onto him in the early game, and now he's 2-0.
Yeah. No, I mean, he is down 9 CS, but I think he'll take it. As they're not actually done yet. If Blank wants to try to rotate in here, he is going to find himself DED dead. They will get the Vax off here, and this top matchup was started off really rough for Keen until he was able to trade back the kill on the top side, which might be our replay here. Yeah, this is...
All right, we need these replays.
Like, because, like, this is actually where he buffers the stun coming through, then has a flash, and then just walks back, hits the last auto, and he handled it extremely well. The buffer on the stun actually gave him a little bit of wiggle room there. As this is what happens here. I'm not entirely sure. Like, this is where we looked away. And Okay, he's smited, but like the damage output is too much. Dread gets the kill, and Yukal has to flash. Like, this is fantastic for Afreeca. They are massively ahead. And now, like, as we watch this again, how do you fight with this comp with the Samira early on? You're just too far behind now already for those fights to go your way. Like, it's just going to be so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough. I mean, at least the bottom side is not heavily favored in one direction or the other. Like, obviously, Hybrid had to, it looks like he did have to, in fact, flash at the end of the last trade that we didn't quite get the final look at because there was so much action on the top side. So, certainly, Afreeca feels like they're in a pretty decent spot. We're taking a look at some of these win rates, actually. Kai'Sa Alistar has been played 14 times, Samira Rel 12. And you can see that those 2 extra wins on the side of Kai'Sa Alistar, favoring them slightly.
I'd love to see the Alistar versus Rel stats, because I feel like those are pretty good for Alistar as well. He's been picked into the Rel very often. I mean, obviously he's a very common pick. He's the #1 support pick this season, but has been a pretty stable matchup because you can really deal with the crash down, attract, repel setup pretty well as the Alistar. Even with your ult, obviously, if things are really bad, it's going to be also pretty good. The top side here is actually just, I mean, this is not what you want in Aurelia versus the Gnar.
They're just going to go for it, and they are pretty tanky. I don't know if they're tanky enough yet, and it's pretty rough to lock down in Aurelia. You can see they're immediately going to turn on to Keen here. Dread is nearby, and Fly is even going to go down underneath the turret. This game is just absolute chaos right now. KT are getting in there, Dread. I don't know if he can do anything. We got an engage on the bottom side, too. Hybrid is going to have the one last auto hit him as the Kai'Sa was able to stack that up. And the 2-on-2 on the bottom side will go the way of Kai'Sa, and Alistar, Bang, and Lehends will pick up the 2v2 kill.
Well, ends up being good for them on the bottom side of the map. The top side definitely very much going the other way. Lehends says, get back. Don't you dare try to interrupt my allies back here. And also going to prevent him from, it's going to make it a lot harder for him to deal with those last hits there. So this is just a really hopeful engage here, because like you said, it's difficult to lock down Doran in this case, and he's extremely mobile. They're under a turret, and the sleep onto Keen means he actually can't be relevant in the fight anymore. And Yukal rotates up quickly, matches the rotation, and then it's like, okay, that's the end of it. Dread stays, hoping maybe he could trade one back, but we know what happens in the end.
They saw this coming a mile away. I mean, there was a ward. They saw a Fly. So they were like, okay, everybody run to the top lane. And it just turns out to be pretty straightforward.
Yeah. This ends up being Hybrid getting caught and trying to take an aggressive Rel trade. Talking about the Alistar matchup there. Guess what?
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of cool.
Huh. You know, they have the timer on at least the first one. They know, you know, where the jungler started and when it's going to respawn, of course. So, pretty cute play there from Bang. Actually, didn't work out. But had he gotten it, oh boy!
Oh man,
he's screaming.
Afreeca's macro is just so good. Like their understanding of timings, the fact that we saw Dread able to so aggressively time out those invades last game when they were on blue side, is just another indicator of how well this team tracks objectives. In the jungle, which is why Dread has such a high forward position, why he's so aggressive, how much invading he does. It's cool to see it in a game like this where it's a very close game, because those are when the little small plays like that actually shine the most, as they don't have vision, but I think Doran's just going to back away.
Yeah, you could see they were trying to bait it a little bit, but the Alistar was a bit away. Let's see if Doran bites the bait, if he actually goes in here onto Keen. Absolutely he does. As Dread is also here up in the top side. There's the flash forward. As the Aurelia will just be burst down. Not really much else to say there. Blank trying to help out as much as he possibly can. And doesn't amount to too much. He'll just have to run away there as the kill comes in, and now Blank in a pretty awkward spot. They're trying to bait him in. Keen going very far forward. Fly rotating on over. The wallop is going to land, pulls Yukal out of the fight, but they have enough damage to take out the Gnar anyway, as So now we got a little bit of a 3-on-3, and we got a 1-on-1 on the bottom lane that does go the way of the Samira, I suppose. The engage in the enemy jungle doesn't work out as UCal will be taken out. Blank has to Zhonya's as well. And with the TP that comes in from Doran, it's kind of like mom opens the door and says, hey guys, stop fighting. It's time to put down the pillows. But, oh man, there's just so much.
There is so much going on in this game, but, you know, in that extended fight, KT ended up getting on the red side of the map, so they had to back away. They couldn't really push the issue any further, even with Doran teleporting in. I mean, he ends the fight, right? But that's the end of it. KT have to back away, as we're going to see this really aggressive skirmish here. KT are much healthier and much more equipped to take this fight.
Blank is pretty low, though. I wonder if they can get that big face breaker, rather. He gets a lot of them in there, but where is the follow-up? Doran is getting so much damage done as finally he's able to frontline. As Blank will survive. They don't have the damage to take him out. They have to dive through way too much, and KT will win the fight.
This is a game where both teams are skirmishing a lot because they feel like there's so much to lose in every fight. When the tempo of a game is this high, like, you don't want to like let it settle with them taking a Rift Herald, right? You're not like, okay, well, we're trading blow for blow. This is very close, you know, but we can't rotate the Rift Herald quick enough first and give that up. And then that's actually going to give a big lead to a comp that is strong in the mid game with the Samira, right? If you give away that Herald, so they commit in, as we're going to watch this really excellently hidden rotation from Lehens. Kill onto the Aurelia, Doran's dead. But you do skirmish around these objectives early on in the game, because if you give it up, then things can steamroll against you, especially in the case of Afreeca. Just going to watch this as the fight where things were just actually insane, and KT's on the wrong side of the map. You see Doran teleport in, but KT have to disengage. It's like, the question for me in this case was, will they be able to get away? And, you know, UCal does not. Blank is super speedy. Zeus has the peel, and with the teleport coming through, they do force Afreeca back. But this next Rift Herald fight is like the really interesting one. Is I guess we're gonna like, this is one of those games where we just like live in the past.
We only get to see replays, guys. There's action in the game though, so we're gonna look at this. UCal, it's his turn, as everybody gets a chance to be clapped by multiple members, and that's gonna be his turn to go down. So 13th kill in the 13th minute. It is only fitting for game number 3. Of these two teams clashing head-to-head.
This becomes... And, go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off there.
Bottom lane.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Getting an extra bit of gold here for Hybrid, which is insane. He should be able to finish his shield build very soon. But what I was going to say is this game is a game where KT have 3 champions that, you know, can become very fed early on and become powerful in the mid-game. Like, Victor ends up being way better late, but if UCal gets really strong from all these skirmishes, then suddenly, like, Afreeca can't win any mid-game fights. Just hold that thought.
Oh, here we go. Bang just gets jumped on here. Crash down is good, and so is the Inferno. Comes in there, locks him down. Doesn't look like we have the Unbreakable Will this time for the Alistar, so he's just going to be an unhappy cow. Sadly, being sent out to pasture. Down he goes.
Sent Blank right over to Dread, but you're not going to be able to push anything further here.
Yeah, horses and cats, they don't get along, so they just immediately turn their heads around.
Yeah.
Run away.
Not a big friendship between those two. But what I was going to say is this comp that KT are running, like if Aurelia gets out of control early, or if Samira gets out of control early, those are the big two. But even if UCal, with some of these skirmishes, the heavy roams and invades we're seeing from him to try to push Dread down, like if any of those 3 get fed, or if all 3 get fed, this mid game is explosive for KT. So Afreeca tried to really punish. They first tried to punish the top side of the map, didn't go well. Now they're committing heavily on to the middle of the map. You can see the Lehens is non-stop roaming. Like, Afreeca have turned the tempo of this game into light speed, and they're non-stop skirmishing and fighting. But I feel like the more you do this, the more you play into KT's comp, the more gold you trade over to the Samira, who's incredibly powerful at this stage. The more gold you trade over to UCal, and even the Aurelia in the top lane, means these next few Drake skirmishes are so good for KT, and this is where I feel like it starts to turn in this fight, where it's like, okay, well, we probably need to slow down a little bit, because our comp is not capable of just running down these 3 players and making sure they don't get fed, and now we're kind of feeding into them a little bit. Immortal Shield Bow's done here now, faster for Hybrid than Bang's first item coming online. The Kraken Slayer still a ways away. I'm a little bit worried about how quickly Afreeca have tried to play this, how aggressively they've tried to run this roaming Alistair. However...
yeah, as he's running at the enemy turret. Doesn't decide to go in this time around. I think Lehens will be a bit smarter about just running straight through vision and going for a dive. But he's not giving up yet. They're still sticking around. They're still looking for opportunities. And, I mean, the gold is very even. The game is very even. Yes, KT got that bottom turret, which is nice. They also got the first mountain drake, which is also pretty nice. And a lot of these kills are going to be on Dread. So we've seen Fed Nidalee. I think the biggest one we've seen was Peanut, who had a pretty nice Fed Nidalee game. But it doesn't happen too often, and it can be a little bit hit or miss. You know, if you miss a couple spears, if you feel like you're not tanky enough, you can't necessarily dive in there if you miss a spear. And you don't have the same amount of burst damage, so it can be a little bit inconsistent, even with that Fed Nidalee. So I'm curious to see how Dread can do it, our player of the game from game number 2.
Ooh, he is spotted. Yeah, he's not going to commit, as we have another pause. Yeah, I do wonder because he's in a position where he can do a lot of damage early in the fight, then he can kind of combo in and then Zonias. But there is so much engage on the side of KT's composition, especially with the Aurelia, that if you do try to be super aggressive as Nidalee, if you're trying to be the carry and try to burst down targets, then you can actually find yourself getting caught very early as well when you're trying to look for spears. So you do have to kind of play it passively, I think, against KT's comp, which is really, it feels bad, right? You're like, oh, I'm so fed. I want to be the guy. I want to hit all that damage. I want to go and maybe I can actually blow him up. But sometimes if you try to and overextend, you can really find yourself walking into a trap. That is where most of the gold is, as you mentioned, for Afreeca Freecs. As we never found out what happened before. We might never. It might just be there might be stories written about it and songs written about it in future generations where they have their interpretation of what happened, as history is often lost.
Mm-hmm. It's written by the victors.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're going to be the victors just yet.
UCal is the victor in this case.
UCal is victor, yeah. As we cut to the pause, I take a look over at the Korean stream, and there's just a fantastic advertisement for a for a McFlurry. You can if you spend over 10,000 won, you can get a free McFlurry with your order.
It's a McDeal.
If you put in the LCK McDeal. Yeah, we don't have that stuff for you guys just yet. Pretty interesting. I'm like, was that pause for that advertisement? Because we're like ready to go.
I actually got the update in our group chat that Hybrid thought he saw an in-game bug, so wanted to report it right away. But in fact, he was wrong. Just was seeing things, and it's not the case. So we just resumed right away. Oh, it was UCal, excuse me, not Hybrid.
Okay. Thought he saw an in-game bug, but it wasn't true.
It wasn't real. So you thought?
Is this real life? I mean,
that's what I was told.
Okay. Don't believe everything you're told.
We'll find out if history is written by this victor or not fairly soon.
Yeah.
Even with the potential triple sleep here, there's no follow-up damage.
Yeah, I mentioned Dread is pretty fed, but Blank is even more fed. Actually, he has 7. Contribution. As we're just getting in there. Fly is just a monster tank right now on this set. He is going to whack some faces with the haymaker. A giant spear onto Blank, but here comes the Aurelia. Massive stun onto Doran means that he cannot follow up, and that is Keen getting in and smacking 2 guys into the wall and making a huge fight here for Afreeca as they absolutely slap down KT.
Keen finally gets the wall up he was looking for after having such a hard time on that flank of the bottom side of the map earlier. This is a comp for KT where, we saw, like I was talking about, if you overextend and suddenly the Aurelia comes through and Vanguard just edges in, the fight could turn in an instant. But look at how tanky Fly is. You mentioned it earlier. He's going to come in here. He tosses Blank as far as he can get him. Then he ends up getting a massive shield and haymakering in. And Zeus just cannot live through this. There's just no way. Then you see the turn. Doran's like, okay, I'm going to Vanguard's edge in. I've got so much damage. But if you don't secure a kill here, and Hybrid doesn't have S rank, you can't keep fighting. And then Keen chases because he knows, okay, this is up. He's just going to Stride Breaker in, and there's no escape, right, anymore. There's no way out. But if you have S rank, if you have the Inferno trigger available in that fight, it looks totally different. But all the parts have to work together. I think that's part of why Afreeca is playing so aggressively, so skirmishy, so they can really limit the ability for this team to fight together and to fight with their big spike on the Immortal Shield Bow. It just doesn't work out that way.
Yeah, that was, you know, certainly there were moments in that fight where you were thinking, oh, maybe KT can turn it, but
you're waiting for the Samira ult
on all cylinders.
Yeah.
They need all 5 members to be there and on point, but not the case. Doran, even, you know, he's died 4 times in this game, which is a relatively high amount for a pro game, but he's still very aggressive. You know, he knows what his role is. He has to be the frontliner. You know, they didn't go for a beef boy. They didn't go for a big tank in this game. They went for AFㅣLCK. So if anyone's going to jump in there, it's going to be him. Alongside of Rel, I suppose. So he's kind of got, you know, he essentially did the right thing in that fight. There was just no follow-up. So
I mean, you can see the build too, like going straight to Blade of Ruin King right away. Blade Steel Caps for a little bit of survivability. Like you're just trying to have a big Vanguard edge fight. And hopefully burst somebody down and get everybody else low so the follow-up damage is there. That's your job.
Yeah. And I feel like Afreeca, they really want to push the issue now. You were talking about like how much it seems like both teams really just want to fight. They want to push the issue at all times. But I feel like especially now Afreeca are like, we have a really nice edge now, and Victor is eventually going to be really annoying alongside of Samira. And really on like 4 items, right? But we can just push it now. We have so much mid-game strength with AFED in Italy. We've got Kai'Sa with the most farm in the game, very far ahead of the Victor. And our team fights have been looking good. So let's look for more right now and try to end it here before it gets to like UCal on 300 CS out of nowhere all of a sudden. And like kind of that weird fight at the end of game 2 where it's like, oh, you're 8,000 gold ahead, but it's still like you almost lost 3 members somehow because UCal's just doing way too much damage.
And I think if the gold was on to Bang instead of Dread, you'd probably feel pretty okay with this game going longer. You'd feel a lot better about it, I think, than how you do right now, because the consistency of the damage is always going to be better on a Kai'Sa than it is going to be on an Italy in a front-to-back straight-up 5v5 team fight. And the damage isn't going to be on the Kai'Sa as much. I mean, she has the Collector now. She's very fed in terms of CS, right? 222 at this stage. She's on track, but she could be further ahead if she had the gold, but she doesn't. And so it's like you're kind of like, okay, well, how do we end these? How do we end this game? And I think it is the skirmishes, like that you were saying. And I think the 2 champions that fall off the most in this game are going to be the Set and the AFREeLCK. So, you know, if you're the Set here, maybe be aggressive, as we saw Fly just do previously, and try to kidnap targets and kill them. Like, Hybrid's out of position. Maybe we can go in here. Unfortunately, he's not in position to make that happen. But, you know, moments like this, right, where you look for pressing the kill button, winning a team fight or a skirmish right before the objective. Because in straight-up objective fights, it gets pretty hard for Afreeca at this stage.
Yeah, I've been liking the effectiveness of this Set mid, by the way. I feel like maybe with the new itemization, it just feels pretty good. Like you're not getting away from Stridebreaker, Dead Man's Plate Set. It's just not happening.
This is
and he's quite tanky. Yeah, they're just going for Baron, by the way.
I think they just want to force a 5v5 fight. They don't think they can get the Baron.
Fly's not here.
Yeah, this is kind of scary. Like, if Fly's there, I really like this, but he's not. So.
Yeah, he was kind of. I think he was killing the Scuttle Crab. You can see that that's up there, the vision in the river. So that's okay. Well, I suppose he got the Scuttle Crab, so props to that. But yeah, you know, it's 23 minutes in the game. You don't necessarily have to force the Baron, but I think you're right, where it's like, okay, let's see if we can force a fight with some kind of turn on the turn.
Yeah. When you fight around these, you know, like the Baron Pit, for example, and you have the positional advantage, then the Gnar becomes super powerful. Wow, that's going to be a Force Flash, but it's okay. Still hands on it. If you fight around the Baron Pit and you are forcing UCal to come to you, then it's harder for him to get his damage done. And then Set can look for picks if he's there. Gnar is very powerful in those fights. It's really about who gets there first, I think, in a lot of these. We're going to see some fights where one team gets there first, the other team just tries to look for another objective. Because you fighting in these chokes against both of these teams is so difficult. But I feel like especially for Afreeca, because UCal is so good at this. I mean, this is what he's been doing half the games he's played this season. It's just Victor, late game team fights, insane death ray damage. See if it happens again.
You can see that's really his MO here. He's like, okay, I'm going to sit in the side lane and farm. I don't have any other use right now. And I remember games in the past where Crown actually used to play a lot of Victor, and he would just like sit in the side lane and do this a lot of the time, and games would just happen around him, and games would be ended while this Victor was desperately trying to farm up and become relevant. And he is not in the same situation as Game 2, where he has this massive stack of CS, so there's a lot of catching up to do for you, Cal.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you know, you can do a lot of farming, and that's kind of what you have to do. He definitely feels forced to try to farm up as much as possible, but try to be present for these team fights as well, otherwise your team might just lose.
And KT is kind of 1-3-1-ing as a result. You know, they're putting UCal on the top side, destroying a lot of pressure, which means Doran is getting value bottom. And Afreeca, I mean, besides the set, they don't have strong engage. They're going to try to use it here.
Yeah, Set can kind of just run at you. Fly is going in there, 1v2. He's got Lahens with the massive flank. Where is the rest of KT?
So slow to rotate.
Everybody is just so out of position. Doran TP's all the way up to UCal, up in the top side. Lahen's going to miss that knockdown. We got fights happening, a 2-on-2 on the right side here. The S rank is popped on the right side. Lahen's trying to tank on the left as in goes Doran. Gonna miss his stun, and Hybrid's getting a lot of value, actually, on the right side of this fight. But let's take a look at the top side here as we zoom in. They're gonna bully Bang and actually tank him out here, and not able to do enough damage on the Kai'Sa at the end of the day. And this very spread out 5v5 is actually gonna favor KT as Dread on the run. He's gonna get flashed on here, but he is an Italy in a bush, so
yeah,
we'll be able to get away from this one.
He does get away. But this fight it was really well played by Doran on the top side in the 2v3, and then obviously Hybrid is going to win the bottom exchange because it's just, there's no way to kill him, there's no way to blow him up, so he actually gets 2 ults off in the fight. As we're going to watch this exchange really quick. I don't think there's anything Afreeca can do about it, sadly for them. It's going to be a 4-man Baron, and Zeus is up, so it's actually 5 Baron boss, 3 to 4 Baron here that's on the take. And the Infernal Drake is up. But it doesn't look like KT are going to contest it. Zeus will see that it's being taken, and that might actually cause a rotation. Alternatively, they just push super hard because UCal and Doran are on the top side of the map, and that is what they're going to go for. And
yeah,
you know,
actually the back stopped UCal there, so
let's watch this again.
But here's the replay.
Because like you were talking about, I was like, you know, Set's not that great at running over and killing people, and then you know you were like, well, let's see, and we jump into the fight. But what Set does, you know, here, and forcing a kill onto Blank, which is nice, is great, but Fly, he only gets 1, right? You ult in, you use your combo, and then you're just not that valuable in the rest of the fight. Whereas Doran is able to Vanguard's Edge, help peel here. Look at where Bang is in this fight. He's nowhere near Doran because he can't be. And then the UCal like, sustain damage comes through. This is the kind of scaling we're talking about that's so problematic. Because Doran is going to be relevant in the long fight. He's actually going to be relevant through all of this to peel for UCal because he can push Bang away. Bang can't get in to kill UCal, and you've got a tank that can't engage and a Set that can't do damage. And it's just an easy cleanup from there. And then on this side of the fight, you know, there's no one who can actually lock down Hybrid. His damage output is insane.
In this side of the fight, I think you run away from the Samir.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be looking to fight this one. There's no Megan R. As you mentioned, there's no CC for the incredibly scary 80 carry. So even though they trade it 1-for-1, you're giving a kill to Hybrid. So yes, Dread picks up 1 onto the support, but like he's already kind of got his items. He's already relevant. Whereas this is going to give Hybrid a really nice step up into the late game and make him feel very great at this point in time. And as you mentioned, you know, it looked kind of silly from Bang, like just not getting in there. But like the second he got in range, Doran just jumped on him and he got like 3 shots.
Yeah,
he really understands, you know, the situation. It's like, well, I can't really get in there. Like this front line is not big enough.
Yeah, the Aurelia is just so much more relevant in a scrappy fight like that goes on. Whereas Set is like, I'm gonna kill somebody, and then once that's done, that's his job done, and he can be very annoying otherwise, and maybe can hit some face breakers if the fight goes on and if he has more support. But in that situation where Bang just can't do anything, he's just going to eat damage and then eventually die. Whereas Aurelia is hyper mobile, super high damage. She's not just a one and done ult, do a combo, and then that's the end of it. Like, she just continues to Q and be very annoying. She's got her Gore Drinker finished now and Sterak's. And it feels like this game is just, you know, right now it's a 100 gold lead As I say, that jumps up to 300. 300 gold lead for Afreeca. But I feel like this is a position where they're in safely. They got their win condition completed, right? This is where UCal is going to be able to carry this game. This is where, you know, you have a strong front line. You have the cleanup damage. And unfortunately, because most of the money's in Dread, what we saw in that damage chart earlier is not doing a whole lot damage-wise. And it's, you know, if it was on Bang, if he had a bigger spike earlier, then this would look like a different story. I think KT are in prime position to win the next few objective fights, which are Infernal Drakes, which make UCal's damage even more terrifying. And I'm worried for Afreeca. They have to be decisive somehow. They have to look for picks. And if KT just group up on these objectives, it's going to be so difficult to do so. Not to mention they have side lane control.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Doran, you know, he's been so persistent in this game. Like, even after he had a little bit of failures in the top side where he just messed up engages, he got ganked, there was so much action, and he wasn't getting much of it. And he's still just every fight, he's like always there, always doing a ton of damage, always relevant. And that's really nice to see. I mean, we've seen Aurelias in the past basically say, oh, I'm behind, like I can't get in there, I can't do anything, and then they end up being totally irrelevant and doing nothing after falling behind.
Look at this.
That is not the case for Doran. He has certainly made a name for himself in this game.
In terms of how much power you have in the side lane too, like Fly is afraid of UCal, which means that he's just never going to be able to have that control. And if UCal forces roams and then KT fight that fight, like they fight that skirmish fight, like Doran has teleport right now, in that 5v5 it feels like it just favors KTs. And it feels so frustrating as Afreeca because you're like, oh, I have two side laners to deal with. If I could just kill either of them, then we could 5v4 this, but you can't kill either of them. Teleport coming through.
Here we go. Speaking of being relevant, we got the TP coming in, and Keen can't go 1v2. We got the Kai'Sa, though. Bang is able to get into that back line. As flashing over the wall is Keen, but in goes UCal, and he will get the kill, actually, with the Leandries just barely.
The damage.
As now Bang is trying to get on in there, and all these Zhonyas are getting so much value for the side of KT, as now Doran, all of a sudden, he's back at full health, and KT will be able to win this fight right before the Infernal Drake.
You can't side lane against this team anymore. You can't teleport engage into them. You can't win these small fights because UCal is just so fed now. I mean, he just does so much damage. He just Zhonyas, and he's like, well, I dare you to stay. I dare you to be even near me. He has to be locked down. He has to be, you know, perhaps showstoppered. I mean, it's it's a tall order, unfortunately, for Afreeca to win any fights anymore. And they can't win the macro, so KT win the side lanes, right? And then they get a kill onto Keen. Now they have Drake control, so they're going to get that. There's nothing you can do about it. As this is just so well played. Like, Doran pushes the issue here super hard, and there's a teleport coming through, so he all-ins even further. And even with the stun lockdowns, UCal is like, yeah, okay, cool story, man. And then you see the stopwatch, or rather the Zhonyas, I think it's a stopwatch actually for him, go off, so he survives. And then UCal's like, no, I'm not afraid of you, Bang, because guess who's coming back up and is going to get a ton of healing off of just queuing through this wave. What's up? It's Doran. You gotta leave. They get the Infernal Drake off camera.
They're doing Baron. They're just doing Baron. They say, we can win 5v5s as long as we have lockdown, as long as we fight front to back. Let's see if it works out. We got the spear coming in. They're going to burst down Zeus immediately, but the crash down comes in, and take a look at UCal's position, and the S rank comes in, does way too much damage, as we see trying to get on top of Keen here. They will eventually be able to take him down, and Afreeca will be routed and pushed out of this fight.
I think a lot of this game goes to Afreeca trying to speed up the early game, but failing to find value. You can see how much damage Dread does. I mean, he is very fed, but there's a Baron between him and the rest of the team.
Yeah, and there's also a team between him and the Baron now. He's gonna die. And 4 members of KT will pick up the Baron. I think they're just running away with this game. Afreeca, they can't get any team fights in their favor.
No. Well, like I was going back to, you know, previously, is like, speeding the tempo of the game up like they did is... Okay, well, we have to talk about this fight. Look at where UCal is. No one can touch him. He's so well positioned. And when they engage in, when Afreeca commit, UCal is just pressing death rays over and over and over again. He's just doing insane damage. Even with King, like King comes in, triple wallop, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about the knockback, doesn't matter about how much CC gets done in this fight because the damage output is just too high. And speeding the game up early for Afreeca to try to prevent the snowball of these champions that can be very strong, You know, the Aurelia that's going to zoom around the map and have lane control. The Victor that's going to be able to do what we just saw in that last team fight, insane amounts of damage if he positions himself well. They wanted to disrupt that early on, and they wanted to punish KT for being so aggressive in the jungle, but they failed so many times that actually I think they were counterproductive, and KT actually got to their win condition even faster as a result.
It certainly feels like now, you know, we talked about this in the last fight before the one that we just had, where it's like, oh, Hybrid got the kill, it was super scrappy, Doran got some kills. This is perfect. Like, KT, all of their carries that just needed a little bit of oomph, like a little push, they all got them, and now they're just all out of control. Like, we're in the part of the game now where there's just no way to handle Ucal, there's no way to handle Doran, there's no way to handle Hybrid.
Yeah, Fly is just not relevant anymore.
You saw in that last fight, Bang went into the backline. He immediately got crashed down as Zeus was dying, and then he just got 100-0 in like 0.5 seconds. Like, he did 0 damage. He pressed 1 Q, I think. So it's just not. It's not gonna work at this point in time. It looks like
the front line for KT is their damage. Once again, the damage output is just so high that even though Afreeca won a hard engage in the front-to-back team fight, their engage is blown up instantly. And if there's no peel for Bang, he dies. Fly is desperately trying to look for a heroic play where he grabs somebody and pulls him into the Freaks, but he's found by Ucal. And guess what? Guess who's winning this late game mid matchup?
Hey, he baited out the Chaos Storm.
Sure. You know, always cup half full.
You know, the positives that he gained, he's gonna have to go back. He doesn't have teleport, so there's no teleport flanks that come in from Fly this game. He will have Ghost, but might be a little bit too little too late. I'm very curious to see if Afreeca have any answer to this, because right now KT, it looks like they just have it locked
Keen's
down.
trying to do his own flank. Just can't find anything. Look at the damage. The damage is the front line. I'm telling you. You just can't even walk into this team because there's a whole bunch of Ucal damage coming in. And he should have Zonius too for this fight, so you can't commit to kill him. He does have it. You have a Guardian Angel. Second Zonius, of course, for Blank. And the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster. Full build here for Hybrid in terms of those damage items. He's even got his own stopwatch. I think Afreeca need a miracle here.
Oh. That could have been a nice miracle. Land that spear, kill the Lilia, take Infernal Drake. Who knows what happens then? This is always fun to watch these two teams clash because they're so middle of the pack and they're always willing to skirmish. You know, there's not many safety breaks for either of these teams, but at this point in time, KT, they certainly have total control of the map. They're going to take down this Infernal Drake as well.
More damage for Ucal.
It's very late in the game, right? So we're going to have an extremely late Elder as well. I mean, we still have to get through potentially 2 Infernals. It's probably going to only be 1 if we even get there. I mean, maybe KT just win the game. But,
yeah,
you know, we're already at 38 minutes in the game. Finally, we have a long game. This is like the longest game I've had in 2 days, especially after yesterday. That was a 4-0 in like 2 hours. So, nice to see. We actually have, you know, an extended game of League of Legends and some interesting back and forth.
You know, it's very fine, the tightrope that Afreeca are walking right now. Like, Fly being out there trying to get some extra gold and get some extra lane push is like so terrifying because KT have control of the whole map. And he gets away with it. He is able to back. He doesn't push the envelope too far. He doesn't step over the line. He does balance on that tightrope walk he was having, but he does have to back. There's a ping on the bottom side of the map onto Keen as well, as KT are just trying to shove everything out for this next Baron fight.
Yeah, you can see KT, they want this fight because they should assume that they've cleared out the majority of the vision behind them. So teleport flank's not too relevant from Keen, but not successful in terms of an engage. Again, your engage on the side of KT is pretty all in, right? If you consider it, I suppose the most non-all-in engage they have is the Lilia sleep, right?
Yeah.
You can kind of like extend and maybe try to catch someone and maybe burst someone down. But other than that, it's like Zeus jumps in or Doran jumps in. That's about it. So
yeah,
that's how they're going to engage.
And we just saw Zeus back to buy 2 more control wards. You know, he's had his Knight's Vow for a while. He's got Chem Tank. He can be super aggressive. It's super easy for him to 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 set up for those attract repels, to set up for those magnet storms because of the items he has. And they're just holding on to those wards because they want to fight for the Baron as it spawns. They're going to push this wave out, and then they're going to try to control that choke.
Oh. Doran was thinking about it there. You could tell. He landed that stun, but of course it was set, so got to be careful about that. Dread getting a lot of this gold early on. I wasn't very happy with it because this is what happens. You know, you land a couple of spears, it looks pretty good, right? But you miss all of those spears, kind of does nothing.
And even if you hit all of them, you know, at this stage of the game, like, you can't burst anybody down. There's no follow-up. They don't have strong engage. It's too risky to push through, you know, with Fly and try to set up for the follow-up engage to kill. And if Bang is ever in position to kill somebody who gets hit by a spear, he's probably going to die. And Fly is playing with fire here.
Yeah, you could tell he's like, oh, can I even do this? I don't know. He gets chunked down to like half health.
A lot of respect here for KT, because if they do mess this up, the game goes to Afreeca. You only get one team wipe at this stage of the game. They have a massive lead, and they have the better comp, but if something goes wrong, if they do screw this up, there's a way for Afreeca to win this.
This is the engage, right? This is what we were talking about. Either
Look at Zeus
jumps in or Doran jumps in. He's looking for somebody, but again, the disengage has been pretty clean from the side of Afreeca, at least. They haven't felt forced into a fight just yet.
They're just tossing out stuns. Attract repel of potential stuns. The stuns coming through from Aurelia. And once this wave gets pretty sufficiently pushed, like here, then they can actually move over the Baron. They've swept this. They know it's clear. Rel bought 2 wards, so she's got 1 extra one, even in case this one goes down. And this is a fight that Afreeca are going to be so desperate to try to take, but I think it's going to be so hard. UCal isn't even afraid anymore.
Alright, let's see how this goes. They're looking to get Zeus.
He wasn't in
pretty
range.
caught out here. What was that? He immediately just goes down, and now Blank is getting caught out here. Could this be the turnaround for Afreeca? We have the showstopper coming in as finally Bang is going to get a good team fight into that backline. Doran is in fact hunting him down, but Bang stays alive. He will be taken out by the Aurelia. Can Doran turn this fight around? Hybrid gets a massive Inferno trigger in the backline and is able to turn this fight on its head. And it looks like KT have finally been able to put an end to this game.
There was so many worries going into that fight after Zeus was picked, right? He just wasn't in range to get the tether, to get the stuns off. He was playing very greedy. He's picked with the damage output, and the outplays from Doran in that fight were absolutely insane. The damage output for KT is just too much. You cannot win the longer fight. And that fight was too long. They got the kill on the Zeus, but they weren't able to get like 3 more follow-up kills. They were reliant on Bang's damage. It was too slow. The burst was real, and KT are going to close this one out. A very back and forth, very close series between these two middle-of-the-pack teams. Doran can't even believe it, but he had a phenomenal Aurelia game. I think he's my POG. I mean,
by the end of it, at least, you know? The beginning, a little bit spotty, but he got the job done, and that's really all that matters. He got it done rather in a big way. So you can see everybody groups up around Doran. UCal had a massive smile on his face. Even though UCal did an insane amount of damage in that game, it does feel like Doran was the main carry, you know? And so everybody's over there trying to pick him up, saying, you know, you did so well.
I mean,
Hybrid also had a great ending to that game because, you know, earlier on, we've seen him kind of fall flat on his face many times, but a lot of really significant damage in the later stages of those fights, so really wanted to point that out as well.
UCal had, you know, pretty phenomenal positioning throughout the game as well. He did tons of damage, and, you know, some of these skirmishes that you're going to watch, we're going to watch this last fight one more time. So Zeus gets caught over here on the side, right? He was trying to set up an attract repel, and then he just got caught because there was a wall there, and he's just not able to walk away. And then you see the follow-up onto Blank. He's super low, but look at the damage output from UCal and from Doran in this fight. Look at UCal on the side, untouched. Fly is here. He's got his shield. Blank's got his Zonius, but UCal, again, untouched. There's another Death Ray. How many more are we going to get? Fly's trying to get in there and get on top of him, but look at Doran. He's like, Bang, I'm sorry, man. You are too slow. This team fight is too slow. UCal flashes away from Fly, and he's not running. He's actually rejoining the different side of the fight. And after Bang is dead, There's no one who can actually focus down Hybrid, who has Bloodthirster, so he's got so much lifesteal on top of his Immortal Shield Bow, and Fly is like, oh god, I couldn't kill Doran, I could not stop UCal, and the longer fight just has so much sustained damage.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous once you get to the end game from ahead with Irelia and Samira and Victor, of course. The amount of damage that they were able to put out in that last one was just insane. And even the Kai'Sa looked like a little bit helpless in that fight. Bang was constantly looking for those, those backline access plays, but every single time there was just Doran in his face, and there was just, he could not seem to do anything about that Irelia. There was never going to be a chance that he was going to 1v1 the Irelia. And so maybe he could have reconsidered and maybe only looked for backline access if he was going for a Victor or something like that, or if he had some CC from his teammates, but it just wasn't meant to be at the end of the day. And we do have our highlights here, of course, as it was quite the game. We finally got a good one here, Wolf.
Yeah, we really did. Some of these top lane fights, too, were just really well played by Doran. He survives so much of the aggression through really nice plays, jumping forward with his Q. He knows the limits of what Irelia can do. Heals up here. He's like, nope, I'm just going to zip around so hard to lock down. And then there was that other fight where he was fighting the 2v3 when Hybrid was on the other side fighting, which we'll probably get a shot of eventually. That was, in my opinion, the big turning point in the game, where it was like, okay, wait, Doran actually does more than just run up and showstopper and hope for the best. As there's so many moments in this game where you see Fly just walking towards people, unable to do anything. And he's like, I can't do damage, I can't close the gap, I already did my combo. And that's like Set, I know Set's not playing top lane here, but his role in terms of initiation versus what Doran can do, I mean, you could see it's night and day. And even with the Gnar, right? The Gnar can't do much because the Gnar has no Sonius, the Gnar has no survivability, even with GA later on. You can't actually stay, you can't actually commit to getting some stuns as Doran because you're gonna die. You get burst down so much. That's why I was saying the front line for KT is their damage. As this fight is really well done for Keen, like turning this and pushing this one forward. This is one of those good moments for Afreeca. I think this is the fight I was talking about, where yeah, Doran is in this 2v3, and look at how much he's able to do in this. This Fly is like, okay, I'm gonna get a shield and then like walk away, and Bang's like, please peel for me. I want to do damage. I want to hurt people, but I can't get anywhere in. And then eventually Doran's like, oh, Bang, I have a ward in there, by the way. And then you're dead. Doran played this so perfectly. And this was the end of the relevance of Fly in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, he I don't know. Like, I feel like these fights could have been fought a lot better for the side of Afreeca. There were many moving pieces that it just felt like KT were fighting these fights just a bit better, kind of in every aspect, and I think that Doran has really fantastic late game Irelia play for sure. We're gonna listen in and hear what they had to say in this last team fight. Not much, it seems.
So focused. Kept calling for killing Bang, right? And eventually they were able to close that gap. And you can hear Blank, they're calling for Blank to push mid. We're gonna teleport mid. Push mid, we'll teleport mid.
UCal and Hybrid are just going nuts.
Yeah, I can't even understand what they're saying. Their mics are peaking so hard.
So relieved that they did take the win.
UCal is so hyped. What a well-deserved win. I thought they played this game so well. It was a really nice turnaround, a really defensive way to get a lead, right? Because Afreeca played this so hyper-aggressive in the early game and tried to shut everybody down. And they fed Doran and UCal too much. And also, eventually, Hybrid. And the damage is real. I mean, look at the damage charts. Like, KT's, they didn't have a lot of frontline, but they had a lot of damage.
Yeah. And I feel like, especially when Afreeca just began to run straight into them and Bang kind of isolated himself, it was just pretty easy for them to pick apart the pieces. Like, their comp is so good at that, right? The Samira can 1v2, the Irelia can easily 1v1, let alone 1v2. And so many of those fights were just so broken up and all over the place, and crazy engages where people get isolated and UCal gets free damage and stuff like this. So all of those fights pretty much always favored KT's composition and the amount of damage that they had. So props to them for getting that set up rather. They were the better team tonight, and I'll be very curious to see who's going to pick up the player of the game, if they'll agree with you and maybe vote for Doran, but we'll find out now as I'm going to hand it over to Jisun for the translation of the interview and the analyst desk.
KT Rolster will be able to upset the middle of the pack rank here in the LCK. KT will close out the night with a win here. Afreeca Freecs was never defeated by KT Rolster last summer, but things are now shifting, moving on to 2021. And we saw 4 bans going over to Drat's jungle champion pool. But Afreeca still had the pick Italy open, so that was not a big problem. But looking at KT Rolster, they had Lilia, Victor open, because even though they had a lot of other picks open, such as Syndra and Orianna, but I guess they are still relying on a lot for UCal's damage output. Orianna and Syndra, let's say they were on the opposite side of the map. It doesn't really go down to the same kind of storyline for UCal to push lane that hard. But Afreeca this time around wanted to try this Nidalee plus set comp in the mid and jungle, but in the end I can say Orianna or Syndra could have been a lot better pick for them because they were lacking so many damage. And KT Rolster had a very aggressive pick, Aurelia going over to top lane, but at the same time they went for a very safe pick, Victor, which is a really good champion for UCal, but still, there is not much harmony between these two solo lanes. When Afreeca finished their pick and bans, it was really hard for Aurelia to do damage up against their comp. So with that lead that Afreeca had in the early game, we thought Afreeca to win this game, but in the end, we kind of realized that Victor was really important for KT's comp. So let's take a look at some early game skirmish. And KT kind of slipped their early lead. Lilia had a very good Raptor fight prior to this one, and the contention went in favor of KT. And you know that Nidalee's life was almost over. You know, we saw he almost got executed by the Wolf Camp, but Blank pushes this issue forward, so he even makes UCal to join this fight. So he actually gives up all the minion wave down on the bottom lane, and also UCal kind of hesitates to join this fight. And this Nidalee was able to actually come back online with that kill, and they were also able to force that flash out of UCal. So it was a huge loss going over to KT Rolster. This kind of thing doesn't really happen in this matchup, but because Nidalee was so kind of done poorly in the early game, Lilia could go aggressively, but Victor is not a champion that can go for early game fights. So KT Rolster could have gone for a different early game plan. However, there were some moments where KT Rolster started to get their car started. Let's take a look at this highlight where they were able to pick up some of the kills. I think today we didn't have a lot of Kai'Sa games. Kai'Sa is a champion that can actually join the fight really fast based on her ultimate. So Afreeca, once again, they had this mid lane wave shoving in, so they were able to open fight and have the agenda to call the rest of the teammates. So it was a nice start for them, but at the same time, Nidalee actually rotates to the right-hand side of the fight because they had 3 of their members on the left-hand side. Maybe Drad trusted on the rest of the teammates to finish up the kills on the left side, so he actually chases after the bottom duos of KT Rolster, but Keen actually became Mininar, so he was not able to get any more kills onto the opponent bot duo. And at the same time, we could see the power coming out from Victor and especially Aurelia in this kind of extended fight. We had tons of skirmishes, and it was definitely a bloody game, so it was a very confusing one, but still Afreeca Freecs was not able to close out the game, and KT Rolster was the one picking up that win in the end. So let's check out the player of the game who was able to shine in this kind of confusion. it was Doran on that Irelia.
그렇죠. 이제 분명 처음에 솔로킬을 당하긴
He got
했었는데
solo killed in the very beginning, but he was able to come back somehow. And this counter turret dive was really on point. And after he was able to get some multiple kills, Irelia was able to complete the items, and he was well fed enough to carry the game. And we also want to give a shout out over to Doran's itemization, because Rel was the only tanky frontline on the side of KT Rolster. He actually went for a very tanky item build in order to kind of compensate those late game tankers on the front lines. And as Kuro mentioned earlier, Kai'Sa was the only one to do damage onto Irelia, so Irelia could just infinitely just build up the armors. That was a very smart itemization plan coming out from Doran. Doran picked up 6 for 9 for this POG, and Yuka was able to pick up some of the votes as well. And based on this kind of votes, we can also kind of see that a lot of damage output rely on KT's top and mid laner. So let's hear from those two carriers on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations. Hi. It was indeed a very long series, but Dov, this was your first game as a starting mid laner in the KT Rolster, and you got 9 for 9 for that POG in game 1. How are you feeling? I'm glad to get this first PUG of the split, but the game got extended down to game 3, but I'm glad that we were able to close out the series and do this PUG interview. And Doran, KT Rolster was able to stop their losing streak. How are you feeling? I mean, it's a relief that we won, but it was the last match before the New Year's holiday. So I'm satisfied that we won. You guys did well, especially Doran. You got a haircut, right? Why did you get a new hairstyle? I just wanted to go to the usual barber, but I went to a new place and they kind of recommended a new hairstyle. So I was like, okay. And then this is how it turned out. Do you like it? Yeah, I like it. I think you really look good with that new hairstyle. But back to Dov. A lot of people were really curious about you and Bonnie on the starting lineup, and then after winning game 1, actually Blank and Yuka subbed in. What was the reason behind that strategy? I mean, just that's part of our strategy. That's all I can say. And KT Rolster was able to kind of show that both of their roster actually have a huge potential. Let's go back to game number 1. Afreeca had a very unexpected picks coming out. We had Karthus jungle, Pantheon mid, and Lulu support. So how did the player kind of discuss before going on to the Rift? We thought Karthus was very viable at that point. So I think the draft went as we all expected, so we weren't too surprised at all. So I want to ask you about the Syndra versus Pantheon matchup on the mid lane. I think Syndra does have an edge over Pantheon. What do you think about that? I could accelerate the CS differential even harder, but I got a little bit nervous because that was my first game. So if I get to play one more Syndra versus Pantheon matchup, I'm gonna show how I dominate the lane. In game 3, you guys actually target banned a lot of cards away from Dread, and also you guys banned out Lulu. And KT actually went back to kind of similar comp to game number 2. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after game 2? About the feedback? I played so bad in that game. I died on the mid lane, so that was the main feedback that we discussed. When we were grouped up on the mid lane, we actually got engaged, so we were talking about that. And you played Aurelia into Gnar, and we saw some funny face expression coming out from you when you were locking that in. And actually, Aurelia is 4-0 up against Gnar. So are you confident in that matchup, especially? I mean, in game 1 and 2, Kiin did play so well, so I lost all my confidence. But like my teammates and coaching staff like play Aurelia, and I was like, okay. Was that Yuka? I don't really remember. In the last game, I have question over to Doran. The game was going back and forth, and you know, we didn't know what to expect. So when was the moment that you guys knew that you're gonna close out the game? Never? Maybe after the final team fight when we were rushing to the enemy nexus, but there was no single moment and we had this confidence that we can win. But still, Dove, you got your first POG on your first match on the starting lineup. I guess you were supporting your teammates watching the game, right? Yeah, since game 2, I was like, oh, I got the POG. I hope our team wins in order to do the interview. But, you know, I didn't want to actually look too like personal about this victory because this is a team game. So I was supporting my teammates. I didn't want it to look too selfish, but in the end, Doran popped off, so I was able to do this POG interview. Doran's like, no way, no way. But Doran, even though you had some rough time, but you guys all looked happy in the end, especially Yuka. But Doran, you looked so kind of poised at the end of the game. I got solo killed once, I got like dove, I made Q mistakes, I mean like, we almost lost because of me. I don't really think I deserve to do this interview. I think Kiin like would be super mad watching me doing this interview because he like one lane, you know? But still, I mean like I played so bad. I wasn't too happy because I played so poorly. It was a relief, but I wasn't too satisfied. I want to tell Doran that past is only past, and you have to keep pursuing for the future because you did perform really well. You know, don't feel small because we've done that before. We've been through that before, but don't get too like caught up from on the mistakes that you made in the past. You can do this. Your next opponent and the final match opponent for the first round will be Damwon Kia. How are you going to prepare for that match after the long holiday? It's going to be tough. I don't think we can really win. It's going to be super hard. But still, maybe it can be winnable if we go like crash together. I'm losing a little bit of my confidence. But you guys took them down when you were in Challengers Korea. No. Not true. I fell to them a lot. But you guys are able to stop the losing streak up against Afreeca Freecs that was continued from last year. So maybe you guys can make an upset. And Doran, how are you gonna prepare for that Damwon Kia series? We will do our best. And I mean, I think I have to tidy up my performance and prepare for that upcoming match. But still, a well-deserved victory going over to KT Rolster. And this will be the end of the interview with Dove Doran from KT Rolster. And back to our casters. Thank you.
We're back, I guess.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, guys. Here we are. We have the play of the day almost ready for you.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what that is going to be because there were some pretty crazy plays actually in this game. So I don't know how you would actually choose.
Just pick it from game one, you know, make it easy on production. Was like, yeah, let's just grab that one. Yeah, let's see which one it is.
All right, well, the play of the day is ready, so it is going to be this final fight that does highlight Doran in the bottom left.
Yeah, Doran is just so insane with what he could do on this Aurelia. And he finds Bang, right? Bang's out of position. You know, a lot of the Western casters, right? We were talking about in our group chat actually during that interview about how he definitely did not have his greatest game in terms of positioning. But, I mean, Doran's got Sterox, he's got his Gore Drinker, and he essentially is a tank in these team fights because of how much damage he can do and how many auto attacks he can hit to proc those, you know, the Sterox. So it's really easy for him to get those shields up. And, you know, he's extremely mobile, chases down the carries, survives a lot in this fight. And Hybrid survives through this edge of the fight as well and ends up just turning around. Like, when there's no CC to lock him down, because he has Infinity Edge, he has Bloodthirster, he has Immortal Shield Bow, like, he's not gonna die. And, you know, I feel like Samira is one of those champions that is extremely strong in the mid game, but in the late game, full build, is very powerful and hard to kill as well, especially when you have so much damage around you, so much peel with an Aurelia who can just kill everybody and force everybody away. Bang is never able to get that damage in.
Yeah, clearly, as we saw there at the end of that fight. We do have the standings here, guys. KT will move ahead to 4-4, so they're tied in terms of scoreline with T1, but they do have one less win overall, so they will be in 6th place. Afreeca, 3-5 in 7th place. It feels like they have a lot of potential, but they have not been able to realize it entirely just yet.
Yeah, I mean, in a world where we have such an elite top 4, you know, it's really hard to see Afreeca maybe, you know, making that finals run. You know, despite the improvements that they've made and how they look when they're at their peak, they are just not there yet. Here's tomorrow's matches, 2 matches that could be one-sided, but the second one in particular, you never know with DRX, so I'm looking forward to that one most.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun to watch that one. I believe that should be Atlas and Chronicle.
Yep.
The action there, so the two of us will be watching from home where we are now.
Yeah.
Just watching and enjoying the games, and we had some fun times today. You know, there were some one-sided matches as well today, but we actually got down to the fun matches towards the end of it. So, hope you guys do join us for the LCK tomorrow as well, and thank you so much for watching once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.